Thanks for the laugh. Go ahead when you're ready.
I got to tell you, when I was receiving texts from people congratulating me on my retirement, and it was quite terrifying. Yes, yeah, absolutely. I'll move myself a little closer. All right. Good morning or afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Josh Kurtz, Secretary of the Department of Natural Resources. I'm here today to testify in support of HB 719. I'm joined for technical questions by my colleague, Sarah Widman, the Associate Director for Fishing and Boating Services, and Kate Charbonneau, our Assistant Secretary for Aquatic Resources. The bill that you have before you today allows us to make some changes within the State Boat Act code to do a few different things. The first is it's some regulatory housekeeping, which allows us to align our statute with current Coast Guard statute around the definition of Class A vehicles and updating some of the definitions and requirements around personal flotation devices. The bill also creates a voluntary non-motorized registration program. Basically what this would do would create a voluntary program that people that own kayaks and canoes and other things could opt into. They would then get a registration sticker. If that boat were then to be lost, NRP, our Natural Resources Police, would be able to return that. Also would allow us much greater ability to ensure safety of the individual who owns that boat. Right now, if they find an overturned non-motorized vehicle, we're going into a rescue situation. This would allow us to call and make sure that it's not just somebody who had left it untied, a gust of wind pushed it into the water. It also allows us to increase the number of registered boats that we have in the state. Which allows us to get greater money from the federal government. There's a formula that each state gets based on the number of registered boats. And the third thing that this does is it would increase some of our registration costs for boaters. And I think the best way to think about this is as if we're registering a car. So when you register a car, you have a registration fee that you renew every couple years. For this, it would be going from $24 every 2 years to $70 every 2 years. We calculated that by going back to when the fee was created and adjusting it for inflation for now. Last year, we did a progressivized approach, and what we heard after the bill hearing from the boating community was that would be very difficult to implement and cause confusion, and so they preferred a standardized rate. So we responded to the feedback from the constituents to do that, which is different from last year. The second is when you buy a boat, just like when you buy a car, you get a title, and so this would change the title fee from $2 to $20. These funds are all user pay, user benefit, so they would go directly to supporting the boating community, to supporting our public and private, our public and locally owned marinas, and ensuring that we've got our buoy program, our boating safety program, a wide range of things that directly benefits the boating public. There are a couple amendments that we've submitted today that I just wanted to talk through briefly. And really what this does is it changes the threshold from some of our local government projects. What we've seen is the cost of frankly working on and improving our marinas and our boating dependent facilities has gone up. And so this would increase the eligibility cap from $250,000 to $550,000 for 100% state funding. The other thing that it does is it adjusts the small project threshold from $5,000 to $25,000. And so these amendments collectively would allow us to more effectively put State Boat Act funds onto the ground and fund projects that are critically important for our local marinas. With that, I would request a favorable report on the bill, HB 719. I'm happy to take any questions.
Great. Any questions on this bill? Delegate Healy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just quickly, so that maybe in the future we don't get behind, my question is, do you have confidence that the rate that's set with the new fees will cover the cost of the programs that are funded by these fees?
Yes, absolutely. Yep. And we've done that analysis. It would allow us to fund these, and it would also free up additional funds in our Waterway Improvement Fund that goes directly to projects. So there's kind of a multi-part benefit here.
Thank you so much.
Vice Chair Boyce.
Thank you, Delegate. Thank you, Chair Corman. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I have a question about the matching funds, and we anticipate that we'll still be able to get those matching funds from the federal government.
Right now, we're continuing to stay in touch with the Coast Guard. That is not a fund source that we have been shown to be at risk, although that changes every day.
Yep. Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, I'll just take this opportunity to say hi to my fisheries law professor, Professor Woodman. That concludes Bill on House Bill 719, House Bill 720, Secretary Kurtz, Natural Resources, repeal of Summers Cove Marina Commission, and improvement fund and alteration of operations.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Josh Kurtz, Secretary of the Department of Natural Resources, testifying in support of House Bill 720. I'm joined for technical questions by our Associate Director of Fishing and Boating Services, Sarah Widman, and our Assistant Secretary for Aquatics, Kate Charbonneau, to discuss the bill in front of you today and request a favorable report on HB 720. This bill is critically important for us because of the importance that Summers Cove Marina has to the state of Maryland, to the region, and to the boating public. The Summers Cove Marina has been in existence for several decades and is really important as kind of an entry point into the bay when we have recreational boaters coming up. It's also very important for our commercial watermen. And it's really important for the department. A couple of our key functionalities, our natural resources police, our ice breaking program are based out of there. Summers Cove Marina is also the jumping off point to get to Smith Island and is really important for local economy as well as the economy and the boating public of the state. So what this bill seeks to do is and there's some amendments that I want to discuss, is really remove what is a fiduciary responsibility that the Summers Cove Commission has right now for the management of the marina. And so what this bill seeks to do is to transfer that fiscal responsibility, that fiduciary responsibility into the department. It would remove the fund that currently exists that's administered by the commission and put that authority within the department. It would create, the amendments create an advisory commission, so we're not seeking to get rid of the Summers Cove Commission. It's a critically important position and really important for us to understand the needs of the community and make sure that it is managed in partnership with the city of Crisfield and the boating public and our commercial watermen down there. So it would then create that associated advisory committee as well. So when we think about Summers Cove, there's a couple things that are really important. One is also not just the importance to the community from a boating perspective, but to the city of Crisfield. They recently received a FEMA BRIC grant, a BRIC meaning Building Resilient Infrastructures and Communities. This is a grant that is specifically created to reduce flooding. And right now, our marina is really important for that. So we are working through several updates and upgrades at the marina, one of those being our tide gates. And so by fixing those tide gates, we'll help the city ensure that we're reducing flooding long term. We've been working closely with the mayor and the city of Crisfield. We're supporting another round of funding there. And so actually the alterations and the work that we're doing at Summers Cove Marina is going to help the city as match to get and acquire additional federal funds. I want to thank Delegate Otto, Senator Croza, and the commissioners for the conversation on how to ensure that we have smooth transition and move forward with a really successful marina. And I think one other thing that we're excited about at the department is really to kind of unleash our communications team and really help with some of the marketing. Is that something that's been identified by the commission as something that we can help to improve? I think reflecting the importance of this commission moving forward, the marina itself, and our ability to kind of take on some of that work from a fiscal perspective, I would urge a favorable report on HB 720, and happy to take any questions.
Great. Are there any questions? Delegate Otto.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You're making me come around, Mr. Secretary, with this bill. I think it has merit, but I was involved in 2011 when the former chairman of appropriations, Norman Conway, in creating or establishing more authority within this commission because of the neglect. The commission was established, I think, in 2008, maybe, or something in that neighborhood, and neglect of the department and maintenance and other aspects, and we had to do that to maintain it. There was at one time, one administration was interested in selling it, and that's how we kept it local and had some control over it, that the money that it generated was put back into the marina. So I feel like your amendments are proposed are good, and I appreciate your straightforwardness with it. So I still have reservations, and I hope your intentions are complete and you have adequate measures in place. And and take the public input, and I ask that you do that and hear you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. And again, we're happy to continue to work on this. If there's any other amendments we can put forward that continue to tighten up any of those concerns, we're happy to do so, and really appreciate the feedback from the commission and the senator as well. I think it feels like we're all moving in the same direction. I think that's important.
And you're correct, are you not, that it is an opening to Maryland and our part of the Chesapeake Bay?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we have over 500 slips there, a really good opportunity to increase the number of transient slips. So those are important for individuals who are kind of coming in from the ocean and up into the bay. So absolutely. And that's something we want to make sure we have long-term sustainability around.
Thank you very much.
Vice Chair Boyce.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Secretary, we've had a couple of bills about changing commissions to kind of advisories, and I'm just checking in to see about the actual Summer Cove Marina Commission, and that they support this, they agree to this switch and this change.
So we've discussed this with the commission. We walked through the amendments with them. I'll turn it over to my colleague, Kate, who is most recently spoke with the commission.
Thank you.
Yes, Delegate. We met last week. The Director of Fishing and Boating, Lynn Fagley, and I met with 5 of the members of the commission. 2 were unable to be there, but we walked through all of the...
I can't hear you. Can you pull the mic?
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. We walked through the amendments with them, and we talked specifically about the makeup of the advisory commission, which will still maintain representation from Somerset County, the city of Crisfield, as well as various participants, with the marina, so commercial, economic development or tourism, and the sailboat owners, as well as powerboat owners. And so we talked through making sure that we are having diverse participation by that advisory body.
So the same body is just going to become, and the commission just is going to become advisory. So nobody's lost, nobody moves.
We need to do, yeah.
Yeah, and that's the intent. We have that in uncodified language at the back for that very reason. This would potentially add additional folks, so it wouldn't be the exact same makeup because there's a greater number of individuals that could be represented on the commission. But we wanted that uncodified language because that is the intent, is to keep the commission intact and then add on those additional individuals.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, that concludes the bill here on House Bill 720. Do we have Delegate Hornberger yet? Okay. Hey, Delegate Otto, are you ready to do 766? Great. So we'll call up House Bill 766, Wildlife Advisory Commission, membership alterations.
Mr. Chair, would you like other witnesses to come up?
If you have a panel, absolutely bring them up. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, this bill comes before us because of the issues we face yearly in this committee dealing with wildlife and crop damage and other things. Traditionally, or the protocol had been, the department sought nominations from the Maryland Farm Bureau to the 2 farmer representatives on the Wildlife Commission. Matter of fact, at the turn of the century, I was the president of Somerset County Farm Bureau and later Wicomico County Farm Bureau. And we did that frequently, made nominations to this commission. As a matter of fact, a good friend from Calvert County, Sambo Swan, was the chairman of this commission for many years. Very wildlife conservation-oriented person that made great progress with the populations and protection of our wildlife in this state. And so that somehow has gone by the wayside over the years, and we seem to have 2 members on the commission that have limited exposure to the farm community in what I would consider wildlife, one being an apiary. That's, I guess, is wildlife and important to us, but I don't see that the department's activities do when we provide the food and the habitat for most of the wildlife in the state. So with that, at the request of the Farm Bureau, we wanted to make some correction to make this happen. And as we just heard about another committee and commission being established, it was seeking nominees by specific organizations, though they may be body politic, but I asked for a favorable report of this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Tyler Huff, Maryland Farm Bureau. This bill comes out of discussion between the ag stakeholders over the interim. We had a policy summit to include all the ag stakeholders in one room hosted by Maryland Farm Bureau, and this was one of the main concerns. As a committee, you are all well aware of how many times we are in here talking about deer damage and deer management and the concerns there. And we believe that this precedent that's already been set, as Maryland Farm Bureau has the ability to appoint to other committees, which our president will reference later in his testimony, as well as we have our Wildlife Advisory Committee chair here, that was one of the prior applicants that did not get selected, even though he went through this application process. We believe that this could be a great step between DNR and the agricultural community to work together to solve the deer damage issue and help further along deer management permits and other aspects of that nature. And Vice Chair Boyce, to answer your question that you asked the last commission, the Wildlife Advisory Commission met this morning. I was on the call. They decided to take no position on this particular bill. Thank you. Happy to answer any questions.
My name is Bill Rashi. I'm from Carroll County, farmer close to Tonytown. As Tyler said, I'm also the chair of the Maryland Farm Bureau's Wildlife Committee. I came here and thank you for allowing us time to testify in favor of House Bill 766. I believe that having a farmer on this commission would be a great benefit to that committee. A lot of decisions are made by this commission that affect agriculture directly in the control of wildlife, mainly deer is what we're talking about, in wildlife or deer damage. And farmers are pretty much the boots on the ground type person. We may not be scientists, but we interact with the wildlife in every aspect of parts of our daily activities. They also have a lot to do with the input and of our daily activities. Farmers interact with diverse types of wildlife. We have, and even in Carroll County, we have everything from deer to turkey, raccoons, bears, bald eagles. So we get to interact with a lot of wildlife, not just the deer. So we get to see how wildlife habitat and everything else affect them. We see how wildlife interacts with weather changes, with some of the agriculture supplies most of the food for wildlife, and we also agriculture supplies a lot of the habitat for wildlife through programs that we have done through conservation work, water conservation, soil conservation, hedgerows and things like that we actually supply habitat for. So
great. Thank you so much. We appreciate your testimony. Ms. Thompson.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. Lindsay Thompson here on behalf of Maryland grain producers in favor of House Bill 7. Oh, wrong bill. In favor of House Bill 766. So as Tyler said, we oftentimes do participate in the Wildlife Advisory Commission meetings. Maryland Farm Bureau is invited to give reports at these meetings, but does not serve as an actual commission member. Within the statute for the commission, there is one seat designated for a member of the farming community. And we believe that originally the legislative intent was to have a member of the farming community that makes a substantive amount of their income from farming activities to give the perspective of a farmer and the challenges that they face with wildlife, as well as the services that they provide to wildlife, as were brought up by Mr. Rashi. And so when we inquired of the commission who the representatives of the farming community were, neither of those individuals were full-time farmers or received a substantive amount of their income from farming. They're both great commissioners. It's absolutely nothing against them personally, and this has been a recidivist issue over the last several commissions. So we are in support of having Maryland Farm Bureau as the umbrella organization to provide a list, not to be the one to appoint, but to provide a list to the administration of those that they are recommending to serve as the representative of the farming community to address the issues that we are here talking with you about every day. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Jamie Raley. I'm president of Maryland Farm Bureau. It's good to be here today in support of House Bill 766. Thank you to Delegate Otto and the other members of the House that signed on to our bill. I think my colleagues have adequately covered the issue of the deer damage, and our goal here is to work with DNR to try to partner with them and give them direct information from the users of these or who are afflicted by the problems with the deer. When you start getting densities of deer on properties ranging from 115 to 138 per square mile, you cannot sustain the damage that they do. Last spring, I had 2 does at one of my farms. Each had triplets. We have deer kill permits, but deer harvest permits, excuse me, but the volume is just overwhelming us. So we would like the opportunity for actual production crop farmers to be working with DNR and provide them as much guidance and give them direct input from Farm Bureau as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you all for your testimony. We have a question from Delegate Jacobs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Did any of you see the testimony from DNR? They haven't come up yet, but they have a letter of opposition, and I'm just wondering how you would react to that.
Well, I think we referred to it. I think most of their opposition was saying it was tying the hands of the administration and nominating who they wanted.
Right.
We're just asking to nominate the individuals that we think would be appropriate and serve and come to the meetings. As you know, sometimes that can be a challenge when you appoint somebody on a committee or commission, whether they're going to participate or not. And I think if they don't like the first 3 names, we'll submit 3 more. I mean, that's what I have a concern about it.
Well, you know, it says this losing this authority could jeopardize the mission of the advisory board. So I'm just.
I find that to be contrary to what we're trying to do here. I think having somebody with the knowledge and appreciation, as Mr. Rashi said, of enjoying the wildlife in our community on a daily basis would have the appreciation to preserve and protect it and manage it in a proper way.
Thank you.
Delegate Jacobs, if I may follow up. Maryland Farm Bureau already puts our designated member on the DNR Aquaculture Coordinating Council. So there's a precedent there. We also nominate to the Maryland Ag Council and the Maryland Ag Land Preservation Foundation, and I serve as the direct appointment to the Maryland Commission on Climate Change. So this is not something new, and DNR should be aware since the Aquaculture Coordinating Council is part of their bailiwick. Thank you.
Vice Chair Boyce.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Delegate Jacobs, for bringing up what I wanted to talk about in DNR's letter. I wouldn't go as far as saying that it ties the hands of the governor, but I do want to point out is that no other listed community has a designated group that would provide a list of people to as a selection of candidates for the governor. So I guess you kind of stand out because I could then put a specific hunting community or specific wildlife group or on here as well. And so no one else on here has a designated organization that would provide candidates, one. And two, if you did provide candidates and let's say the governor decides in consultation with DNR that they don't want any of these candidates, would they then be free to then choose whoever they want? Or is it the intention that you would keep supplying them until you get someone that you want, not necessarily someone
May I?
Yes.
If the department objects to a nominee, all three nominees, we would certainly consult with them and find out what the problem is and try to resolve that. Because as I said, we just want to work in partnership with DNR to solve these problems and potentially save the state some money. There's legislation in now to provide for crop damage payments for deer and geese and other things. You already have one in for bear. So if we can reduce these populations through hunting or other safe means, then I think that's a win-win for the state.
I don't see the urgency in that no other group here has an organization that then provides a list to the governor. And so what I'm hearing are just different things. What I'm hearing is that maybe you don't like the individuals selected on the committee and that you want someone else, but if those individuals are fine, I guess I'm struggling to figure out the purpose of this.
Can I try, Jamie? Yeah, so I would say that although there's no other groups that are named currently in the statute, that in practice, there are specific groups that for the history of my career have been the one to nominate the individual or designate the individual for, I believe it's the wildlife conservation or preservation seat. So for at least the last probably 10 years, that has been a seat held by someone from the Humane Society of the U.S. And then there are several other seats on the committee that are individuals that serve on the board or members of another hunting group that you will hear from today. So I think that in practice, it's happening with other groups. I think that we would appreciate if it in practice was happening with Farm Bureau or even Maryland grain producers. And I would like to reiterate, it's nothing against the individuals that are on the commission, but if the legislative intent was to have a representative of the farming community that is impacted by wildlife management and seeks to, I believe, preserve wildlife and promote hunting is the mission, then we believe that Farm Bureau is best suited to provide a list of names in order to do so.
And my last question is even without this legislation, could Farm Bureau send the governor's office a list and say, hey, we recommend X amount of people for this particular, you could do that now, correct?
When those seats become vacant, yeah.
Okay.
Professor Stewart taught me how to use Google, Delegate Otto, and it looks like, at least for the few meeting agendas I could find, the Farm Bureau regularly presents to this commission. Do you know if that's at every meeting that they present? Looks like we're getting a head nod.
Every meeting they present to, I'm sure they've always been involved in it, when my experience with the organization.
So sorry, does the Farm Bureau has a current formal role before the commission every month? So it looks like, Ms. Thompson, you know the answer to this.
Well, they participate in the meeting as a public meeting, as people can sign up here to participate.
Okay, so they just sign up for the public testimony? Is that?
Mr. Chair, Maryland Farm Bureau does have a point on the agenda where we get to speak to the commission, but we are not a voting member of the commission.
Okay, great. Thanks for clarifying that. Delegate Healy?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I have a couple questions. If the goal is to have, representatives who are full-time, earning their living from farming, rather than a specific organization like the Farm Bureau. I have some questions about the Farm Bureau. Do you represent all of agriculture?
Yes, we are a nonprofit organization that represents all of agriculture. We have over 8,000 member families.
Okay, so when I mean all of agriculture, all various kinds of agriculture, whether it's livestock or grain or any other
We have poultry
wineries,
members,
everything like that, right?
value-added members, livestock, aquaculture, urban ag. We represent
You represent
all.
all of that?
Yes.
Okay. And there's nothing in this bill that says you only send a list of 3. You could send a list of 500, right? I mean, and the governor could pick from that list of people who are full-time farmers by whatever definition, the way you count that, okay? But I think, because you're saying you'd send 3, and then if the governor doesn't like 3, send another 3. If you send him a list, an extensive list, or, you know, a full list of your whole membership that they could choose from, then he would still have a lot of choice to make, right?
Yes, that is correct.
On the other hand, are there farmers in Maryland who do not belong to the Farm Bureau?
Yes, there are.
And
And to answer that further, that's why we, as Maryland Farm Bureau, which it's not in the bill language, but with our discussion with the stakeholders, we would confer with all the stakeholders.
It is in the bill language. It says candidates provided by the Maryland Farm Bureau. So
And-
I'm saying, who represents the other farmers that are not members of the Farm Bureau?
Various organizations, stakeholder organizations such as Maryland Grain Producers and others that are stakeholder and affiliate members of Maryland Farm Bureau. So we would be able to consult them to further that list and make sure that we can be as far reaching to all farmers that are either members or non-members of Maryland Farm Bureau as possible.
And suppose farmers are known for being pretty independent-minded people, and maybe they don't want to join any organization. They just want to do their job and have their business. And they might want to have somebody on this board that has nothing to do with you all.
We would be happy to reference a member from the farming community. It does not have to be a Maryland Farm Bureau member. The point is that it would be somebody that is representative of the farming community. The list would just be supplied by Maryland Farm Bureau. And I'm sure the way the agriculture community has worked, while they may not be a member of any organization, I'm sure somebody along the lines knows them, and we could find a way to get connected with them and discover that interest and put them into the list.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Delegate Celebrity.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you have spotted a deer and you have shot the deer and it's wounded, does it matter what time it is as it's wandering away?
Delegate Celebrity, that's the next bill.
I believe that's another bill.
That's the next bill. We jumped out of order because Delegate Hornberger was a little late.
Oh,
You didn't jump out a little
I
bit.
am.
But having an experienced person on this wildlife commission could answer those questions better. So.
Delegate Hornberger is now studying how to answer that question. Okay, any further questions on this bill? Okay, that concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 766. We'll move on to House Bill 857, Delegate Hornberger, Natural Resources Pursuing Wounded Deer After Legal Hunting Hours Authorization.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you for that segue. Delegate Hornberger here on HB 857, and I've got a new trivia word for the committee. Come on up, Paul. Thanks. Crepuscular. Go ahead and you can Google that while I'm giving my presentation. Crepuscular. Yep. Okay. For the record, Delegate Hornberger here, Natural Resources Pursuing Wounded Deer After Legal Hunting Hours Authorization. So this bill is very simple and straightforward. It allows you to pursue a deer after hunting hours have ended. Why is that important? So currently, hunters are facing an ethical dilemma, whereas they typically shoot a deer in the evening hours, and that's where that trivia word comes in, crepuscular. It's because deer are most active in the evening, right before it gets dark, the dusk time frame. And oftentimes what happens is they may not have a clean kill, and the deer may run. And in some instances, you have to go and find and locate this deer in the woods, which can be difficult, especially if it's getting dark. And the way that the current law is written is that you can pursue that deer because that could be interpreted as you're hunting after hours, for example. So this would basically create a carve-out that if you've wounded a deer, you can pursue it after hunting hours without the threat of 6 months in prison or a fine of up to $2,000. I would make the argument that many hunters, and I'll implicate myself, have done this before in an illegal manner, and it's because as hunters we care and we're stewards of the environment in which we hunt in. However, we don't want people to face that if it's not necessary, and I'm happy to report that we have a lot of support on this bill, including the DNR, as well as an amendment that you'll find in your packet, and that was approved by the Senate. Just for your information, it's 623-623-1. So with that, I'll turn it over to some of the other advocates. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Paul Pedito, Assistant Secretary of Land Resources at the Department of Natural Resources. We are here in support of 857. Largely, as the sponsor said, this simply codifies existing practice. And one important, I think, element is that it gives the authority to the department to set regulations to define how this would happen in practice. And as you'll see in our bill report, we would envision a model where someone would have to call in, identify themselves, identify their location, and essentially give us a heads up on what they're doing, where they are, and then call into our 24/7 call center when they are done. We think that's important because it will avoid unnecessary calls from landowners who see somebody who's out there in the dark. We would be able to, at that point, say, we know who this is, we know what they're doing, and secondarily, give some safety to our law enforcement officers, because at that point, when they respond, they would have a higher degree of confidence they're dealing with somebody who is doing something legitimate, not something nefarious. So for those reasons, we would urge your support.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? Dr. Foley.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Chair. For either of you. So my other concern, and maybe you address this in the notification part, but my other concern would be in areas that border farmland, like we have in Montgomery County, for example. So a deer might get shot in, an agricultural area, they can go far, right? They wander, and then they're in like a residential neighborhood or something like that. And I do have a bit of a concern at night with that situation, but maybe if you could explain, if the notification would help with that and assuage my concerns a little bit, if you don't mind.
Both offer some insight there. Two things. One, the onus is on the hunter to, if the deer goes on to another property, to notify. Yep. Onus, yeah. So onus on the hunter to if this deer does go onto another property, to notify the owner of that property, if wherever it's possible. And then secondly, we want to pursue and bring that animal in as quickly as possible. So in the anecdote that you just described there, it goes onto a property. We don't want that animal sitting there overnight. Things like coyotes, dogs, et cetera. That's a new phenomenon. We, especially on the Eastern Shore, we historically haven't had coyotes. We have that presence now. So we want that hunter to get that deer out of there as quickly as possible. You might want to add something.
Yeah, I think it's a great question, and it's a scenario that is encountered with some regularity. The bill as proposed does not, it doesn't derail the requirement for that hunter to have permission to go on another person's property. But I think what it would do, and this would be part of our regulatory framework, is by giving notification that I'm the hunter, I am at this location, and I'm now having to stop because I've encountered that, that trespass scenario. Then that gives our communications center the ability to triage someone to the scene and help navigate that conversation between the new homeowner, law enforcement, and the hunter.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Any further questions on this bill? Okay, that concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 857. Is Delegate Hill here? Great. Delegate Hill. House Bill 878, Department of the Environment, Water Resources, Protection of Vernal Pools, Wetlands Protection Act of 2025. If you have a panel, please bring them up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, rather, members of the committee, this distinguished committee of experts on environment. I am Terry Hill, and I'm here to present House Bill 878. So I have to say that when I looked at the fiscal note yesterday, I was totally confused about what was discussed and what I thought we were presenting. So let me start off by explaining what I think and we thought House Bill 878 is and does. So we are concerned about vernal pools, and we've had legislation before this committee for a number of years trying to address it. And with the assistance of the chair, last year, the Department of Environment and Natural Resources came up with a definition of what is a vernal pool. This bill, which is just over 2 pages long, simply asks one thing. The department shall adopt regulations to establish protections related to the preservation of vernal pools in the state and establish protections for buffers around vernal pools. Because I'm not on this committee and this is not my area of expertise, I thought that was simple. I thought it meant write some rules. Say if you have a vernal pool, you have to have 50 feet or 100 feet buffer. Define what that buffer is. Look at the Biden rule from 2023, which was a response to the Supreme Court ruling which significantly decreased protection for wetlands, and say we should adopt similar things here in Maryland so that we're not dependent on federal definitions that are in dispute. Look to Pennsylvania, New Jersey, New York, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, Vermont, and look at the protections that they have put in for wetlands that are defined as vernal pools, and simply do the same thing. But having spoken to the department, apparently, and again, reading the fiscal note, apparently it's a much bigger deal than I thought. And we are told that in order to do this, it would cost $500,000 a year, because they don't have the staffing to do it and would require going out across the state and identifying wetlands and doing all kinds of measurements, which I thought was the bill that we put in here 3 years ago and that this committee, rightfully voted down. And I said, well, maybe it's a different bill. But they seem to keep saying it's going to take all of this stuff that, again, I don't think the bill calls for. But they say it takes a lot of manpower to do this. And I was a little confused about whether the issue was that they don't have the manpower. And I spoke to Natural Resources because Department of Environment said that Natural Resources has the expertise, and so they could work with them, but they at MDE don't actually have the expertise, so they'd have to put a team together. And it actually says the bill would require MDE to create an entirely new program within the Water and Science Administration, diverting resources from existing regulatory functions and necessitating additional staff, funding, and legal support. And finally, there is no current survey or mapping of vernal pools in Maryland, but the total number is in the thousands. In order to adopt science-based and effective protections, the extent and location of vernal pools would need to be mapped through a comprehensive survey effort. And so I am baffled. And I'm here before you because I am baffled. And I'm going to depend on these experts to help explain to you why we think this is so much simpler than what the department seems to think it is. And then finally, I did ask them to help me to understand what their staffing issues are. I understand from DNR that they don't actually have a budget. Their budget was separated and sent over to MDE years ago, so they can't really help, but they can give advice. And then I asked DNR and got a nice email explaining that they have 981 full-time positions budgeted and only 835 filled. And the Water and Science Administration has 314 positions filled, 73 positions open and 3 positions frozen. So again, I was really confused about what they have budgeted and how much additional money would be required to write a few regulations. So with that, I turn to my panel. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Eli Vogel. I am representing Vernal Pool Partners. We support HB 878. So the problem is vernal pools are unique small ecosystems that support biodiversity and include state endangered species like the tiger salamander. They also provide vital ecosystem services such as replenishing groundwater supplies and filtering stormwater. So vernal pools are seasonal wetlands that are often overlooked and filled or poorly managed. Vernal pools are being lost at a rapid rate because they often do not meet current MDE wetlands regulations or qualify for federal protections under the Interpreted Clean Water Act, especially since the scope of that law was drastically reduced by the Sackett v. EPA decision. Luckily, this bill offers a solution. The act would designate vernal pools as named wetlands in MDE regulations. The act would protect vernal pools, supporting amphibian species, including buffers needed to support the full life cycle. And the act would require MDE to prepare a plan for identifying vernal
Actually,
pools.
it doesn't.
Oh, it doesn't?
It does not.
Oh, okay.
It does
All right.
not.
Okay. To the extent, okay. So we hope you give this bill a favorable review. Thank you.
Hello. Hello, my name's Amanda DeLeo. I am the Water Monitoring Program Coordinator for Patapsco Heritage Greenway. Thank you for having us here today. Vernal pools are really important for many of the reasons you'll hear today. I work in water quality. As a water quality person, I can tell you that vernal pools provide important ecosystem services. They do things like slow down water and hold storm water over time. This is important because we do have a lot of impervious surfaces like roads that shuttle water quickly to our waterways, which carries pollutants over land and also increases intensity of flooding. So vernal pools can help to balance that out. Vernal pools hold the water and filter it, so it decreases sediment pollution. It also helps replenish groundwater stores. As an environmental educator, I can tell you that vernal pools are essential for some species to exist. Some rare and some common species require this type of habitat to thrive and reproduce. Some use it because it's there, but some actually need this very specific type of environment. As a biologist, I can tell you that these wetlands are temporary, which is a distinguishing and important factor. Fish can't live there, so it decreases predation. But it's also a challenge for protection. I can also tell you that the area around the vernal pool is as important as the actual vernal pool because the organisms that live underground, they live around the vernal pool and they use the vernal pool just for reproduction. So vernal pools are an important natural resource to humans. In addition, I am somebody who helps interpret the natural environment, and I can tell you that few things affect people as much as being able to see the pools and the organisms that live in them in nature. So I encourage you to support the Vernal Pool Protection Act. Thank you.
Judy Fulton from the Maryland chapter of the Sierra Club. We support this bill because of the benefits of vernal pools to amphibians, other wildlife, and native plants. I'm not going to repeat what has already been said, but I do want to emphasize that these are fragile, really remarkable environments that host very unusual plants and provide places for some rare animals to breed. For example, the salamander that was already mentioned, and also plants like the resident pretty yellow water crowfoot wildflower. There are also very many other animals that come to these ponds and eat the breeding animals there, including predatory amphibians, reptiles, birds, and mammals. In addition, they really provide crucial services to the environment and humans. As was mentioned, they slow floodwaters, they help prevent erosion, they filter pollutants that damage the Chesapeake, and they help water infiltrate down into our vital aquifers. I also really like that certain resident salamanders control mosquitoes. According to research, mosquito larvae were 98% less dense in wetlands with these salamanders. The very existence of these unique environments is threatened. They're not that visible because they do dry up. They get filled, paved over, and bulldozed. They are easy to miss, and they're being destroyed by development and agriculture. If these valuable habitats disappear, biodiversity will suffer. A quarter of all state-listed threatened and endangered amphibians in the mid-Atlantic depend on vernal pools, according to the EPA. I remember when my now-grown sons were two little boys exploring the wilds of our suburban neighborhood. They came home sopping wet, eyes shining with delight, and excitedly told me all about the frogs singing and laying eggs in our local shallow pond.
Great.
We have the responsibility.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Questions on the bill, Delegate Stein?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Delegate, thanks for bringing this bill. On the fiscal note, it sounds like what you're saying is that the assumption in even the revised dollar estimate that staff would have to develop a baseline of location, condition, et cetera, vernal pools, and identify, map, and establish protections for vernal pools, that you're saying your bill does not require that. Is that right?
No, my bill requires that they come up with, it doesn't require that at all. I think, as I said, previous bills have, this one doesn't, and it doesn't, I asked them to come up with a different rule for each vernal pool in the state, and as I said, other states have done it, and we've had regulations at the federal level that could simply be adopted into Maryland law so that we're not dependent on the federal rules.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Delegate Foley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, Delegate.
Hey.
My question is, in reading the definition of vernal pools, would this include man-made, so to speak, human-made vernal pools? So, for example, often people put like ponds in their yard for, ornamental purposes or whatever. And so would it include, would it include these kinds of ponds or vernal pools on, like at somebody's house or on private property?
It's the breeding component and the life species and vegetation that are specific that make it a vernal pool, not the fact that it's a concavity in the ground with water.
So it would not include any man-made pools?
No, it would not.
Okay, thanks.
Delegate Creighton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Dr. Delegate Hill, for bringing this bill. Just as I learned the word sharpuscular from Delegate Hornberger, I believe I learned about vernal pools from you.
Ephemeral,
before.
yes.
So my
ephemeral.
question for you, two quick ones. Is this the same bill that we have seen before?
No, it's
Okay.
modified. It's been changed because the fiscal note was really outstanding. Initially, we asked for mapping of all the vernal pools so that we could give specific protections, and frankly, so that development would know ahead of time before they purchased land if they were purchasing land that had protected wetlands. And then we moved to can we get a definition and get some protections? And last year, through the chairman's language in the summaries and the budget, and I forget what you call it, JCR, he requested that the departments could get together and just give a definition, and that's the definition that is in this bill.
And given that, so I just wanted to make sure, because I couldn't remember the bill last year specifically, but given that this is a small component of the bill that you introduced last year that had a large fiscal note, did the fiscal note for this bill go down accordingly to the amount of work you were asking them to do?
It does not look like it did at all.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Delegate Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Delegate Hill, for this bill. I commend you for always bringing the most interesting policy ideas to the forefront. I have two quick questions. First, are vernal pools different than bogs? And if so, how?
I'm going to defer to the panel, and it may be the experts who have yet to give testimony.
Oh, I see. Okay. No one at the table can give the
Because I would
answer.
say that they are a form of, but I might be wrong.
Okay.
If they're not ephemeral, and bogs I think of as being like they're long, they don't come and go unless there's a drought, so they would not constitute vernal pools.
Okay, thank you.
That's correct. They are very different. And we have plenty of bogs, but this bill does not deal with the bogs. This is dealing just with these very specific fragile environments that certain species need these kind of environments.
Right. Thank you for that. That's very helpful. And then my second question for the delegate, looking at the range of testimony, overwhelmingly positive, but there are some unfavorables, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, mostly from the building industry and Maryland Building Industry Association, NIOP, have concerns. I wonder, Delegate, if you thought about how you might respond to objections such as, thank you, Mr. Chair, for your patience. Sorry. So there's a concern that, the requirements that your bill imposes should be thoroughly vetted scientifically, and there's some concern they might not be. And I'm just wondering how you might respond to those objections.
Yes, thank you for that question. I don't think that the department would be issuing rules that aren't appropriately vetted. There's always a public commentary period, and they would be basing it on science. And as I said, there are other regulations that have been put out by other states, and as well as the federal government, that could be looked towards. So I don't think that's a concern. And as I said, I think once you have a clear definition and you know what protections are in place from a developer standpoint, it really makes it much easier. What has been a problem, or one has been a major problem in years past, is a developer or even a homeowner has some land and wants to build something on their own land, and then suddenly finds out, because they go for a permit, that, oh, this is a wetland that's been protected. And I think that it's important for people to know ahead of time, what constitutes. And for all I know, the department could say that a vernal pool that's smaller than the size of, this center space is not protected, but one as large as this room is protected. I have no idea. But I think predictability is really an important thing in most industries, particularly in construction.
And I think you put your finger on it. You put you put a fine point on exactly what one of the other concerns was, which is about overlapping requirements and confusion. So are you saying that you would be willing to work in whatever way was required to make sure that?
We're trying to clarify, not confuse.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Delegate Otto.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Delegate, thanks for bringing this forward. The definition, I presume, of these vernal pools, they would be prime habitat and breeding grounds for mosquitoes, would they not?
They are, all static water is a habitat for mosquitoes.
Yeah, and
what these do is they are habitat for the predators of mosquitoes. as well. So they are not high mosquito
Well, if
farming
they're
areas.
habitat, for those that predators of mosquitoes, there must have been mosquitoes there.
I said they are, all standing water, and even some some mobile but non-standing water are habitats. I agree with you.
Public health directives tell us to dump our bird baths and things, and because of West Nile virus spread and things such as that.
Correct. A tablespoon of water can breed many thousands of mosquitoes, and just one bite could kill you.
We're going to have an army of these predators from mosquitoes.
We're not creating vernal pools. They're already in existence.
Thank you for your answers.
Delegate Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Delegate Dr. Hill, I was fascinated from my side of the aisle to your introduction. You're asking for regulations and rules to something that already has been defined as a vernal pool.
Correct.
And MD needs $500,000 plus for a number of years in order to do whatever they say they got to do, correct?
That's what they say.
So my question is, if we pass the bill, do we have to give them the money? And they have to get the money from the appropriators, correct?
Well, they say that they do, yes.
Well, just because they say they do they really need to?
I think you've hit the nail on the head, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, any additional questions? Okay, thank you. We have additional in-person witnesses in support. Emily Ranson from the Clean Water Action, excuse me. Too many commissions today. Ryan Fredrickson, National Aquarium. Jenny Hudson, Anacostia Watershed Society, and Carolyn Parsa, Safe Skies, Maryland.
You guys go.
Sure, I'm happy to kick things off. Good afternoon, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, and members of the committee. My name is Ryan Fredrickson, Vice President of Government Affairs at the National Aquarium. We're here to ask your favorable report for HB 878. As noted by the delegate, this legislation builds on the consensus definition of vernal pools developed by MDE and DNR last year and ensures that vernal pools receive adequate protections under Maryland law. I will do my best not to repeat anything you've already heard. I'll just note and emphasize that vernal pools are underappreciated and vital habitats in the Chesapeake Bay watershed. They support many species, including the state endangered eastern tiger salamander, and it's really the seasonal features of vernal pools that make them, subject to human disturbance. They're often overlooked, including by wetland protections. And following a 2023 U.S. Supreme Court decision, vernal pools and other seasonal wetlands effectively lost Clean Water Act protections as well. Other states are figuring out ways to protect vernal pools. And quite simply, I think now it's time for Maryland to do the same and to figure out how we can advance protections for these vital habitats. So really appreciate your deliberation and consideration of this legislation, and more than happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Carolyn Parsa, Director for Safe Skies Maryland, which is a program of the Maryland Ornithological Society focused on protecting wild bird populations throughout their habitats and in every season. We recognize vernal pools as a key element in woods and wetlands that support birds and other wildlife in healthy ecosystems. In December 2024, MDE developed the consensus definition and for vernal pools, and it should be used for their protection. Safe Skies supporters recognize that this bill would incorporate that definition, and we strongly favor passing this bill. Vernal pools or seasonal pools are valuable because they offer unique protections that are not possible in regular ponds. A type of freshwater wetland that is water-filled only from early winter through midsummer, but dry otherwise, so that there can be no fish. Certain animals that cannot survive the predation of fish will thrive in this special habitat. Vernal pools can be any size and are found in wooded areas or meadows where they support frogs and salamanders and other animals that would perish in a pond with fish. Birds can also benefit from this rich ecosystem. Specifically, the rusty blackbird tends to nest near vernal pools and benefits from the abundant food source of insects while raising its young. The rusty blackbird is a species of conservation concern that needs our protection. Once a common North American bird, The populations of the rusty blackbird have decreased 89 to 99% in over the last 40 years. When we protect vernal pools, we increase habitat for the rusty blackbird, which increases its chance for survival. While this bird is just one example, other birds thrive in this vast ecosystem as well. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. I am Emily Ranson with Clean Water Action, here in support of House Bill 878. Vernal pools play an important role in replenishing groundwater and filtering stormwater. And for all of the reasons you have already heard, we support this bill and urge its passage. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Jenny Hudson, and I am the River Restoration Associate representing the Anacostia Watershed Society. Our society has been working for over 35 years to protect and restore the watershed for all living and future generations. As said before, vernal pools are a unique type of wetland in Maryland. Though often seasonal and small, they play a vital role. These temporary wetlands provide breeding habitat for many, many rare species. Consequently, the loss of vernal pools leads to a loss of biodiversity. Our Vernal Pools program strives to educate the public about these fragile ecosystems, and we have been working to inventory vernal pools of conservation importance within the Anacostia watershed, focusing on lands in Prince George's County. We work with trained citizen scientists to monitor specific vernal pools and gather data to identify conservation and restoration needs. We also know that vernal pools offer flood mitigation and water filtration benefits, enhancing the resilience of local ecosystems and communities. They're often overlooked, making them vulnerable to urban development, agriculture, and climate change. Given their ecological importance and the pressures they face, I respectfully urge you to support House Bill 878. Vernal pools are declining at a rapid rate due to not meeting current MDE wetland requirements. And under this bill, vernal pools will be protected in the MDE regulations. And with these protections, our program will continue to study these diverse habitats and educate the public of their importance. At AWS, we encourage you to support this bill as well. And I'm hopeful that with your leadership, we can work towards preserving these beautiful, essential ecosystems for the benefit of all existing life and future generations.
Great, thank you all. We have a question from Vice Chair Boyce.
Thank you. I know. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a quick question, because I know there's some opposition testimony, and it's really from like developer type folks. Say we locate every vernal pool in the state, and it is mapped, and then there is potentially a development project that would be on or near a vernal pool. What is the expectation as it relates to locating and making sure we're monitoring these pools? What would be the expectation of the sponsor, I would say? What would happen?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. So as you know, the bill doesn't ask for that, but if it were, I think what would happen is that, again, if I'm going to develop a piece of land, I would be able to look before I purchase it or make my plans and know ahead of time what I'm doing. I could plan accordingly. I could map it out just as developers know what the elevations are and what other things they have to. So I think it would actually be a cost savings, because one of the highest costs of development is when you make plans, and then because of regulations or rules that you hadn't been aware of, you now have to change plans.
Right.
So I think it would make things simpler and more cost efficient.
So that people would see this, and then is the anticipation is that if I'm in a large, maybe vernal pool area, then I would potentially not invest or not
Not
develop.
for that particular project,
And
exactly.
especially, I think, to MDE's point, that some of them are linked to clean water quality goals and management, so then we would potentially.
Right. I think the more information you have,
Yeah.
the better, when you know better, you can do better.
That's right. Thank you, Dr. Delegate.
Any additional questions for this panel? I have a new assistant. That concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 878. Do we still have Delegate Weibel? Thank you. Delegate Wyvil, House Bill 749, Washington County Public Safety Buildings Used for Agritourism.
Thank you, Chair Corman. Chair Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, and committee members, I am Delegate Wyvil. Pleased to present House Bill 749, Public Safety Buildings Used for Agritourism. It's good to be back in the committee. I do apologize in advance, however, I don't have a trivia question for you. House Bill 749 adds Washington County to the public safety article for agricultural buildings used for agritourism. And unlike bills submitted by Delegate Stewart, this is a very simple bill, 5 words or less, adding Washington County to the list of 19 other counties for agricultural buildings and exemptions from standards of construction. The bill also adds Washington County to the list of 13 other counties regarding existing agricultural buildings being used for agritourism in regards to those buildings not being subject to changes in occupancy that require building permits. There is an amendment as the bill language inadvertently excluded Washington County from the first half of the article regarding construction standards of existing farm buildings where agritourism is a subordinate use. For the fiscal note, the legislation is not anticipated to materially impact state or Washington County government and is said to have minimal impact on small business, although it would have a significant impact on farms seeking to survive by potentially allowing a diversified source of income. It was a unanimous vote amongst the Board of County Commissioners and the Washington County delegation. I thank you for your consideration and ask you to follow Delegate Baker's lead by adopting a favorable report.
I just have to warn you, very rarely follow Delegate Baker's lead in this committee.
Oh.
So.
We'll talk later.
Do you have, is Nathan Kraft with you for Pathfinder Farm?
I'm here. Yes.
Great, come on up.
Hello. I wasn't sure if I was supposed to come up. Yeah, you were welcome. All right, thank you. That one or this one.
Go ahead. All right. Hello. Good afternoon. My name is Nathan Kraft. I own and operate Pathfinder Farm Distillery in Washington County, and I'm here to strongly encourage your favorable decisions with the House Bill 749. As a resident and farm business owner at my family farm in Washington County, I've witnessed firsthand the positive impacts of agritourism in our communities, from the farmers markets that we attend and also the events that we hold on our farm every fall, where we welcome the public to observe agricultural demonstrations. We have the Smithsburg Tractor Society come down and operate antique equipment, and we do tastings and tours. People get to experience some of the beef that we raise on our farm too, when we have food trucks come in, and by allowing other folks in Washington County to use their agricultural structures, it'll increase agritourism. Some great examples include friends that keep freezers on their farms, that it would allow the public to come in and browse and shop in these well-maintained agricultural structures. Other things like my friend Aaron Mosher, who helped spearhead getting our name on the bill, is to do flower arrangement workshops and show and sales inside existing structures, and to kind of reimagine what's possible for agritourism in our county. With the way things are right now, being able to reuse these without going through the entire building permit process, there's a lot of financial strain that goes on small family farm businesses, and by allowing us to use these structures that are in good maintenance allows us to share our agricultural heritage with our friends and neighbors that want to come visit. And thank you for your time and attention.
Terrific, thank you. Any questions on this bill? Delegate Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do you envision that you would have banquet halls there?
As for banquet halls, no. Most people, what they do is use an existing bank barn, because we have a lot of older structures. And there's also limits that are in place in the bill for the number of occupants. Mostly it's to be able to use it for
these are ag buildings that allow a special exception for an occasional non-ag use. So a banquet hall would imply that it's more of a full-time business, and this legislation, I don't believe, would allow for that.
Thank you.
Terrific. Any further questions? Okay, and I should say in all seriousness, Delegate Baker is doing a great job continuing your Washington County legacy on this committee. So great to have you back in ENT. That concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 749. Move on to House Bill 731. Delegate Ruth, Wildlife Protections and Highway Crossings. And if you have a panel, please bring them up.
Come on up. And we'll have to rotate. I think we have more than 4. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm here presenting, for the record, I'm Delegate Sheila Ruth. I'm here presenting House Bill 731, Wildlife Protections and Highway Crossings. Our roads are important to us, and while I personally am an advocate for transit, roads are important too. But it's important to note that the roads that provide us freedom often do the opposite for wildlife. They can create significant barriers for wildlife that prevent access to food, to mates, to habitat, and they also create a risk of collisions. And those collisions can harm not only the animals, but humans and drivers as well. In 2023, the cost of an insurance claim from a deer collision averaged $6,183, according to a 2024 report from the Maryland Insurance Administration. Given that more than 31,000 deer vehicle collisions occur in Maryland per year, this represents a cost to the state's insurance companies of almost $200 million annually. And according to the MIA report, that cost is likely to be passed on to the insured in the form of higher premiums. There are other costs as well, but the good news is that there are solutions to this, solutions that are being used in other places around the country, including our neighbor, Virginia. And some of these solutions can be expensive and complicated, but some of them can be as simple as adding exclusionary fencing to already existing underpasses, which is what Virginia did in 2 locations, where they added fencing to funnel the deer to those underpasses. And by doing that, they reduced deer vehicle collisions at those sites by 92%, saving over $2.3 million per site over the 25-year lifetime of the fencing. So these wildlife crossings can protect drivers, protect wildlife, and also help to connect habitats. And so many of you remember my bill last year. This is not the same bill. And so in the interim between last session and this session, the State Highway Administration worked closely with Department of Natural Resources. They submitted an application to the federal government for what's called a Wildlife Crossings Pilot Program. And they were awarded $387,000 to develop a comprehensive plan for reducing wildlife vehicle collisions, including mapping hotspots and high-risk areas. Unfortunately, that money is currently on hold from the new presidential administration, as are many grants frozen by the new presidential administration. And so that, I assume, is being reviewed. I hope that in the long run that the administration will realize that this is a cost-saving measure that will save the state a lot of money and unfreeze that grant. But in the meantime, HB 731 focuses on laying the groundwork for the work to come, and we anticipate this is a long-term project that will span decades. It's really a change in culture. It's a change in the way we look at our roads and the change in the way we look at infrastructure. Nothing in this bill requires any infrastructure to be built. Let me say that again. Nothing in this bill requires any infrastructure to be built. This bill is focused on laying the groundwork for what we assume will be a long-term change in culture. So it first of all creates a Maryland Connectivity Coalition. And first of all, to be clear, this coalition already exists. We have a coalition which includes state agencies. It includes DNR, it includes SHA, it includes a number of legislators, it includes several wildlife-related NGOs, and I think Department of Planning is now also part of the coalition. And we have been meeting periodically for the last 2 years. So this bill would formalize that coalition, and it would make DNR and SHA, I really tried to make sure that this is not too prescriptive and that DNR and SHA would be in charge of developing the rules and how the coalition would function. And SHA has requested that they chair the commission, and I have submitted a request for an amendment to make SHA the chair of the commission. I will get that amendment to you as soon as I have it. This also creates a wildlife connectivity fund, which would be a special fund managed by DNR, as well as ability for donations to the fund, both independently and also through the registration portal. So when you register for your car, there would be a checkbox to say, donate to protect wildlife and drivers from wildlife vehicle collisions. And so in the past, this option has been used for other things, including I think it's the Tremendous. It's not going to raise a huge amount of money, but it will raise some money. I believe the Tremendous Fund was somewhere around $100,000 over 2 years, or something along those lines that it raised. So it's seed money, which, if used as matching funds, can be expanded on that. We don't have another funding source other than donations. The senator who's the cross-file of this, Senator Lewis Young, and I spent a lot of time looking at funding sources, but we really decided that this is not the year for that because there's so much already going on with funding. But creating the fund, creating the ability to donate to it, sort of lays the groundwork for what's to come. And then, yeah, so sorry, I lost my train of thought there. And so it would also require, I said that about the portal. It also establishes that funds can be transferred from this Wildlife Connectivity Fund to the Transportation Trust Fund. And at SHA's request, those funds would be transferred in a way that they're unrestricted. So once they go into the Transportation Trust Fund, it's completely at SHA's discretion whether and how to use those funds. But we have also put some transparency provisions in there where SHA will report in the CTP on funds that are allocated and used and projects that are in progress, because we think it's reasonable for people to know how this money is being spent. We also looked a lot at land use guidance, and we spoke to Mako about how to do this, because if we're developing habitat crossings, we also need to consider the land use for the habitat that's around the roads, because it doesn't do any good to create a crossing if we're then gonna develop high-density developments on one or both sides of that. So what this does is it requires, and this is a statement that Mako authorized, it requires the counties and the local jurisdictions to consider wildlife crossings and habitat connectivity when they're developing their comprehensive plans. It doesn't require them to actually put anything in, but they have to consider it. And it also requires the Department of Planning, and I have talked to the Department of Planning about this, and they're fine with it, to work with DNR and SHE to provide information to the counties and the local jurisdictions about crossings and habitat connectivities, concerns, and plans. So HB 731 lays a strong foundation that Maryland can build on to protect wildlife and motorists. I want to just mention a couple things really quickly. If you printed out the testimony or you looked at the testimony earlier, I would ask that you re-download the testimony from DNR, because what was in your bill file was incorrect. They have now sent corrected testimony, so what's in the bill file now from DNR is the correct testimony. The other thing is the fiscal note. The fiscal note is complete fantasy. The fiscal note says that $3 million a year is required for this. That's not based on anything that came from any department. That's based on, they said it's based on National Wildlife Federation saying that states have spent millions of dollars on this. It's not clear to me whether they actually got that from National Federation's, Wildlife Federation's website, or they actually talked to somebody. But even if they talked to somebody, that person had no idea what's going on in Maryland. Nothing in this bill requires infrastructure. There's nothing that would require a $3 million fiscal note. So SHA is working on a letter to clarify what the actual fiscal cost will be. So I ask you to please bear with me and wait for that letter. So with that, I want to turn it over to my panel and ask for a favorable report. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Anna Mudd, and I am the Senior Policy Director for Potomac Conservancy. We are one of the region's leading advocates for clean water, healthy land, and vibrant communities. We are supporting this legislation. We think it's fantastic that it fosters collaboration among all stakeholders. We're going to hear a lot about wildlife, but I think it's also important to note that wildlife crossings also have the potential to reduce erosion, filter pollutants, and further protect forests and streams, which is really important to Potomac Conservancy's mission. And most importantly, I think this really ensures that the wildlife movement is considered in land use planning, which it currently is not. So I have additional details outlined in my written testimony, so I'll just conclude with urging all of you to have a favorable report for House Bill 731. Thank you.
Vice Chair Boyce, committee members, I'm Michael Wolpers with the Maryland chapter of the Sierra Club. We support the bill as it lays out the groundwork, as you heard, for long-term efforts to improve wildlife passage across our roads, which will, in addition to preventing deer vehicle collisions, also protect rare, threatened, and endangered wildlife from becoming roadkill. I'm going to focus on turtles. Among Maryland's turtles, 5 of our 18 species suffer significant mortality due to vehicle strikes, according to DNR. These include the diamondback terrapin, which is the state reptile, and of course the mascot of the University of Maryland College Park. Vehicle collisions significantly impact 4 other species as well. As you heard, there are 4 major provisions in the bill, and all 4 of them, that is the coalition, the fund, the public education, and the guidance for counties and municipalities, all include provisions for protecting our endangered turtles and amphibians by providing passageways eventually under roads. The long-term effect will be to allow our wildlife to conduct their natural movements with far less risk of mortality from vehicle traffic. Our reptiles and amphibians are especially vulnerable to vehicle collisions because, no surprise, they are slow-moving. Drivers, though, instinctively stop or swerve to avoid hitting these gentle creatures. The results range from fender benders to multi-car collisions, such as a 7-car accident in Florida in 2023 and another multi-car accident in New Jersey recently. Road mortality overall is one of the greatest contributors to declines of our freshwater turtles in North America. In one study in Maine, more than half of all the roadkill animals were turtles, frogs, and salamanders. In the eastern U.S. overall, turtle populations have suffered about a 10 to 20% loss only from road kills. Fortunately, State Highway has demonstrated a commendable ability to create wildlife passageways, even under major roads, which we hope will come to fruition in future years. In 2012, they received an award for exemplary ecosystems initiatives from the Federal Department of Transportation, citing innovative wildlife passages under the Intercounty Connector.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Thank you so much, Mr. Miles.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, Bill Miles on behalf of the Hunters of Maryland here in support of Delegate Ruth's bill and the co-sponsors that joined her. One might add, why would the Hunters of Maryland be supportive of something like this? Well, I learned a long time ago what Teddy Roosevelt said. There's always kind of, in a lot of opinions, ways it stirred how the hunters think about wildlife. I mean, Teddy Roosevelt once said that wildlife cannot speak, so therefore we must and we will. And I would call this bill a prescription for wildlife safety. When you look at the stats and what's going on, these roadways allow wildlife populations to move and become diverse. Allows them to graze, allows them to forage, allows them to breed, allows them to raise their young. This bill is about wildlife safety, and that's all anybody in this room should be caring about, is protection of wildlife. And I might add as well that there are 43 states now in America that have constructed over 1,000 of these overpasses and culverts, and that have saved supposedly over 22,000 animals and has reduced collision strikes by about 70%. You go out west and you look at the bighorn, you look at the elk, and you look at the deer out there, and some of those culverts out there and overpasses have saved over 96% of the wildlife that otherwise would have been roadkill. We all know what that looks like. And this bill will help stop that. And in terms of the cost of the fiscal notes, I used to head that fiscal note system up, so I know about fiscal notes. They're a tricky thing to write. But nonetheless, I'm glad it's being clarified because the bill has no fiscal impact whatsoever, and having staff that I can testify to that. So this is a good bill. Again, I'd call it a prescription for wildlife safety, and the Hunters of Maryland support the bill 100%, and Delegate Ruth for introducing it.
Thank you so much. Delegate Lehman.
Thank you so much for continuing your work on wildlife crossings. I don't know if you've ever been traveling in a car where you or someone else hit an animal, especially a deer, because they are large, but I have. I was a child traveling actually with my aunt when we hit a deer, and it's something you never forget. It's very traumatic. We were okay, fortunately, that the deer was not. But my question is about whether you can say a little bit more about this informal connectivity group. I was glad to hear that that is going on right now. But if I recall, it seems like you ran into a fair amount of resistance originally on this concept from State Highway. So I'm glad to hear there is some kind of working group. What are they focusing on, and what does, I know what connectivity by itself means, but what does it mean in the context of considering how animals can safely cross? They obviously don't know how to read signs. So how does that work, and what are they looking at in this group?
Thank you so much for the question, Delegate Lehman. And I, first of all, to the first part of your question, I one time hit a possum, and I had to pull off on the side of the road and cry because I was just so upset that I had hit a possum. And the deer vehicle collisions are so common. As I've been going to community associations in my district during the interim, I've started asking people, has anybody here ever hit a deer? And pretty much every community association, 4 or 5 people raise their hand. So it's very, very common. And it is heartbreaking, you know, to see the harm to the animals, not just the harm to your car, and humans have been killed as well. As far as I guess it was a multi-part question, so I'll do my best to address it. I don't believe that SHA was opposed to the effort. They have participated in this informal coalition all along. Their problems were with some of the ways that the bill was written last session that was very too prescriptive, requiring them to do certain things that, you know, in some ways it was putting the cart before the horse. And while we worked a lot with them last session to address those with amendments, ultimately, you know, it just was really, like I said, putting the cart before the horse. And so we're really focused on laying the groundwork this time. Connectivity, you asked what connectivity means, and it just means connecting disparate parts of the habitat where you might have a turtle or whatever animal where their habitat is divided by a roadway. And in some cases, they can't get across the road to get to mates or to get to their food source. And in some cases, it becomes a boundary that limits the genetic diversity of the population, where if they can't get out, they can only breed with the animals that are in that one specific area, and so they're sort of interbreeding with each other, and it limits the genetic diversity. And so when we say connectivity coalition, it's a coalition that's working to figure out ways to connect those separate parts of the habitat that are divided by roads. And there are many ways to do that. There are fancy overpasses, but those are expensive. But there are things like culverts, simple culverts, you know, like I said, existing underpasses that can be made more friendly for the wildlife, anything that we can do to connect those, as well as looking at land use along the highways as well. Did that answer your question?
Yes, it does. Thank you for your work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Delegate. I don't think you give yourself enough credit. Because of her work last year, while her bill did not pass, she did push SHA to write the grant for the money that they do have now to begin this process. So kudos to you, Delegate Ruth. Sometimes it's not a bill, but we still have power to make the departments do what they need to do. So you should congratulate yourself on that.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and your work as well. Thank you.
I do want to ask a question about this bill as it does relate to the money. If the money is frozen, does this bill still move, or how do you anticipate that?
Thank you so much. If the money is still frozen, this still lays a valid groundwork, because hopefully there will be some donations coming in. The Connectivity Coalition can continue to meet to figure out ways that we can move forward with this. Obviously, it's going to be much more difficult if there's not more money, but part of it is just looking at, you know, how we can adapt what we're already doing.
Right.
You know, and it's nice to be able to think of building new crossings, but some of it is just thinking about how, as we're expanding a highway or you know, doing other work, how we can make sure that we're doing that in a way that's compatible with the wildlife that surrounds it.
Thank you so much. And just to clarify Delegate Lehman's question, this informal kind of connectivity group, how long have they been meeting? How long have they been kind of a group? I think that's one of the things I was interested in.
Thank you, Madam Chair, since 2023.
Thank you so much. And since there are no more questions at this time, I'd like to call up, is there a Stacy Volodin? Yes, and then we will take our online witnesses. Welcome to the committee. When you get settled, you can begin. You'll have 2 minutes.
Hello, Vice Chair, Committee. My name is Stacy Volodin. I'm the Maryland State Director for Humane World for Animals, formerly known as, My name is Stacy Volodin. I'm the Maryland State Director for the Humane World for Animals, formerly known as Humane Society of the United States. I am here representing our members from the state of Maryland with enthusiastic support for HB 731. There is not a single key point or talking point that was not hit upon by this wonderful group of advocates. So in respect of your time, I just want to say that the Humane World for Animals wholeheartedly supports HB 731.
That's how you do a testimony. Thank you so much. Does anyone have any questions for her? No? Seeing none, thank you so much.
Thank you.
We have 2 virtual witnesses, Lisa Radov, Maryland Votes for Animals. Is Lisa with us? Hey, Lisa, you can begin when you're ready.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Boyce, members of the committee. Lisa Radov here in support of HB 731. Some of you may already know that I used to own Gebco Insurance, our family business that my father started in 1971. I'm here today not only for Maryland Votes for Animals, but to speak to you as a former Maryland licensed insurance agent for over 30 years. For purpose of my testimony, I do want to focus on property claims. There are 2 categories of these types of property damage claims that we talk about with auto insurance. Comprehensive covers damage to your vehicle from unexpected non-collision events, theft, falling trees, weather damage, and animal damage, such as vehicle collisions. Why is that not a collision? Because there's another category. That is the collision category, which covers collision damage to a vehicle that is the result of the driver having a collision, whereas a wildlife incident is something the wildlife does to the driver. Vehicular contact with wildlife is not technically considered an at-fault accident. This is according to strict auto insurance underwriting, meaning that policyholders may not be penalized for that occurrence with a premium increase, as if they had caused a collision with another auto or something else. However, both of these types of claims, comprehension and collision claims, are used by insurance company underwriters to determine their loss ratios, which set their rates. As a result, higher loss ratios from these incidents can drive up Maryland auto insurance premiums. I see time is almost up. Bottom line, whether you love wildlife or you're concerned about your auto insurance premiums, it's time to pass this bill. I want to thank Delegate Ruth so much for her sponsorship and urge a favorable report.
Thank you very much. We'll turn to Misty Booz from the Wildlands Network. Please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Misty Bowes, and I'm here as a current member of the Maryland Connectivity Coalition and on behalf of Wildlands Network in strong support of this bill. And as Delegate Ruth mentioned, each year, we have these wildlife vehicle collisions resulting in injuries, fatality, and of course, millions in damages. But I would just like to add that, 14 Marylanders lost their lives in these crashes over the last decade. We know we can do something about that, and wildlife crossings work. When they're properly placed, they can dramatically reduce collisions, saving lives and our money. But to maximize that impact and to really make sure we're putting them in the right places, we really need a coordinated and data-driven plan. And that's what this bill provides. It gives us that foundation by identifying priority locations for crossings and establishing some clear performance metrics to be sure that we're making the best choices about where we put them. And then beyond this infrastructure question, we need public awareness. And I love that this bill prioritizes education and outreach. And that helps ensure that communities understand how these crossings prevent crashes, protect drivers, and support Maryland's natural heritage. And this is particularly important because it will help us raise those private funds for these efforts. Just last year, North Carolina raised over $2 million in private funding to build wildlife crossings. So we know this is of interest to the public once they know about it and once they have a method to do so. And the fund created by this bill will help provide that opportunity. So this legislation ensures Maryland is planning ahead and not just reacting after collisions occur. It makes sure all the right people are meeting regularly and putting their heads together so we can get the right systems in place to make our roads safer, protect wildlife, and save money in the long run. I urge your support for HB 731. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no questions, that concludes the bill here on House Bill 731. We'll turn to House Bill 741. Delegate Allen, hunting, non-lead ammunition, fox chasing, and deer management. And if you have a panel, please bring them up.
All right, buckle your seatbelts. Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the Finance Committee and the General Assembly, my name is Delegate Nick Allen, and I'm here to testify today in support of my bill, House Bill 741. HB 741 is a multifaceted bill that does a number of things. First, and most prominently, it begins a phase-out of lead ammunition for hunting in Maryland. Additionally, for the first time ever, it includes fox chasing under the definition of hunting. And finally, it establishes the Deer Management Assistance Program, which will be administered by our friends at DNR. We have a lot of witnesses today, and you will hear a lot about what this bill does and how important it is, or depending on who's speaking, how dangerous it is. But I would like to begin by speaking about what this bill does not do, no matter what the opposition might argue. And let me be absolutely clear. This bill does not ban lead ammunition. It simply does not. I myself am a veteran, a gun owner, and a hunter. If this bill passes in its current form, it will still be 100% legal in Maryland to buy, sell, and shoot lead ammunition. It will not be removed from the stores, it will not be taken away, and this bill is in no way an attack on anyone's Second Amendment rights. With that out of the way, I want to pose a question to the committee. Can you think of anywhere in our modern daily lives where we still use lead or we encounter lead? I can't think of a single one. And the question is, why is that? And I think we all know the answer. It's because we know intrinsically that there is no safe level of lead. It does not exist. There is no safe level. The only place that I can think of where lead is still used in a common way outside of science and stopping Superman is in firearms and ammunition. So again, the health risks are well known. For example, I was speaking to a friend the other day, and she was saying when she was pregnant, she was advised to not go to the firing range and shoot a gun, simply because being around ammunition is potentially harmful to her and to her baby. So again, if the health risks are that significant for someone who's pregnant, just to be around lead, imagine the risk when it comes to actually consuming toxic lead in the food we eat, or for those animals and the carrion eaters who ingest it in the wild. In fact, there have already been restrictions on lead ammunition in hunting. There is a precedent. Way back in 1991, when I was an infant, the federal government recognized the danger that lead and lead ammunition pose to our health and to the health of our environment and waterways when they banned the use of lead ammunition for waterfowl hunting. They did this not only because this type of hunting takes place in close proximity to our bodies of water, but also because these migratory birds are a national level resource, and any lead introduced into this resource is too much lead. So again, federally, lead ammunition has been banned for waterfowl since 1991. We all know that lead is toxic to human and animals alike. And regarding the cost of non-toxic ammunition, which is again one of the main arguments against this bill, I completely understand the concern here. But right now, non-toxic ammo options are slightly more costly than the toxic lead versions. But this is why we're using this phased-in approach. The goal here is to gradually increase the demand for the non-toxic options, which will drive down the price as more and more Marylanders purchase the non-lead options. I also know there may be some concerns about the timeline in this bill, the timeline for the phase-out. I've spoken with a number of hunting groups who are also concerned about the implementation date not lining up exactly with hunting season, because our implementation dates in Maryland tend to be July 1st or October 1st. And I'll say, just kind of in general, when it comes to the timeline, if the committee in its wisdom decides to amend the final date, whether again to align with hunting seasons or for any other reason, I am open to that. My goal here is that we get toxic lead out of the food that we consume and the wildlife food chains. I count that as a victory. I also want to point out that our friends from the Hunters and Marylanders, while they're not supporting this bill, they're also not opposed to this bill. We're working with a number of groups of outdoorsmen and hunters to try to find compromise. And that's really what this bill is. This bill is the product of a lot of stakeholders who you will hear from very shortly, a lot of hard work, a lot of compromise, and I think we have something that is really worthwhile. There are also some who claim that the presence of lead ammunition, and by extension in the food that hunters and their families eat, or in the ecosystem, or in the digestive tracts of our wildlife, is not a concern. Apparently, some are even arguing that we already have enough bald eagles flying around. I don't think I'd ever see anyone argue that, but here we are. So to them, and in closing, I will simply pose one last simple question. How much lead are you willing to consume or let your family consume on a regular basis? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Delegate Allen. Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, distinguished members of the committee, Gil Jen here on behalf of the Animal Wellness Action Center for a Humane Economy. The delegate's absolutely right. Last year, historically, we had this bill in EEE, and we worked extensively with advocates and the opponents there, and particularly DNR. At that time, the bill was a 2-year phase-out. So the delegate's absolutely right. Working with Secretary Kurtz, Mr. Pedito, who will be here later, and other advocates from DNR, we came up with a 4-year phase-out on this bill, and specifically the 4th year is the deer, rabbits, and squirrels. And the bill only applies to those enumerated in the bill on page 4, lines 6 through 17. There is concern about the cost. There is testimony before you that the cost differential between copper and lead is de minimis. There's concern about accuracy and lethality of lead bullets. Copper ammo is superior. Just ask our special ops, why do they use copper? The military uses copper and other alternatives, not lead. As to antique firearms, there's some testimony in there of concern. Ted Williams, who's one of the nationally acclaimed writers of outdoorsmen and a hunter, says there's adequate .22 rimfire ammo available and adequate ammunition available for antique firearms. I've appended on my testimony some lead exposure that shows some direct connection with children getting impacted by lead. We would commend a favorable report on this bill for your consideration. Thank you.
And for the record, Mr. Chair, it's not that Ted Williams.
Yeah, right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Wayne Pacelli with Animal Wellness Action and a consortium of groups favoring this bill. I want to note that this is nothing new. We've known that lead is a poison for 2 millennia, for 2,000 years. We've taken it out of other commercial uses, out of toys, out of gasoline, out of a wide range of other products in commercial use. This is, as Delegate Allen said, a last vestige. This is also nothing new in terms of addressing this as a policy issue. 34 years ago, the United States stopped the use of lead ammunition in waterfowl hunting. Now, Maryland's Eastern Shore was one of the meccas of commercial waterfowl hunting. This was a seamless transition. 1.4 million mallard ducks out of now a population of 6.6 continent-wide were being poisoned a year. That is a continent-wide population effect on just that one species of mallard ducks. California had the same approach of 4-year phase-out. That was the basis for the discussions that we had with key stakeholders to agree to this multi-year phase-out by species. I'll also just say that we have heard different firearms invoked that they can't take non-lead ammunition. We have looked online and talked to hunters and found alternative forms of ammunition for every type of weapon. And let me just say that in 1991, when this was prohibited for waterfowl hunting, you had to go to your local gun shop to get your ammunition. Now you can call Cabela's or others and you can get it delivered to you the next day. You have the entire nation to draw from in terms of the types of ammunition. It is all available to us in abundance. And I just want to close by saying that hunting's a privilege. It's a privilege that requires responsibility. There are all sorts of rules with respect to hunting, and we must abide by them. This is one of the simplest, straightforward conservation and animal welfare measures you can imagine for wildlife. Thank you.
Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Jim Keene. I'm an agricultural veterinarian, a former career USDA research scientist, and currently Director of Veterinary Sciences for the Center for Humane Economy. I urge this committee to decide in favor of HB 741 to have a phase-out of lead ammunition in Maryland. Lead in ammunition is the greatest, largely unregulated source of toxic lead that is discharged into the environment by the many tons every year. I live in rural South Dakota. My family hunts white-tailed deer, waterfowl, and pheasant every year on our family's 800-acre grain and livestock farm. No hunter in my family would object if lead ammunition were banned in South Dakota. It's not banned. I wish it was. Please look carefully at the x-rays of deer carcasses and commercial processed venison, which I have in my written testimony. And you can see images of deer where they're peppered with the up to 18 inches from the bullet pathway, many, many toxic particles compared to the copper. And even in venison, commercially processed venison, there's lead particles. As hunters, we eat what we kill. It's impossible to remove these hundreds of lead fragments from a harvested pheasant or deer carcass or from a gut pile. And none of us want to poison ourselves, our family, our friends, or non-game wildlife. Also, as a veterinarian, I can attest that lead poisoning of wildlife is common, it's hard to treat, and often causes a prolonged, painful, and extremely unpleasant death. Hunters can now readily use lead-free ammunition to ensure cleaner wild game and have fewer deleterious impacts on non-game wildlife. In other words, to be true wildlife conservationists. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Questions on the bill for the sponsor or his panel? Delegate Guyton.
Hi, thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and thank you for bringing the bill, Delegate Allen. I really appreciate it. I love animals, as you know. I'm wondering two things really quickly. First, have other states passed this sort of legislation, and where are they? And then the second question I have is, I believe you that lead is bad for people, for the environment, and for animals, absolutely. But do we have any more data about the effects that it has had over the past years on these populations? Have the populations declined? Is there any actual scientific research into this?
So to answer the second question first, regarding the human impact, if you look on your floor systems, there is a study from Brown University, I believe just from last year, from 2024. Lead ammunition or exposure to lead ammunition in humans and in children is something that really hasn't been studied a whole lot. This is probably one of the biggest and certainly the most recent study of it. And the conclusion is basically that it's just as bad as exposure to lead paint, which we all kind of agreed on however many years ago to do away with. And now we're just kind of catching up, like we said, to this last vestige that lead itself occupies. Remind me, the first question was about other states. California, I know, did a ban as a few years ago now.
Yeah.
I think Minnesota has pending legislation as well.
May I add to that a little bit? Thank you, Delegate Guyton. I want to emphasize that the migratory bird restrictions, or ducks, geese, cranes, and swans, applied to the entire United States, to Arkansas, Louisiana, Minnesota, Michigan. This is a nationwide ban for a whole category of species. Some states have restrictions by species. California is the only one that's phased it out entirely. Maryland should be a leader. You know, I've been in Maryland lived in Maryland 35 years. We've tripled the deer kill in those 35 years. We were shooting and killing 25 to 30,000 deer. Now it's 75 to 80,000. That means 75 to 80,000 gut piles with lead speckled within the carcasses for 100+ species to be poisoned. Let me just say that the hunters, and almost every hunter I know, wants to consume the meat he or she kills. You bring it home, and you're not only subjecting yourself to it, but you're subjecting your family to this. Many people, because the bag limits have been increased, you can shoot 2 or even 3 deer. Many people donate to food banks. The people who are getting this at food banks are being subjected to lead poisoning, and we said no level of lead consumption is safe. Minnesota and North Dakota, 2 of the biggest hunting states, they're forbidding the use of lead ammo shot deer from being donated to food banks. That may happen here in Maryland. And that is going to decrease the deer kill, because many hunters are not going to shoot the animals if they can't donate the venison to a food bank.
And also, when we talk about the gut piles, the lead that's left in them, and the scavengers that eat that, a lot of times we're talking about birds. So a piece of lead the size of a grain of rice is enough to poison a bald eagle.
All right, thank you so much.
Delegate Long.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. You knocked it out the park. Impeccable presentation. I wanted to ask, and the thought came to my mind, and I did a quick search. Have any one of you all considered the environmental justice impacts of lead ammo in preparing this? I know the NIH has a scholarly article on it, so just wondering if that ever crossed your mind.
Well, I think the food bank observation is right on point. People who get food from food banks are hungry, and they're facing some food crisis in their life. And you know, venison is basically an organic product. We have abundant deer populations, and that can feed a lot of people. But if you compromise the carcass by infecting it with lead shards that are invisible to the eye, Dr. Keene's X-ray is incredible. I mean, this had a radius. The impact zone with lead was about 14 inches. The copper slug entered the animal, and it just rested inside the body. So yes, I think it's for all those people who are patrons of food banks, this is a very central question.
Marginalized communities, exactly. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Well, and also for families who hunt. You know, my wife grew up in northern Michigan, and she tells the story that when her father would hunt in the winter, you know, he'd get a deer or 2, and that was their main source of protein for the year. And it was a huge cost-saving measure. So there's a lot that comes with that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Delegate Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Delegate Allen, did you say in the beginning that we were not going to outlaw lead shots?
That's correct.
Period.
We're not outlawing the purchase of it, the sale of it, or the use of it. We're outlawing the use of it in hunting. but you can still buy lead shot anywhere that's sold. You can still use it for target practice for skeet and trap, self-defense, home defense.
You just can't use it for hunting.
Correct.
Okay, then my second question is, are you aware, when you talk about the lead poisoning, any incidents in Maryland where lead poisoning has taken place and caused a problem? Besides conjecture, is there any evidence in Maryland where this has happened?
Well, Delegate, let me just say that we'll submit a whole host of studies. There are 500 studies. Many of them are human-based studies about elevated lead levels in the study group. So not just the Brown University study, but there was just one from New Zealand. Lead is one of the elements. And we've seen it all over the world, elevated lead levels. I will say that the biggest study of all in terms of wildlife was on eagles. It was an 8-year study. Almost every state fish and game agency was represented, federal wildlife managers. Half of all eagles, this was a continent-wide survey from Alaska to Florida, half of eagles had acute toxicity of lead in their systems, half on a continent-wide basis. So it's just biology. I mean, lead just doesn't agree with us, and there is no safe level of consumption. And these 500 studies, I've talked to so many people in the wildlife profession, there's no dispute about the science any longer. No dispute at all.
So we have the science, but we don't have any actual cases in Maryland, correct?
Well, it's not like an emergency room situation. This is a cumulative impact. Toxins are not something that you ride, over to the hospital to get treated for lead exposure. It's something that's cumulative, and when there was a study by the National Academy of Sciences that said that U.S. IQ levels dropped by 2 points as a consequence of the fumes from leaded gasoline. So that is a nationwide cognitive effect. Now, there are many different effects on different organs, but the cognitive effects, I think, are the most dramatic, and that National Academy of Sciences study was inclusive of Maryland.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I do not see any additional questions. For efficiency, I'm going to bring up the other favorable and favorable amendment in-person witnesses together. Susan Miller, Earth Justice, Lindsay Thompson, Maryland Grain Producers Association, and Paul Pedito, Department of Natural Resources. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Susan Miller. I'm a senior attorney with Earth Justice. Earth Justice is a nonprofit environmental law firm that represents other nonprofits free of charge. I will avoid repeating everything that has been already said today. I just want to point out the delegate asked if there are any studies available. In our written testimony, we cite in the footnotes several studies, including one on the effects of lead from ammunition on birds and other wildlife, and lead exposure through eating wild game. So there are several in there. You should be able to link to the sites, but if any delegate has a problem getting the study, please let me know. And the other thing I would point out is with regard to the cost differential. Maine Department of Inland Fisheries and Wildlife studied the cost differential and found out the increase in costs for hunters would be approximately $10 a year between buying non-lead and buying lead ammunition. So, and I believe everything else that I was going to say was said and probably said better by others. So thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Lindsay Thompson here on behalf of Maryland Grain Producers Association, favorable with amendments. I'm going to speak mostly to a portion of the bill that we haven't really talked about, but we are very grateful for, and that this bill requires the Department of Natural Resources to create a deer management assistance program. We've already talked a lot about crop damage here today, and so the vision for this program and these positions, hopefully, would be for them to provide technical assistance to farmers and landowners to determine what a healthy and sustainable deer herd would be for their property, and then come up with a plan and help to provide technical resources in order to help those farmers and landowners control the deer herd on their property and therefore control crop damage. The one amendment, and we don't have a specific amendment, we just have a concern around the timeline of implementation for the lead ammunition phase out specifically. So farmers that are using deer depredation permits are I guess, hunting at a much higher frequency than your normal hunter that it might cost $10 a year for this differential. We did do some research and found that the non-lead alternatives for deer can cost upwards of 20% more, some as much as 50% more than the non-lead options. And we also have concerns around availability. You heard you can order these things online. I stopped at a sporting goods store on the way over here. They did have some non-lead options for rifles, but I could not find any non-lead option slugs for shotguns, which a lot of people do utilize for crop damage abatement permits. So we would just ask that the sponsor continue to have conversations with us in the Department of Natural Resources on the proper timeline and a potential off-ramp at the department's discretion. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. Again, Paul Pedito, Assistant Secretary of Land Resources for Maryland Department of Natural Resources. We are here in support with amendments, and like our friends in the grain producers, our focus is primarily on two other elements of the bill. The Deer Management Assistance Program, incredibly important to us, born of a 2-year conversation with many of you in the room. As we see it as the last piece of the puzzle for us to really get into the weeds, if you will, with our landowners and farmers as it relates to how to best manage the deer on their properties. We believe what we need next is take that suite of tools. We do things in Maryland in terms of the authority for people to take deer that don't exist in many other states and jurisdictions, including our neighbors. We believe the problem is, in conversations with our friends at the Farm Bureau, grain producers, members of the legislature, and individual farmers, is they don't understand how those tools work in practice. What the Deer Management Assistance Program, or DeerMat, would do is put people in the field on site at those farms, one-on-one, talking to those individual farmers and landowners, how those tools work, what their authority to use them is, how effective they can be for those particular circumstances, give them some sense of liability exposure. We have a great recreational use statute in Maryland that many of you contributed to creating. We think most landowners don't understand that, or they get bad information from their insurer or their attorneys. And ultimately give them a script for how to make this happen on their land, a template lease that outlines the provisions they should have in place. And finally, and perhaps most importantly, give them a strategy to monetize those deer management capacities, meaning create a source of income from a lease for all of that. I'll stop there.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for these panelists? Delegate Stein.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Paul, maybe you answered my question, which was going to be, how does would your existing deer management permit program be folded into the new program under the bill?
That's a good question, Delegate. So it would be part of the, one of the options that the DMAP team would provide to a landowner or farmer in those conversations. Deer management permits are an option. Deer control is an option. The regular hunting seasons are an option. And then there's sort of the non-lethal strategies, right? Somebody who's growing strawberries on an acre probably doesn't need to kill deer. They need to fence them out. What are your options there? How to most effectively build that fence, maintain that fence? And I neglected to say that our amendment on that particular issue is that the bill allows for one person. I can tell you I've been doing this as part of a template or a pilot that we worked through with Department of Agriculture, Farm Bureau, and some of the lawmakers in this room. And as one person with a variety of other jobs, it's nonstop. We have a lot of landowners and farmers who have a concern about deer damage. They want to learn more. We would build a team to put this in place, and deer management permits would just be one of the tools that they could leverage.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Delegate Lehman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you both for being here. Paul, do you know how many individual counties have deer management programs?
They're eligible and used in every county in the state.
So most counties have a separate program that they run, or no?
No, they don't have a separate program, but they have a I'm sorry, Delegate.
Do they have a program in partnership with you, or any counties, you know, I would imagine some bigger counties with significant, like large rural areas, Montgomery or Prince George's or others have their own county-based program, or is that not the case?
Nope, I got you. So Montgomery County was first in we're going to create our own deer management plan and build out from there. Then Howard, I think right now what we have really is Montgomery and Howard counties, and then a lot of conversations with other jurisdictions down to even like the HOA level.
Oh, okay.
And again, that's where we see the DMAP really playing a substantial role, is helping local jurisdictions build those plans and getting a more sort of fine point strategy in place for those places.
But one additional person would make a pretty big difference for your agency focusing on this statewide, or?
Yeah, actually, we have some substantial concerns about the fact that the bill stands up a new program and gives us one body. I can't leave here with folks thinking that, I don't want to leave with the impression that one is enough. It's not even close, given the interest that we have. We have 10,000 deer management permits, 3,000 deer management permits out there across the state. So if every one of those permit holders had an interest in learning more about how to improve and potentially monetize their deer management, I can't run that with one person.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Delegate Long.
Question for you. The fox chasing provision of the bill, is that important to DNR, and then why?
That's a great question. So the connection to the fox chasing element here, really, there's a nexus between that and the Deer Management Assistance Program. In that, how do we fund a new Deer Management Assistance Program, particularly given the complexities of the budget that all of you are having to deal with? This one, it's baked into the bill. So we license a group of individuals who are currently chasing wildlife, arguably not for the purpose or intent to kill it, but the statute doesn't care about that. Pursue is in the definition of hunt. Historically, they've been exempted. They would have to buy a $35 hunting license now to participate in the unarmed sport of fox chasing. We estimate that number, with the 3-to-1 federal match that we're entitled to, and we do not anticipate this one going away because there's strong historical, decades-old bipartisan interest in the Pittman-Robertson Act. That pays for the program. It also creates some benefits to the fox chasing community, in my opinion, in that they would now be in the department's capacity to survey. So we survey all of the hunters in Maryland. That data allows us to ensure that what they're doing is sustainable, it's well-regulated, it's enforceable, and it gives us the capacity to defend in the event that we're attacked, that it is no longer any of those things. Being able to survey them going forward is an important part of the scope of the bill as we read it.
Thank you so very much for the eloquent response. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
Delegate Ruth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Assistant Secretary. So you said that, but I just want to clarify and make sure that the fox chasing license requirement and the deer management specialists, those were recommendations that came out of committee, not a committee, but a work group that a number of members of this committee were a part of. Is that correct?
That's correct. And a JCR, which one of the fundamental recommendations was creating a mechanism to do a deer management assistance program and how to fund it. This was sort of the last group of folks who do not pay a fee to participate in the hunting community.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Boyce.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Bridio. I do have a question. Certainly given the need for deer management, why isn't it a separate bill from this?
Well, that I can't answer. I guess I would surmise that the three pieces of this, particularly the fox chasing nexus and the deer management assistance program, that's pretty elegant marriage in terms of how do we fund it and how do we bring in this other group. I think for the department's part, we're kind of threading the needle here on the lead thing. As a professional wildlife biologist, I can't sit here and say that it's okay for bald eagles to die.
Sure.
And when they eat lead, they die.
Sure.
We think it's inevitable that, this country will pivot over to lead, so to non-lead. And, ultimately, I don't know, maybe it's a separate bill, but we're here today.
I'm just curious why it's in here. It seems like a definite need. We talk about it year after year after year. I'm not sure why it's not standing on its own. This is just a question.
Understood.
Delegate Jacobs.
Chairman, Mr. Perdita, while we're on the unarmed fox chase portion of it, I just want to make certain, and that's, the requirement is for a resident or non-resident full season hunting license.
That is correct, Delegate.
But no stamp.
No stamps, and we have our Assistant AG, who's a brilliant legal scholar. She flagged for us that there's a section in the law that we did not exempt the chasers from the stamps, and we've submitted that amendment already. We've also built into this recognition, both in law and in practice, that they would not be subject to any new requirements in terms of seasons and bag limits. Hunter education, we're not going to make them go to a 9-hour hunter ed program. That exemption is in the bill.
So if you have a hunting license, full or non-resident hunting license, and you're fox chasing, if you cross properties of different people, you have to obtain a written permission by each landowner. Is that correct?
You do.
I mean, according to the law that's in place right now.
Right. Could I add a little bit more to yes or no?
Well, I was asking a yes or no, but I'm sure you'll embellish it.
That's why I asked.
Go ahead.
So practically what would happen is if I'm the hunt master for this hunt, I'm going to get permission from all the landowners whose property line we're going to cross. And if Natural Resource Police were to stop and contact another person who's riding with us who happens to get disconnected from the hunt and say, what are you doing here and who are you with? They're going to say, I'm with, Hunt X. That law enforcement officer is going to run down that hunt master and say, is this person supposed to be with you? Yes. Conversation ends there. It's no different than a hunt club where the lease says Paul Pedito and his or her guests. It doesn't list everybody. You can't enumerate everybody that might be there. And our natural resource police officers have decades of experience of sort of ferreting out those moments when they make contacts.
I'm just trying to make sure I understand the way the law has been for many years. If you have a Maryland hunting license, you have to obtain a letter of permission to hunt on property. It doesn't say that the bushmaster or whatever you call them can do it for everybody. It says everybody has to have a written letter. That's what I'm trying to clarify.
Yeah, I mean, you could in today's digital age, you could get a text from that landowner and then share it with everybody that's going to be on the hunt. Group chat. Here's your permission. If you feel like you need to have it that specifically.
So you can do the same thing hunting as well.
Absolutely.
Like goose hunting, duck hunting, deer hunting,
100%.
dove hunting. All you need is a text message.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Delegate Ziegler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Pedito, in terms of getting a federal match for, because I was thinking there just aren't that many fox hunters, but so you might not get that much money. But in terms of getting the federal match, wouldn't that then disallow you from using it for deer management?
So we see the deer management. You've been an active participant in the conversations, and you've got it figured out, Delegate. We see this sort of the Deer Management Assistance Program as creating hunting opportunities as part of the conversation with those landowners and farmers. So if those technicians are talking to you as a farmer landowner about opportunities to use recreational hunters as one of the tools for you, doesn't mean you have to. It doesn't mean you ever will. It just means we've said it. Then that is an eligible, reimbursable conversation. If all we said to you was only use sharpshooters to kill your deer at night, then that is ineligible. So it's a great question, and it's an important nuance.
I understand. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any further questions? Delegate Davis, you're good? Okay. All right, that concludes this panel. We have some virtual witnesses. We'll start with Lisa Radiff, Maryland Votes for Animals.
Good afternoon, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Boyce. Lisa Radov here. I'm in favor of HB 741. I'm not going to go back through the very comprehensive and compelling testimony that you've already heard. Just wanted to say that this is very important to the members of Maryland Votes for Animals because it affects animals, people, and the environment. So 3 for 1. It's time to get the lead out. Thanks so much to Delegate Allen for his sponsorship of this bill and urge a favorable report.
Thank you very much. We'll turn to Elaine Leslie, CPNP.
There we go. Thank you so much for having me today. My name is Elaine Leslie. I'm representing, besides myself in this interest, executive board member of the Coalition to Protect America's National Parks, of which there are 24 in the state of Maryland. And I was the agency's chief. I'm since retired for biological resources for many, many years. I'm also a professional wildlife biologist. I've been a hunter and a fisher person. I've been working on this issue since the introduction and the recovery of the California condor in '95. So I've really been in the throes of the issue for quite a long time. For those of you who've never seen an animal in person that has been poisoned by lead, it's horrific. I mean, I've had a condor and a bald eagle in my arms while they were dying from lead poisoning, and it's just terrible. And not only that, the treatment is terrible. If you actually find one that's still alive, the chelation treatment, very harsh treatment, and you just hope and pray that they make it through. So we're not only concerned about the wildlife, although that's, a big interest of mine, but it's also the human health factor. So we need to tie these two together. I'm not going to repeat all the information that's been shared on the risks of lead to humans and to wildlife, but let's just remember that is a major factor here. And I really appreciated the gentleman who talked about environmental justice. Clearly, people who fish and people who hunt rely on that. There's many who do. In the National Park Service, when I dealt with overabundance of white-tailed deer, particularly on the East Coast, but throughout the country, we made a policy where we had to use non-lead because we wanted to donate that meat to the food banks all over the country. So that is a policy within the national park when you're working at reduction of overpopulated species to use
Thank
non-lead.
you so much. Thank you so much for your testimony. We appreciate you being with us. We'll then turn to Stephanie Boyles Griffin, Humane World for Animals.
Well, good afternoon, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, and members of the committee. My name is Stephanie Boyles Griffin, and I serve as a senior scientist in the Wildlife Protection Department at Humane World for Animals. I also served 11 years as a commissioner on the Maryland Wildlife Advisory Commission, and so I really appreciate the opportunity to be here today to support HB 741, a bill that would phase out the use of highly toxic lead ammunition in Maryland. As many have already said, more than 130 species of wild animals have been documented as suffering from the effects of lead poisoning. They're exposed by foraging around spent lead from the ground, feeding on lead-tainted gut piles, or scavenging carcasses of animals shot with lead ammunition. The toxicological effects of lead on scavenging birds are grave, very well established. It is one of the leading causes of death of our bald eagles. In birds, a single ingested shotgun pellet or a bullet fragment is sufficient to cause brain damage, impairing critical neuromuscular, auditory, and visual responses. And when these poisoned animals survive after this experience, the long-term negative impacts make them more susceptible to predation, and then dangers like vehicle collisions. Other research finds a direct correlation between lead exposure increases in female black bears and the number of big game animals hunted in an area where they exist, and then increases in lead levels with age in both female and male black bears. And then, of course, consuming meat from animals killed with lead ammunition raises substantially high levels in humans and is highly fragmentable, nearly impossible to remove completely from meat, and its fragments can be found as far as 18 inches from a bullet wound channel. So for these reasons, broad health risks that lead pose to people and animals, Humane World for Animals reiterates its support for HB 741 to phase out the use of lead ammunition in Maryland. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll turn to Mark Pokras, DVM Associate Professor Emeritus, Cummings School of Veterinary Medicine. Please go ahead. You're on mute, sir.
I thought I had. Can you hear me now?
We can. Please go ahead.
Okay. Yes, thanks for having me here today. My name is Mark Pokras. I am a wildlife veterinarian. I've been working in the field of lead poisoning for over 40 years now on a wide variety of different wildlife species as well as domestic animals, and I consult in human health at a number of medical schools in the United States and overseas. And having listened to some of the testimony, I don't have a lot to add. I think I want to reinforce how incredibly toxic lead is. We've known about this for a long time. We haven't done anywhere near enough about it around the world. This is a major problem here in the United States with ammunition and other sources of lead. And I think there are two things that I want to emphasize here. One is the cumulative nature of lead. Today we're just talking about ammunition, and we maybe talk about little fragments in a piece of venison or something of that nature. But if I'm the consumer of this, my body accumulates lead over my lifetime. So if there's a little in the paint in my house and a little bit in the water from the old pipes and a little bit in the venison that I'm eating, my body's not differentiating that. It's adding this all up. It's depositing it in my liver and my kidneys and my bones. And there's a tremendous amount of literature on human health effects. We focus on the pediatric, but there's more and more literature on effects in older people like me, with women being particularly sensitive, postmenopausal women, to the effects of lead poisoning. It doesn't take much to poison us and to damage our cardiovascular systems, increase blood pressure, damage our kidneys, and affect brain function. Not only does this have a detrimental effect to the individual organism, whether you're an eagle or a person, but this is incredibly costly from a public health point of view. The state of Oregon has a report, I'd be happy to send you a copy, where they show that the cost of lead poisoning to the state of Oregon every year is greater than the cost of asthma, cancer, and other medical debilities to the human population in Oregon. It's almost $1 billion a year.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We appreciate it. Seeing no questions, we're going to move on to the unfavorable witnesses. I'm just calling these in order of sign-up. John Jocelyn, 2A Maryland. Kathy Wright, Maryland State Rifle and Pistol Association. Christy Claggett, Maryland Horse Council. And Kale Lager, Congressional Sportsman Foundation. Kaylee, sorry for my pronunciation. And one of you just please go ahead when you sit down.
Thank you, John.
It said do not press, and I pressed it, so there's that. So good afternoon, Chairman Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, members of the committee. My name is Kaylee Leager. That's okay, it's close enough, I've heard worse. I am the Senior Coordinator for the Congressional Sportsmen's Foundation, representing the Mid-Atlantic region. I would also like to say that I am a generational Marylander, Eastern Shoreman, and thankful to be back here today. So while CSF, Congressional Sportsmen's Foundation, supports bringing fox chasing in line with other forms of hunting by requiring them to purchase a hunting license, in addition to bringing farmers and hunters together as hunters are the preferred managers, or methods for wildlife management, we cannot support this legislation as it stands today because of the lead hunting ammunition language. I ask today that the non-hunting lead ammo portion of this legislation be amended out, as it will likely have unintended consequences on hunter participation and ultimately the conservation funding that the state receives. I instead suggest that the legislature work with the Department of Natural Resources to provide an educational and voluntary incentive-based program regarding the use of non-lead hunting ammunition. And again, some of that information is provided as an attachment to my written testimony. So in closing, again, over the options effectively addressing the issues that I have provided in my written testimony, I ask that you amend out the non-lead provision. And I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Kathy Wright, and I'm here to represent the Maryland State Rifle and Pistol Association. We oppose House Bill 741. I am not a hunter. My husband is, and I make a great elk bourguignon. I'd like to see hunting continue. But I do feel that this bill is an anti-hunting bill. And if you'll bear with me, I'll read a quote here from the president and CEO of the Humane Society. My husband is, and I make a...
Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Okay. Get some time back?
I'll be very kind at the end. Keep going.
Okay, thank you. The president and CEO of the Humane Society in the United States has been quoted as saying, "We are going to use the ballot box and the democratic process to stop all hunting in the United States. We will take it species by species until all hunting is stopped," and this was in California. "Then we will take it state by state." Our hunters are the backbone of the conservation movement. They rely on healthy environment for this sport and the means to feed their families. In the United States, wildlife experts do not manage wildlife based on single mortality incidents or emotions. Our country's wildlife management practices are based on the North American model of wildlife conservation, which is widely recognized as the best in the world. For more than a century, wildlife in the United States has been successfully managed through this model and has led to an incredible restoration of multiple species. The so-called facts provided by gun control activists and anti-hunting gurus do not use specific peer-reviewed scientific data. This lead bans would require alternative products, and that would be more expensive on average, 25% more expensive, and are not readily available. Thank you. We respectfully request an unfavorable report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. John Jocelyn speaking for 2A Maryland. Our opposition to this bill as currently crafted is based upon several points. First, while non-lead ammunition is available in some calibers, it is not available in all calibers. Two of the most common cartridges in Western Maryland hunting are 30-30 and 35 Remington. Neither cartridge is available in a non-lead option. We would suggest that if you're going to move forward with this bill, that you craft the legislation not to be a blanket approach, but to stipulate that the ammunition must be available for the type of firearm being used. Just because the firearm can be loaded with a copper round, let's say, doesn't mean that the rifling of the firearm can stabilize it properly. Many of these rifles were designed years and years ago with black powder cartridges that don't do the velocities or have the rate of twist to stabilize the bullet. That makes it inaccurate and potentially dangerous and also not effective on the game species. Our second concern is that there is a waiver of training for hunting licenses for fox chasers. We do not see any language in the bill that addresses the issue of how DNR will differentiate from a full hunting license for a fox chaser and a full hunting license for someone who's hunting deer. This is a technical provision that needs to be incorporated and dealt with. It is also interesting that there's no funding specifically in the bill for the DNR's fox deer management program. Certainly it's a good program, but there's no language in the bill that specifically supports it with funding. There's reference in the fiscal note that came out sometime in the last 24 hours indicating it's from special funds, but it doesn't really elaborate on where those funds are coming from. So as Mr. Pedito pointed out, to do this right, you're going to need far more than one person. We ask for an unfavorable report on the bill as crafted. Thank you.
Is this working? Yeah. Oh, good afternoon, committee. I'm Christy Claggett, resident of Anne Arundel County, Harwood, Maryland. I speak as a member of the board of the local fox chasing club and a member of the Maryland Horse Council Legislative Committee. The Maryland Horse Council is a membership-based trade association that represents the statewide horse industry, close to 700,000 Marylanders, and many Maryland fox chasing clubs are members of the Maryland Horse Council. I ask for your unfavorable vote on House Bill 741 on the particulars of the fox chasing aspect. Since 1970, the statute has been hunt excludes the sport of fox chasing. Why are we now changing it to any person who participates in unarmed fox chasing shall possess a resident or non-resident full season hunting license? Participates is a very vague term. Fox chasing is the art of scenting with a pack of hounds directed by staff and followed by non-staff on horseback, on foot, and in vehicles. Will the statutes and the regulations of hunters apply to all these people? In a fox chase, the fox goes to ground or loses the scent. The spectators are there for the thrill of viewing the fox and observing his cunning evasion. Currently, we have a year-long group fur bearers permit for $50 and fill a report by September 1st. As hunters, would we have a specific day restrictions now? If we become hunters, would we fall around fox hunters' seasons? Fox hunters now are only allowed November to February. Those are not people that are on horseback. Would we be required to carry the hunting license, the ID, and the landowner's permits with us? We'll cover 10 to 15 properties, so we're all going to be carrying 10 to 15 permissions. Anyway, can I just say one more thing? That the fiscal note seems to think that they're going to get the money from fox hunters. There are only really about 500 fox hunters or fox chasers in Maryland, so that's not going to be a lot of money, even if you multiply by 3 with the Pittman-Robertson.
Great. We have a question in response to the bill. Delegate Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The first question for Ms. Leaguer, always good to see you. And I understand the concerns about hunting participation. And I do want to say for the record, I am not out to end hunting. I am a hunter myself. I own a firearm. I'm a military veteran. I'm not out to end hunting. But we're talking about the reduction in participation is definitely a concern, right? But isn't it so? I looked online. Following the 1991 ban on lead ammo for waterfowl, in the years since then, participation in waterfowl hunting has actually increased 37%. So I don't know if that's as much of a concern as it might seem.
Are you asking me to confirm that, or?
Right. I mean, the data I'm getting from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife. I mean, are you aware of that?
I am. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And then for Ms. Claggett, what are some of the concerns you have, the specific concerns you said you're worried about equestrians or fox chasers following under certain restrictions that hunters, are you worried that you won't be able to fox chase on Sundays?
Well, restricted, what days are, well, that could be one of the days too that gets restricted. We don't really know. This is a strange just removal of a sentence and adding of a sentence, and it doesn't really deal with all the particulars and the specifics. So I have no idea. You tell me. Does it mean that we're not going to hunt on Sundays, or does it mean, what does it mean?
That's something we have to figure out too. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Delegate Jacobs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Jocelyn, I've got a couple questions. You brought up something that sparked my interest, is gun safety, and you talked about how some of this ammunition wasn't available in a couple of the most popular guns in Western Maryland. And I know that when the lead ban went in effect with shotguns, and they started shooting steel shot and copper-coated shot or whatever, that there was problems that people did damage to their barrels, shot the choke out of the barrels, changed the barrels just with steel shot. So when you're dealing with these rifled barrels that rifles are part of, and that's a rifling in the barrel, specially made in the barrel. And you talked about, you know, how some of these shells or ammunition's not available. I'm really concerned about the safety side of it when you do a blanket prohibition, that there's some shells or ammunition that may cause a safety issue in some guns that could be rifle barrel, I don't know, because we know it distorted some of the barrels when they switched over from lead to steel in shotguns. So I'm just, if you could briefly say how, you know, respond to that safety issue.
On the question on using steel or other type of shot as opposed to lead shot in a shotgun, when the shot load travels down the barrel, quite often it's in a wad that helps protect the shot. When it reaches what we call the choke, which is a constriction right at the muzzle, it's a squeezing effect. Lead is softer and compresses more easily. Steel does not. So unless the choke was designed for steel shot, you could in fact damage the shotgun. You may just wreck the choke, or if you have a shotgun that's old like mine where it doesn't have a screw-in choke that can be replaced, you might actually ruin the barrel. So they finally came up with a way to craft the technology so that it could handle steel shot. But you were looking either at a new set of choke tubes or you were looking at a new barrel to accompany that. The rifle is a whole different creature. The rifling in a barrel is a series of spiral grooves, and the reason they're there is to spin the bullet just in the same way as the football thrown by a quarterback. You've all seen it where the quarterback gets hit and then the ball starts to spin around sideways and it doesn't go as far or it doesn't go where the quarterback wanted it to go. A bullet can do the same thing if it's not stable. My personal rifle is a .35 Remington. It has a 1 in 16 twist rate, which is to say for every foot of barrel, or every 16 inches of barrel length, 1 revolution of the projectile. The faster you drive a projectile, the faster you have to spin it for it to stabilize or it begins to tumble. You can see it hit a paper target and you'll see what we call a keyhole impact, which is it went sideways. So when you have a given cartridge of a given diameter, you have to have certain ballistic properties that will meet DNR specs. And if memory serves me, it's 1,200 foot-pounds of energy at the muzzle for a rifle. So in order to get that, you have to have a certain mass at a given velocity. My .35 Remington was designed in 1906, and it's intended to throw a projectile at about 2,000 feet per second. So, and that's a lead projectile. Now, I can't make the bullet wider, so I have to make it longer in order to get the same amount of mass to get the same impact. The longer it is, the faster it has to spin in order to stabilize. The 1 in 16 rifling rate may not be fast enough to stabilize that. In fact, there is no factory ammunition that's designed for this copper jacket, the copper ammunition at this time. It simply is not available. There's also the issue of you have to tune the projectile to the velocity. If the velocity isn't sufficiently high, the bullet won't expand, and if it doesn't expand, it won't inflict sufficient damage to have a humane kill of the animal, and that doesn't benefit anyone. So our objection is that we're putting a blanket prohibition when we need, instead of using a hammer, we need to use a scalpel, and this bill is the hammer. If there were some exemptions for firearms, that no factory ammunition is available for it, that gives the folks who own these rifles a way to still continue to hunt. Otherwise, they're looking at a new rifle, and an awful lot of people may just say, that's it, I'm done, I'm not hunting anymore, I'm not buying a license. So I think we need to go into this carefully rather than doing it wide spectrum.
Thank you.
Delegate Lehman.
Mr. Chair, I forget which witness spoke to the issue of fox chasing versus fox hunting and the statistic that there are 500, I guess, fox hunters in Maryland. What is the difference, or where's the nexus between chasing foxes and hunting them?
Well, it is fox chasing that we're talking about. I mean, we've sort of flipped back and forth between those terms, but we've, in recent times, fox chasers call themselves fox chasers rather than fox hunters to distinguish from those that use firearms, and we don't use any kind of weapon at all. And so the clubs, there are 10 clubs in Maryland, and so this volume of licenses that is expected to add up to, I believe the fiscal note says like $240,000 is not real.
So wait, but what is the 500 number? Is that people who have licenses to do what? To hunt or chase or both?
No, people who, currently we get, a fox club gets a group fur bearers permit. And so that covers everybody that's in that club. So that club will buy a $50 group fox chasers permit. And now the change would be to have each individual within a club buy a hunting license, which is $35. But there's still, within Maryland, there are really only about 500 fox chasers that would be doing this. It's not a huge amount of 1,500.
But you're objecting to them each having to get their own license?
No, we don't object to that. We don't object to, what we object to is what are we really going to be, what's really going to be happening in terms of regulation and statute? We don't know from what this bill says what will happen. We don't know what the complexities are. So
okay,
we're not
against
having a hunting license. We would do.
On me, respectfully. Are you speaking officially for all of the Maryland Horse Council? Is this their position to oppose the bill, the Maryland Horse Council?
Their position is that the fox chasers are interested in examining a hunting license situation for fox chasers.
But is the Horse Council opposed to the bill?
And the Horse Council is supporting their members. So the Horse Council's position is to oppose the bill the way this is, but to work towards something that does work.
And have you talked to the sponsor about an amendment then, or is that just your policy?
Yes, we have.
Okay. So my last question, Mr. Chair, if I could, to this whole panel. I wonder if, and this might sound rhetorical, but I really would like a response. Can you accept that there are those of us in this room that support this bill that for humane reasons and for environmental reasons without calling us anti-hunting? Because frankly, I think that's disrespectful and kind of a dumbed down argument. That is not what this is about being anti-hunting, and one of the witnesses did state that. Isn't that so?
Okay, I think we already covered that the sponsor of the bill is a hunter, so I think we've trod that ground. Any additional questions? Our first question from Delegate Naylor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is to you, Ms. Claggett. My understanding is, the department manages wildlife management areas, right? And I think a part of the hunting revenue goes to that, or hunting license revenue. I guess I'm just kind of curious, do you guys ever utilize those facilities for fox chasing or any sort of state property? I recognize some of your concerns with regard to getting permission, and I think the line of questioning from Delegate Jacobs shed some light on that, but I'm wondering what the fox chasing community really does right now on state wildlife management areas or any other state property.
Pretty much not too many wildlife management areas. We do some state parks and mostly private land, but and as we're not saying that we shouldn't pay to be participants. We're just saying what are the regs and the statutes going to really impose on us.
Thank you.
Delegate Long.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, just a quick fact check. The Army does use copper bullets, that's a fact. But I did a Google search, and are you aware that there are different brands of 30 and 30 Winchester ammo exist, and that is easily accessible online?
There are different brands, sir, and
it's lead-free.
I have not found one yet that offers it in a copper bullet.
Okay.
My objection, our organization's objection, is that the ammunition may not be available. And we believe that if it's not available, you should still be able to hunt. And if it does turn out that the industry can find a way to create these projectiles that will stabilize in the twist rates of the barrels of the cartridges as they were designed, then we're looking at a different story, but that is not the case at this point, which is why the overall blanket approach is troublesome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Vice Chair Boyce.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony. Mr. Jocelyn, I thank you for your testimony, and I've heard many folks talk about whether it's the rifle or whether it's the shotgun and lead bullets or a type of bullets. Given that other states have done this, have put this phase out or ban, what are they doing in other states as it relates to ammunition and their rifles or their guns? Because it is happening in 2 other places. So do you know what they have done? Have they, and I'm sorry, I'm not a gun owner. I don't know anything about guns. But you talked about having to have, I guess for your shotgun, taking out a piece and replacing it so that whatever non-lead bullet you put in, ammo that you put in works or doesn't work. But given the fact that this is in other states, 2 other ones, what are you seeing that they're doing as it relates to using different types of ammunition for their rifles and shotguns?
Because shotguns do not spin the shot load, which would be counterproductive because it would spread the pattern and make it ineffective. There's no rifling, there's no twist rate to be involved, so that's a non-issue. The industry has found a way to make shotgun tubes that can tolerate the harder material of the shot load. And that has worked well, and I think that history has shown that it does work in the shotguns that are designed for it. And so far, we haven't seen any massive, issues with doing that technology. As far as the rifles goes, I really can't speak to what the other states are doing. I have not seen their legislation.
Okay, I'm just saying that in that it sounds like they're, and again, as someone who's not a gun expert, someone who doesn't use guns, is it potentially that they're either buying a new shotgun or a new rifle or a new gun, or they're creating some type of amendment or fix to it so that the alternative ammunition could be used, to somewhat of your point? Because it is, I mean, I guess the point I'm just saying is this has happened in 2 other places. So, and they're doing something.
There may be people who have the means to purchase a new firearm, which means they're retiring the one from its intended use. Probably will happen. How often, I can't speak to that. I don't know. As to what the other states are doing, I don't know. I personally hand load ammunition. Everything that I use, I created myself. But there are no projectiles that are adaptable to my rifle at this time.
And so,
so therefore, even though I can, if you will, custom load, I can't produce the desired result.
And then I guess finally to your point is that most guns, rifles, shotguns are made to, I guess, shoot lead ammunition. Is that what you're saying? To a degree.
Well, most firearms can shoot lead ammunition. Now, when I say lead, let's distill that down. Lead with no jacket means if you look at the bullet, you actually see the lead surface. Many .22 caliber rimfire bullets are that way. When it comes to your higher velocity rifles, the lead will strip off in the rifling because it's too soft, and you end up building up lead in the chamber area, which is incredibly dangerous. To get around that, they created jacketed bullets.
Right.
They can take the stress, and they can also, if you will, take the rifling, which is the rifling will press a groove in the bullet itself. The military uses what we call full metal jacket, which is a non-expanding full jacketed bullet where the lead's not exposed, and that came from, I believe, the Hague Convention in 1899. Some special operators use the copper projectiles, the all-copper projectiles, rather than a lead core copper jacketed. They do that because they need to punch through body armor on some occasions, so the special operators will use that. But by and large, military ammo is lead core with a copper alloy jacket.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no more questions for this panel, thank you. We have another panel of opposition testimony. I'm going to call more names in their seats, so we'll do a little bit of rotating. Frank Cubero, Maryland Association for Wildlife Conservation. Christopher Capacci, National Shooting Sports Foundation. B.B. Frederick, Safari Club International. John Weber, National Rifle Association. Nicholas Andraka, and Frank Boston, Maryland Association for Wildlife Conservation. Again, just do a little rotating through as we hear your testimony, and one of you please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members, thank you. I'm Frank Cubero. I'm with the Maryland Association for Wildlife Conservation. I'm also with a unarmed fox chasing club in Baltimore County. We are unfavorable to this bill currently as it stands. I'll say that we've had lots of discussions over the years about this, and we are favorable to the overall idea of licensing individual fox chasers, unarmed fox chasers. But I think even as individuals have seen during the course of this hearing, it's more complicated than simply writing one line saying that they will be licensed currently. As Delegate Jacobs, I think, indicated, asking the question about permission, do we have to have 50 people individually harassing a farmer to try and get permission to go across his land now, despite the fact that we've always had permission to go there, and the master of the hounds will have permission to go there. And I've just had discussions with DNR as well regarding issues specifically like that. I would like that sort of thing worked out beforehand rather than on the back end when DNR is coming and getting calls and complaints. As to the funding issue, we do also note there are only about 500 of us unarmed fox chasers in the state of Maryland. I'm not sure where the larger numbers are coming from. And also as to so specifically, as I run out of time, one of the things that has also not been worked out is who is being licensed. Simply saying that the participants will be licensed. We have a lot of people. For example, on Thanksgiving, we meet at a church. We come out, we have a blessing, a bunch of people come out, walk on foot, follow behind us. I don't think all those people have to be licensed probably, but that's not what the statute says, and it's not clear in there. And as to wildlife management specifically, most of the people that you would try and be licensing would not be aware of what's taking place and be able to provide any useful information.
Chair Corman, members of the committee, for the record, I'm Chris Kopacki, representing the National Shooting Sports Foundation. We've submitted joint written testimony with our partners, Safari Club International and the Sportsmen's Alliance, and with a desire not to repeat our written testimony, I did want to spend my short time talking about a couple alternatives that have found and proven to work around the country. If the goal is to simply reduce lead ammunition being used in hunting or left behind in gut piles, Arizona and New York are fine examples of what can be done. Arizona's voluntary lead-free ammunition program, which began in 2003, encourages hunters to use non-lead ammunition or remove lead-contaminated gut piles when taking game. To accomplish this, hunters receive educational information, are entered into raffles, and receive a coupon for a free box of non-lead ammunition. Currently, they boast a compliance rate of over 80%. Last fall, New York's Department of Environmental Conservation announced their statewide initiatives to study increased use of non-lead ammunition for deer hunting. New York is providing hunters with a rebate of up to $60 for the purchase of lead ammunition. Participation is voluntary and is available to all firearm deer hunters. So the common theme here is that if you provide education and incentives for hunters to try non-lead alternatives, most hunters will voluntarily participate. Therefore, mandates and bans aren't necessary. Please keep in mind, and just to correct the record, my understanding is that only California has a complete lead ammunition ban across the country at this time, and their ban took place in 2013. Again, we hope Maryland is not the second and urge you to not impose a statewide ban that is unnecessary and hurts sportsmen and retailers. Thank
you. Good afternoon, Chairman, Vice Chairman, and members.
Nicholas Andraker from Calvert County, lifetime hunter and DNR trained hunter safety instructor. I find unfavorable review with HB 741. In the 1970s, there were approximately 66 breeding pair of bald eagles in Chesapeake Bay region. In 2020, there's over 3,000 breeding pairs with up to 3 times the amount of eagles with no territory of their own. The only documented lead contamination in Chesapeake region is from lead paint that's used on bridges and structures, and the institutional runoff in the soil, sediment, and water from such sites as Sparrows Point, Aberdeen Proving Grounds, Naval Research Lab, on and on and on. Many fish the eagles eat contain lead from these sources. This is well documented. For the last 25 years, I have eaten 4 to 6 times a week deer I harvested with lead ammunition. I had blood work pulled on Friday. I am clean. I put 11 deer in the freezer this year. I eat deer almost every day. As far as deer hunting in Maryland, we removed the entire deer after gutting it. But by also simply removing the gut pile with us, there would be 0 chance of any other animal coming in contact with any part of that deer. Simple. This is a simple fact that should remove any talk of a lead ban while deer hunting. HB 741 would ban small game hunting with a .22 rifle. There is no .22 rimfire currently in production. 3 brands were introduced and they have been discontinued because they do not work. It does not scale down. 741 would ban traditional muzzle loading rifles. They require a lead round ball. 741 would ban some of the newer straight wall cartridges. For these and many other reasons, I oppose 741. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Frank Boston III, and I'm here today on behalf of the Maryland Association of Wildlife Conservation, the Fox Chasers. There's an old saying that if it ain't broke, don't fix it. We've been exempt from this law for the longest period of time. And with the stroke of 2 brackets, you're now putting us into hunting laws. We don't kill, we don't use rifles, we don't use bow and arrows, we don't do any of that. But by removing the brackets on page 2, you now put us in the definition of hunt, which says to pursue, which we do, but to pursue, capture, catch, kill, gig, trap, shoot, or attempt to do all of these things, or in any manner to reduce any bird or mammal to personal possession. We don't take animals away. So if you're going to pass a law, and we're okay with that, pass a law that deals with us. Don't pass a law that puts us in the categories of hunters who do all of these things. You know, 2/3 of the bill or 3/4 of the bill dealing with non-lead ammunition, we don't have an opinion on. Deer management, I didn't have an opinion on until Delegate Long asked a question that I'm glad you asked. And the question was, you know, what's the purpose of having us here? Because I didn't understand it. And so what I heard the answer to be from the proponents of the bill was they want to tax us so that you can pay for the deer management program. That's all it is. It's a tax. Why should we pay for a deer management program that we don't even participate in? Again, we don't shoot, we don't kill, we don't take animals away. We aren't, with all due respect, we aren't involved in this whole lead thing. So why should we bear the cost and it doesn't even pertain to us? Last thing, we welcome legislation that deals with us, and we'll sit down with the committee to draft that at the proper time. Yeah.
Did we get B.B. Frederick and John Weber?
No question?
Just stay close. We might have questions. Like I said, when I called you up, we're rotating through the seats, so don't go far. Go ahead, guys.
We still have questions for the panel.
Chair Corman and members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. My name is John Weber, and I represent the National Rifle Association and our members in Maryland. The NRA is opposed to House Bill 741. HB 741 prohibits the use of lead ammunition when hunting. The use of lead ammunition is under attack by those who ignore science and misinform policymakers and the public on the effects of extremely small amounts of lead. In truth, these people want lead ammunition banned because it discourages participation in hunting and shooting. Traditional ammunition is significantly cheaper than its alternatives and easier to find. Banning lead ammunition will make supply chain problems of any type of ammunition much worse. Further, the alternatives to lead ammunition can be less lethal and therefore less ethical for hunting. In the United States, wildlife biologists do not manage wildlife based on a single mortality incidence or emotions, but instead on science and population data. The North American model of wildlife conservation, which is widely recognized as the best in the world, has successfully managed wildlife populations and has led to the restoration of multiple species. A decrease in the purchase of traditional ammunition would adversely affect conservation funding. Hunters are the largest supporters of conservation through excise taxes levied on ammunition, firearms, and hunting equipment by the Pittman-Robertson Act of 1937. This legislation will not have the promised benefit to the environment, but it may be successful in reducing conservation funding and hunting. On behalf of NRA's members in Maryland, we respectfully request that you oppose this legislation.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, and honorable members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today on House Bill 741. My name is B. Frederick, and I am the Eastern States and Local Liaison for Safari Club International, or SCI. In your packet, you have our written testimony submitted jointly with the National Shooting Sports Foundation and the Sportsmen's Alliance, and we respectfully ask for an unfavorable opinion on this bill. First, let me begin by saying that lead ammunition, the lead found in ammunition is not the same as the lead found in lead paint or lead gasoline. Lead ammo is metallic lead and not the same and less easily absorbed than the lead found in paint or lead found in gasoline. So I think that's an important point to distinguish at the beginning. Simply put, this legislation is unwarranted and overreaching, and the unintended result of prohibiting lead ammunition would likely be a decline in hunter participation and recruitment, as well as resultant declines in conservation funding for the DNR and their ability to manage deer appropriately, all of which must be weighed against the purported benefits from a mandated lead phase out across the entire state for all species. Maryland DNR just released their deer harvest reports this year that shows a 16% increase of deer harvest from this year over last year, and an over 10% increase of the 5-year average of deer harvest, this year over the 5-year average. Prohibiting traditional ammunition could very likely impact deer harvest numbers and deer management, which we spent a lot of time talking about today with the DMAT program or the crossings for wildlife. The DEC, the Department of Environmental and Conservation in New York, previously has opposed mandated lead restrictions, and in their lead ammunition working group in 2022 did not recommend a lead ammo ban because it would be, quote, challenging to advance and come with significant social costs, potentially compromising the effectiveness of other conservation efforts, and would immediately create additional costs and challenges for hunters due to availability issues and may impact deer population management. SCI strongly believes that these efforts should be educational, voluntary, and incentive-based programs, and also focuses on targeted site-specific areas, similar to what Delegate Morgan was asking about earlier.
Thank you very much for the question from Delegate Guyton.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Boston, Frank, my friend.
Delegate Guyton.
I understand your point, I want to say. I do understand all of the fox chasers who have spoken here today in confusion as to why they're added to this bill. And I don't know if there are 500 of them in the state. If so, I think they've mostly all been in my backyard at one point or another. So I understand the culture, and I'm also a little confused as to why they're in this bill, but that's something to take up with the sponsor. What really confuses me, though, is why you are coming in as an unfavorable testimony rather than favorable with the amendment to remove the fox chasers from this bill. So can you explain that a little bit more to me?
I'm not going to disagree with you. Your point's taken, well taken. Maybe we should have signed up that way, but we just were really, really opposed. You know, I'm a believer they should have a new category called oppose unless amended or oppose until amended. So I think we went back and forth to your point, and your point is well taken. Maybe we should have signed up favorable with amendments because the other part of the bill we basically don't have an opinion on, but we just were opposed to this provision. If we were removed, to answer your question a different way, if we were removed from the bill, we would withdraw our opposition.
Thank you. That is the question, the answer that I was looking to have. Thank you very much.
That's what we said. Yeah.
Delegate Ruth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Kopacki, did I have your name right?
Kopacki, yes, ma'am.
Thank you. So you said California is the first state to ban lead ammunition, and don't let Maryland be the second. And are you aware that this is not a ban?
First of all, Mr. Chair, Delegate, appreciate the question. California is the first and only state to have a complete ban on lead ammunition for hunting. We're not talking about recreational shooting and other things.
Okay, but I just want to clarify, this is not a ban. It just is restricting from using for hunting game species that people might eat.
Well, I'd argue that is a ban on hunting using lead ammunition.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify the technicality on that. And Mr. Boston, I do understand your concern.
Yeah.
However, do fox chasers use any of the state's natural resources?
I don't know the exact answer, but I think Ms. Claggett did testify that it's mostly on private property.
Mostly, but not completely.
I don't know the answer. I don't fox chase myself, but I will get you the answer. And I think she testified, I don't want to put the words in her mouth, that she did say that on some state property.
So DNR manages the natural resources of the state for the benefit of everyone in the state, including fox chasers. Is that a fair statement?
I believe so.
Including the fox that you chase as well?
I believe so. I don't know.
Okay.
But
so
I will
my
say
point just being that everybody who, and I know many of the state agencies are putting more emphasis on user pays, and that, you know, that don't you think that everyone who uses state resources should contribute to that?
Yeah, so I see where you're going with this, and I believe that the users should pay for the regulations that apply to them, not to deer managers, to people who hunt and kill animals. So if we're going to pass laws and regulations that deal with fox chasers, you know, come up with a fee or whatever you want to call it, or a charge that is applicable to our management, not another category.
But isn't it so that even though most of your chasing is on private land, when you are on public lands, those are managed by DNR, which requires some human resources to manage those. And we have also heard that DNR, you know, is in need of more people to manage their public
Yes,
lands.
but this bill speaks to the cost, and if you look at the fiscal note, it talks about funding the additional position to manage the deer management program that goes along with this bill that has nothing to do with fox chasers. And so we aren't opposed to paying our fair share as long as we're paying our fair share for any programs or any management that applies to, you know, our use of state land or you know, the management, as you said, of the foxes. But I just think it's unfair. We think it's unfair that you're going to take us and which is really a little bit of sum of money in totality. If you listen to the testimonies, it's only 500 people. And then we're going to be used to pay a program that has nothing to do with us. And I'm not going to advocate a tax for anyone else because I'm not that kind of guy. But I'm saying if there's something that's specific, and maybe that law is coming, and we're happy to sit down that deals with fox chasers and regulations and rules, and we aren't opposed to that. And if there is money that needs to be allocated for a person to help manage us, well, then we're all for it. That makes sense.
Thank you. And I'm not in appropriations, but I believe that this money is not going into a special fund, particularly for that. And I can't ask the proponents if that's correct, but to your knowledge, it's not going into a special fund. It goes into the DNR's general budget, which, you know, this may be part of it, but there are other parts of it as well. And I guess, isn't that so? All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I mean, it specifically says the estimate reflects the cost of hiring a full-time natural resource biologist to administer the deer management assistant program pursuant to the bill.
Great. Thank you all for being here. We're going to move to our virtual unfavorable witness, Crystal Broom Pickett, Maryland Association for Wildlife Conservation. Please go ahead.
Hello, everyone. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee. Thank you, Mr. Boston and Mr. Cabrera and Ms. Claggett, who all spoke about our community. As stated, my name is Crystal Pickett. I am the Vice President of the Maryland Association for Wildlife Conservation. We are the umbrella association for all the fox chasers in the state of Maryland. I personally have been fox chasing for almost 35 years. We have a small pack of hounds, and Delegate Ziegler has always been a wonderful host for our hounds and a supporter on her property, and so we extend our appreciation to her. I am also a licensed hunter. My license number is 1222300. As Mr. Boston's and Cubero have already stated, we are not opposed to the concept of the section of the bill pertaining to our sport. In fact, we embrace being part of the definition of hunting, as that will enable us to enjoy the protections of Maryland's right to hunt law. However, there's something I want to share with you. In November, DNR told us that this bill was coming down the pike. However, when we asked DNR who the sponsors were so that we could work with the sponsors before such a bill was introduced, DNR claimed to have no knowledge of who the sponsors might be. No idea whatsoever. How can that possibly be? Here we are today. All of Maryland's hunting statutes are written for individuals with weapons. Our hunting sport is a group activity with hounds, horses, and no weapons. All we are asking for is good faith and the courtesy of time outside of session to pour through both the statutes and the regulations so we can make sure that once we fold fox chasing into the definition of hunting, we don't have to keep coming back to you to clean up inconsistencies. I'll answer a question that was asked.
No, that's okay. Thank you for your testimony. We appreciate it. And just so you know, this bill had a different sponsor last year, so it's perfectly possible the department wouldn't have known who the sponsor was going to be this year. That concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 741. We'll turn to House Bill 747, another great number. Delegate Guyton, Environment, On-Site Wastewater Systems Requirements for Inspection and Pumping Services.
We came running. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the wonderful ENT Committee. This is truly an important moment in my life. Sometimes you cannot imagine where you will be in your future life, and I certainly never imagined the honor of my inauguration into Team Septic. And I know you're also a member, Delegate Stein, so there you go. If that gives you any idea of what we're talking about today. The word of the day for my hearing is feculence. So if you do not know what that means, you can look that up, but you'll probably be able to figure it out from context clues. So I am asking for your thoughtful consideration of House Bill 747, which addresses environmental contamination associated with neglected wastewater systems, septic tanks. Right? In my area in particular, everybody has a septic system. This legislation requires that septic systems must be inspected and pumped at the time of a property transfer if these services have not been performed in the previous 3 years. And the 3-year timeline, I understood, was suggested by the Maryland On-Site Wastewater Association. There is clear evidence that failing septic systems contribute to water contamination, particularly E. coli, but there are currently no requirements to inspect them. This bill formalizes best practices. It protects both homeowners, renters, this does apply to rented property, and our environment. I do want to say that the reason I became interested in this bill is that, again, Delegate Stein and I several years ago met with folks from MDE and Baltimore County because we were and are still having serious problems with the E. coli contamination in the Gunpowder River. I am on the river a lot. I kayak and I don't tube anymore because it's always, the levels are always way too high for me to risk it. Last summer, I couldn't even kayak because after having surgery, I was not supposed to get near that water, right? So I asked at that time, well, what can we do about this and what's causing it? And our river keepers said, well, we're pretty sure it's all these aging septic systems in addition to other factors. So there's some other factors probably contributing to it, but aging septic systems along close to the river, and there are a whole lot of old homes in that area that may be contributing to this. However, there's no way to test for that. And there are no requirements to actually make sure that you're maintaining your home in a way that will not contaminate our water supply. So that's what this bill does. There are 3 amendments. One amendment that's already been submitted to all of you through council, and that's a Maryland Department of Environment amendment that only changes the place in the code that this belongs. So it's very simple, technical amendment. They are in support with that amendment that they wrote. We have another possible amendment that I have also submitted to council, but I don't believe it's in front of all of you, that we've worked on to exclude some sorts of transfers, particularly those between family members. Anyone, and you'll see those as well if this goes to subcommittee. And then a third amendment that's also a suggested amendment that has gone to council that basically plagiarizes Delegate Stewart's bill from a few years ago as far as a reporting requirement and a certificate of completion of necessary work for failing systems, so that there is some compliance portion to this bill, which is not how it was originally written. So with all of that, I ask for a favorable report on House Bill 747.
All right. Good afternoon, members of the committee. I am Emily Ranson with Clean Water Action, here in great support of House Bill 747. Septic systems, as you may know, oftentimes suffer from flush and forget. As long as the waste disappears down the toilet, people oftentimes think that everything is fine. Unfortunately, this is not always the case. And systems are able to silently fail, posing dangers, and we are especially concerned in this circumstance about pathogens from untreated human waste entering groundwater, streams, and rivers. Inspecting septic systems is an important way to catch these problems and get them fixed. It piggybacks off Delegate Stewart's well testing bill. Thank you for the great idea. And the fact is that the majority of mortgage lenders require inspections already. So this just covers the properties that do not already have it covered, as well as tenant properties. We also tried to use that 3-year catch, so that way we're not asking anybody to do superfluous inspections, although a mortgage lender will likely still require it. I'm going to give just a brief example of what a similar program like this has done in Michigan. And in the first 6 years of implementing their ordinances requiring inspection at property transfer, 2 Michigan counties, not the whole state, just 2 counties, found 1,000 failed systems and 300 homes without any system. So that is what we are trying to catch. That is what we are trying to prevent. This is an important step to protect consumers, the environment, and most importantly, getting untreated human waste out of our waterways and drinking water. So thank you, and we urge a favorable report.
Good afternoon. I'm Drew Schmidt-Perkins. I'm representing Back River Precast, which is a septic company and also a proud member of Team Septics, an unholy alliance of industry, environmentalists, and others who are looking to improve the whole septic situation in Maryland. I want to make 2 additional points to what have been made before. The importance of getting an inspection. is that you can find things early before you have to replace a whole septic system, when it's simple, cost-effective repairs, and before you start polluting the environment and causing huge problems with septic bubbling up into your backyard or contaminating your well, or you having to spend $20,000, $30,000 to replace a system. So we all know, like going to the doctor, that you can find things early before you end up having a major health crisis. This is just setting that up for something that is so important to our health and environment. Secondly, I'm very pleased that this bill also covers rental properties, because it's urgent that tenants have good septic systems. And you can imagine in many cases where this may not be the case, and suddenly they have sewage backing up into their home, into the backyards, causing unhealthy situations for the tenants, plus all the environmental concerns that we've mentioned before. We're very happy to work with the subcommittee and this committee on the amendments that you've heard before to make sure that this bill is strong, effective, and really beginning to deal with the inspection part of this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question from Delegate Ziegler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I may be reading this wrong, but can you explain the tenant thing? Because, so it's every 3 years, but it also is before each new tenant occupies the property. So that could be way too short or way too long, depending on.
Yeah,
and what exactly would.
Sorry, thank you. That's a great question, and I appreciate the opportunity to clarify that. I am pretty sure I have to find the bill, but I am quite certain that we wrote it in such a way that whichever one is later. So if it hasn't been done in 3 years at the change, so if you have a tenant who lives there for 10 years, you're not going to do it every 3 years. You're only going to do it when that tenant changes. And then you would have to, because it has not been done in 3 years. If you change tenants every year, you would only have to do it after 3 years.
Okay.
So if you can show that you've done it within the previous 3 years, you won't have to do it.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
hopefully that's more clear.
Co-captain of Team Septics, Delegate Stein.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Delegate, welcome to the Unholy Alliance, as Drew said.
People are going to fight me for this.
To follow up on the sort of the number of years that's required, so for landlords whose property is served by septic, you're saying it's every 3 years, basically. And is there any requirement that that tenants be provided proof that, you know, when they're moving in, that the system has been pumped out and inspected, or is that the responsibility of the county health department?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So it doesn't have to be every 3 years unless the property changes hands. So if the same tenant lives there for 30 years, we're not requiring every 3 years unless the tenant changes hands. Like, it would be great to, if you want to throw that in there, that's fine. But as written, it's only when the property changes hand, either rentals or an actual property transfer. And then, yes, the third amendment that you haven't seen yet, but it has been sent into council to be a proposed amendment, is to require that reporting. It followed up by a certificate of completion of work if necessary.
Okay, thank you. And does the report go to the county health department?
I believe I wrote it for MDE.
I think you wrote it for both.
Did I write? I wrote it for both. Thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Delegate Otto.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms.
Schmidt-Perkins, I know,
Yes.
it's confusing, yeah.
Yeah, and who did you say you represented?
Back River Precast, Matt Geckel.
You're
often
listed as
comes here.
Team Septics. Is
And
that-
the sign-up thing gets interesting, yes.
Well,
So
I
Team
understand
Septics is
that.
sort of our coalition, yes.
Now, do they use climate-friendly concrete in making these systems?
I will take that question back to Mr. Geckel and find out.
I'd be interested to know. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, I see no further questions. We do have a couple of informational witnesses, Ryan Nagy and Edward Harrison from the Maryland On-Site Wastewater Professionals Association.
Thank
you.
Please go ahead when you're ready, sir.
Yes. Ryan came in case I couldn't make it because I had a previous thing being. Anyway, my name is Eddie Harrison, or good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Eddie Harrison. I'm the Vice President and Legislative Liaison for MALPA. This testimony is for information only. MALPA cannot officially support or oppose this bill. This organization is a very diverse group of on-site wastewater professionals made up of both private and public sectors. Our group of professionals range from conservative professionals that resist any change or more progressive professionals that don't want to change everything. House Bill 747 would significantly impact the on-site wastewater industry by creating significant upswing in business for PTI inspectors and installers, which is good. But all blue-collar professionals are experiencing a labor shortage so that this may result in higher prices and wait times to repair these systems. On the other hand, there are many failing systems out there that are going undetected, and new property owners purchasing homes where the systems fail soon after purchase. Most of these homes are older, more affordable homes that when a major repair is warranted can devastate the buyer. We defer to this body to weigh the impact of this legislation and make a conscientious and prudent decision to benefit the citizens of Maryland and the environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for our informational witness? Okay, thanks for being with us. Glad you made it. That concludes the bill here on House Bill 747. We'll turn to House Bill 834, Delegate Terrassa, Agriculture, Confinement of Egg-Laying Hens in Commercial Egg Production, Prohibitions.
Mr. Chairman, I have 4 people on my panel. One of them is virtual. And that's all the people testifying in favor. So, do we have everybody? Just pull up the chair. Yeah, okay. All right. Let's see. Why don't you sit there? Good afternoon, Chair Corman and Vice Chair Boyce, and esteemed members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. For the record, this is Delegate Jen Terrassa for the 3rd day in a row, and the only thing that stands between you and Delegate Jacobs. So thank you for this opportunity to present HB 834, which seeks to end the practice of confining egg-laying hens in inhumane battery cages, which you can see on the screen in front of you. This is a reintroduction with modifications to address concerns raised last year about the farm size, where it would be applicable, and the time needed to implement. So what is the problem we're trying to solve? We all love eggs, and in fact, I have them for breakfast almost every morning. But unfortunately, often those eggs come from chickens who are living in gruesome conditions, as you probably can see on the screen, to say the least. Current state law does not regulate the size of cages that chickens are kept in. Millions of egg-laying chickens in Maryland are kept in small cages for their whole lives. And note, we're talking only about egg-laying chickens. We're not talking about broiler chickens or meat chickens because other than for transportation, they're never kept in these small cages. What does this amount to in reality? Currently, many laying hens are confined in cages and are generally only a few feet across and barely 1.5 feet tall. The amount of room in these battery cages is insufficient for a single chicken, but often there are as many as 10 chickens stuffed into this narrow cage. They stay there for their entire lives, by the way. Typically, producers follow the United Egg Producer Standard, which is about 67 square inches per bird, which is about
Is it smaller than this? It's less than the size of paper per chicken, and that's for their whole lives. These cruel cages are so cramped that hens are deprived of basic ability to move around. They can't spread their wings ever or even engage in normal chicken behavior. The inability to move and function normally creates increased rates of painful osteoporosis, weakens hens that are still expected to produce the same amount of eggs, and psychological stress for these birds, which can manifest in self-pecking behavior. Additionally, it's the very same space that hens are forced to both lay their eggs and defecate. These unsanitary practices increase salmonella risks. So what does this bill do? This fully transitions Maryland's egg industry to cage-free housing system after a phase-out period. Right now, the bill bans battery housing by 2030, January 2030, which is an extension from last year's bill, but I plan to offer an amendment to extend this to 2033. This should give egg producers time to implement this, plenty of time to implement this, and also time to recover from the avian flu. Cage-free housing where hens are free to roam, so it basically requires cage-free housing where hens are free to roam, unrestricted, are provided the opportunity to exhibit natural behaviors. Do we have that on the screen? I guess we probably do. Using scratching, having a scratch area, perches, and nest boxes and dust bathing areas. So you can see these are cage-free. Is what you're seeing on the screen. The bill allows farmers to install a variety of aviary options, including indoor and outdoor. It also requires that there be a modest 1 square foot per bird, which is more than this 8.5 by 11 piece of paper. And so who does this apply to? This applies to, only applies to Maryland farm owners or operators who own at least 5,000 egg-laying hens. And this is a change from last year's bill, which applied to 3,000 farms with 3,000 egg layers. It excludes small farms, focusing on the largest egg manufacturers who produce 98.5% of Maryland's eggs. And it only applies to egg-laying hens, and again, it doesn't cover meat chickens who are already cage-free. So the current industry trends, House bill, we're not breaking new ground here. Maryland's largest shell egg producer is ESA, and according to their testimony from 2024, they started transitioning into a cage-free infrastructure after an outbreak of avian flu. And you'll notice they have not signed up in opposition this year. Also, HB 834 is in line with other states who have passed similar measures: Arizona, California, Colorado, Massachusetts, Michigan, Nevada, and a bunch of others. In addition, over 200 of the largest food corporations have committed to using cage-free eggs for their production supply, including brands like Burger King and General Mills. So I know that there are a lot of concerns about the avian flu out there and egg prices. We've certainly all heard about that. It's like the year of the egg price conversation. Since the current outbreak that began in early 2022, more than 130 million birds have been killed across the U.S., including roughly 40 million egg-laying hens. The substantial loss of egg-laying hens has led to the market decrease in egg production and caused the egg prices to surge. In states where cage-free legislation has been implemented, it is clear that it is not the cage-free law that has significantly impacted the prices. In fact, egg producers and agriculture industry experts agree that the high prices are due to avian flu. So polling shows that a majority of Marylanders support cage-free, and HB 834 takes a balanced approach to end this cruel treatment of hens while still allowing egg producers to operate successfully. It's time for Maryland to create a more humane egg industry and do its part to make cage-free eggs available and affordable. I respectfully urge a favorable report. Next. Does it matter?
No, I can go next. Good afternoon. My name is Kate Brindle with Humane World for Animals. We're formerly the Humane Society of the United States, here in strong support of HB 834. Thank you to Delegate Terrassa, and we appreciate the committee for considering this important animal welfare and food safety bill that would only apply to egg-laying hens, not birds who are used for meat. Cages are a risk for public health. the nation's top food safety organization, the Center for Food Safety, has said definitively that cage confinement increases the risk of salmonella contamination compared to cage-free production. Separately, to address the elephant in the room, we recognize the devastation that the nationwide impact of avian flu has caused and the effects it's had on egg prices. So this bill has a farmer-friendly, multi-year phase-in date to allow producers to move past the current crisis. Regarding a phase-in date, my organization has been in touch with the CEO of Cal-Maine multiple times. Cal-Maine is the largest egg producer in the United States, and they now own ISE America that Delegate Terrassa referenced. And their CEO said that if we agree to a 2033 phase-out date, that it's, quote, achievable for the company to be in compliance. So to our knowledge, no major Maryland egg producers are opposed to the bill with the 2033 amendment. You'll hear more about the Hart Research poll from my colleague. And in another recent survey, when Maryland voters were shown photos of what a cage facility looks like, 83% of them agreed that we need a law that phases them out. So thank you for your consideration, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Sure. Hi, my name is Michelle Waldman. I am a mom, I am a licensed psychotherapist, and I am the founder and president of Rosie's Farm Sanctuary, an animal sanctuary in Potomac. Each year we provide hundreds of tours to the general public, to the community, to schools, to high school interns. We have 35,000 followers and we reach millions of people. We care for a wide range of farmed animals, including egg-laying hens, and I am fortunate enough to spend time with them every day. And if any of you know hens, you know they are full of personality. They are highly intelligent, social, articulate. They talk a lot, they're affectionate, and they are playful. And my girls love to chit-chat with each other happily as they forage and they dust bathe all day long. I have one of my hens, her name's Marilyn Monroe, and I was watching her last weekend. She went up to a little mirror. She was looking at herself, tilting her head ever so slightly and chirping, glancing back to the rest of her flock, then looking at herself again as if to say, I am the fairest in the land. My girls and all birds love to stretch. They need to stretch and flap their wings. They form deep friendships with each other as well as with humans. They recognize over 100 faces, and when Marilyn sees me, she comes running in hopes of treats as well as a warm lap, and I'm happy to oblige her. She's very similar to my golden retrievers. The idea of any bird spending her entire life crammed into a battery cage is unimaginable, it's cruel, and it's unnecessary. I am in favor of this bill because it is a viable alternative to the current archaic and cruel practices. It is the bare minimum we should offer these little dinosaurs. All of my birds have distinct personalities. But don't take my word for it. I invite all of you, your families, your staff, to come to Rosie's and meet them for yourselves. Thank you.
No. Okay. Hello, my name is Eric Galley, and I'm here today on behalf of, I have to read this, on behalf of the Humane World for Animals, formerly the Humane Society of the United States. I have my little cheat sheet there. And this past fall, thinking that maybe the politics around cage-free eggs wasn't so great, I said to these folks, we should do a poll and do a really good poll. So I called up Fred Yang from Hart Research, who I think most of you are familiar with, and I said, pretend that one of your political candidate clients came to you and said, I want to do this bill, so just poll it and let me know what the problems are, the pros, the cons, and where people are. And do it as professionally as possible and do it so that you would be able to vouch for the results. And that was very expensive, but these guys did pay for it, and we struggled very hard to make it a very realistic thing, and hopefully it's downloaded. I see people looking. It should be downloaded in the testimony. And again, it's just looks just like this. And I'm not going to be arrogant enough to tell politicians how to read a poll, but I would recommend, hey, I got a laugh out of Delegate Jacobs. That's been tough today, let me tell you. I was trapped in his office earlier today, and I think I felt and knew what it is to be in a cage. Talking oysters, sorry. I would just bring you to question 5, where we get down to it, and you will see there are very honest answers about other issues there, and it lays out the idea that these were people who were asked very solid questions and asked different things, and I won't go through them all because some of those things are under consideration, but all that I would urge you is please take a look at this, see what it says, and you'll note that maybe the politics aren't quite as bad as we all think they are. Thank you very much. Urge a favorable report.
Thank you. We can also bring up Sarah Shields, virtual witness, who I know is on the sponsors panel.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Sarah Shields. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you and see you. Please go ahead.
I'm an animal behavior scientist. I studied at the University of California at Davis, and I am currently the Director of Farm Animal Welfare Science at Humane World for Animals. We strongly support HB 834. The science strongly confirms the public's concerns about keeping hens locked in cages. Animals have deeply ingrained biological drives to express certain types of natural behavior, and this is well documented in the science. So as mentioned before, the hens need a perch for roosting at night, they need a nest box for egg laying, and they need loose litter for foraging and dust bathing. Battery cages are so small that the hens can't even spread their wings. The restriction of movement has real physical effects on the animals, including bone weakness from lack of exercise and poor plumage condition from abrasion against the bars of the cages. Animals are built to move, and they suffer if they can't do it. Hen health and productivity is good in these systems. Cage-free hens are no more likely to contract avian influenza or other zoonotic diseases than caged hens. In fact, when you convert from battery cages to new cage-free systems, it's a good opportunity to upgrade the disease control and biosecurity in the facility. So this bill is about progress. It's about scientific and technical advances. We know so much more about the behavior and the biology of these animals than we've ever known before. And every time we look deeper into their behavior, we find that they're far more sentient and complex than we ever knew before. And we have to start taking this into account. If we don't have minimum standards for farm animals, there's an incentive for producers to overcrowd and cut corners. We need a new animal welfare baseline. Please vote to advance HB 834.
Great, thank you. We have a first question from Delegate Lehman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just briefly, first of all, thank you, Delegate Terraza, for bringing back this legislation. So, I think anyone going to buy eggs, whether it's in a grocery store or a farmer's market, can't help but notice that there's, always emphasis on cage-free eggs. So I was curious if anyone, I guess Mr. Galley, someone could speak just really briefly to how public opinion has changed on this, and is it a function, as the one witness said, of actually educating people and showing them like graphic pictures of what it looks like to have a hen in a cage?
Again, I would just offer that this poll, again, taken by Fred Yang and very professionally done, it offers very surprising results as to how people feel. And people say that they would do this, even though they don't want to pay more taxes, that they would do this because it's just so terrible. They say, I'm willing to pay extra because it's such a terrible thing.
Thank you.
Delegate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have some questions for the delegate about the things. You mentioned something about salmonella and health and all, and most of these procedures or way of growing the animals and caring for the production was for food safety. Because is it not so that I was taught the ones that are cage-free or free range are the ones on the poop on the shelf?
Say that last part again.
The free range and the cage-free are the ones with the poop on the shell.
I got it, poop on the shell. I understand now.
And I find it to be that, is it not so, that the processes here limit the human contact with the eggs being the product that's being produced?
I don't know that it limits the, and I'll let somebody else answer in a second, but I don't know that it limits the human contact with chickens any more than free range does. As you recall, as a committee, we toured a farm, and there was a lot of biosecurity before we went in and out, and that can look just the same for cage-free chickens. But do you have more to add to that?
Sure. So the system that's commonly used in cage-free production is called an aviary. And I believe there were some pictures of it on the slideshow. There's some pictures of it that were submitted with testimony. But it has multiple levels. And so there's waste conveyor belts that remove the waste in those facilities. And so it's extremely unlikely that you would have an egg with feces on it. Also, the Center for Food Safety and also the Center for Science and the Public Interest have both said that there's a higher salmonella risk in cage production versus cage-free production.
Would this not also impact some niche markets like small farms that have go to farmers markets with fresh eggs?
No, this would not small farms, no. This only applies to those that have 5,000 hens and more.
But would you not be taking away the value added that they're selling their product on?
I'm not sure I understand why that would be.
Well, if this is so inhumane and they're providing a product that says it has value added because it's not as inhumane, they're getting more money for their product.
Okay, well, a couple of things. Right now, there are many egg producers advertising cage-free eggs. In fact, I buy them every week. And the small farmers have the opportunity to do the same. I guess I don't understand the argument that...
Are we forcing the production out of the state of Maryland, the volume that the folks that have limited income need to receive, and it would have to be shipped in from other states if we pass this kind of bill?
I don't believe so.
No, so small-time producers, like Delegate Tarassa was saying, that the threshold for the law to apply would be if you have 5,000 hens. Small producers, cage-free would be the baseline. So small producers would still be free to raise organic, free-range, pasture-raised hens and market their eggs as such under the bill, because cage-free would just be the baseline standard.
So they'd be able to feed 6 million people in the state of Maryland?
No, the larger producers feed, they produce about 95.8%. I think it's 90. I have to look back in my testimony, but are based on the large producers.
And I'd be interested to know about, you mentioned California. My understanding, they had to pay quite a premium to ship eggs into the state after they created this type of legislation. So
I'd be happy to speak about California. So California, their law, which mirrors this law, has been implemented for over 3 years. And what the egg industry's own data found, that eggs only increased in cost by less than a penny per egg. And as Eric was saying too, so in the polling that's part of the written packet, even when Marylanders were presented with the argument of a potential modest price increase, the support for the bill remained unchanged. So even if they knew that it might increase a little bit, this is something, because cages are so cruel and so egregious, and they do have public health concerns, that Maryland voters are in favor of.
Well, a short time ago, I was paying $1.29 a dozen, and I think it's probably 50 or more now.
we
And
paid-
that's not all avian influenza that did that, so.
Were you paying for cage-free eggs? We buy cage-free eggs in my house, and we paid $6 something for them the other day. It's certainly up, and that is a concern for all Marylanders. But my understanding is that is largely in part, largely due to the avian flu.
Well, we'll talk.
Happy to.
Okay, I see no further questions. Thank you, Delegate, and your panel. We have a couple of in-person unfavorable witnesses, Tyler Huff, Maryland Farm Bureau, and Grayson Middleton, Delmarva Chicken Association.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Grayson Middleton. I am with Delmarva Chicken Association. We represent the meat chicken growers, companies, and allied businesses on the Eastern Shore of Maryland. First off, I'd like to make a big clarification that we do not represent the egg industry, and our birds are and never have been in cages as far as I know. However, I just want to lay out maybe a perspective that hasn't been necessarily illustrated yet today, and give you a few facts to consider before you give some real consideration to this law. By some estimates, this legislation would raise production costs by 40% and would require a 119% increase in labor. And notwithstanding public opinion, in 2021, egg prices were firmly below $2 a dozen when Nevada passed a similar law, and today they are nearly $5. Again, I can't speak to if this is all due to going to cage-free eggs, but I think that there is a considerable impact there. So much so that the governor there recently signed a law to suspend their mandate in hopes of providing some relief. This bill would also prevent reducing the prices via imports, as only 121 of the 304 million layers in the U.S. are cage-free. This limited market is already stretched thin by other states that have implemented the same prohibition. Finally, the ongoing HPAI crisis is the #1 threat to the broiler and egg industry. Studies from the EU have demonstrated significantly higher rates of infectious diseases among poultry and cage-free systems. Again, we oppose this legislation, and with that, we urge an unfavorable report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the ENT Committee. For the record, Tyler Huff, Maryland Farm Bureau. I want to start by complimenting the sponsor of the bill. She has been very open about communication. We've had plenty of conversations about this and did take into consideration one of the concerns last year in pushing out the end date. However, we're still unable to come to an agreement based on the fact that this alters and removes the use of a generally accepted ag principle for the poultry industry, for the shell egg users. And that concern, not to make a slippery slope argument, but where does that ultimately end? We have many of different livestock operations. California has the Proposition 12, which tells other states how they are allowed to raise their livestock, raise their dairy, raise their poultry if it is to be sold in the state. And this is a generally accepted principle that is widely used, widely accepted. The industry is, as a consumer standpoint, making a shift to want cage-free eggs, and the producers understand that aspect and are slowly starting to make that conversion over. It is the position of the members of the Maryland Farm Bureau to let the market drive that force, not to have legislation that puts that in effect. We don't know down the road, 2050 farther on, maybe the push is away from cage-free again, and then our farmers are at a disadvantage once again because they are required to be within a cage-free system and moved away from that generally accepted ag principle. One other part of the bill I want to highlight is the requirement for all eggs in the state to have to be cage-free, whether it's being sold at a grocery store, used by a business, used by McDonald's, whatever it may be. That really hinders onto the Proposition 12, which is, again, is Maryland telling other states how we should be able, or how they need to be raising their livestock, their poultry, which is opposed by the Maryland Farm Bureau and the American Farm Bureau Federation. I respectfully ask for an unfavorable report.
Thank you very much. Any questions for these witnesses? Okay, that concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 834. We'll turn to House Bill 889, the first in our series of Delegate Jacobs bills, fisheries, striped bass or rockfish, juvenile survey. And if you have a panel, please bring them up.
Anywhere you want. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm not quite ready, but I want to say that I have 4 natural resource bills this afternoon. One's about rockfish, one's about oysters, one's about Canada geese, and one's about bats. So we're covering the globe this afternoon. And the first bill today is House Bill 889, which is a bill requiring the Department of Natural Resources to conduct more annual Young of the Year surveys in the middle parts of the Chesapeake Bay. Maryland's been testing the same sites in the Chesapeake Bay for juvenile index information for 71 years. Last year, DNR rejected this legislation. This is the same bill I brought in last year because it was not needed. That's what their comments were. They didn't need this data and the fiscal note. So this year, again, we have a pretty sizable fiscal note and also a letter of unfavorable. I said then that I thought that it could be done with the additional sites could be done with existing resources. And if you look on the additional information, DNR did in fact do similar sites surveys in 6 additional rivers, which is what my bill was trying to achieve. They were not necessarily targeting striped bass, but the numbers were recorded for striped bass. Additionally, if you look at the map of the Chesapeake Bay and its tributaries that's in my packet, and this is the one in blue. So it should be uploaded in your testimony, in my testimony. If you look at that site on the upper right side, you'll see the Chester River. It's in blue, dark blue, and this is the DNR's actual information on where the spawning rivers are in the Chesapeake Bay. So they do note that Chester River is one of the, I would call it major spawning sites because it's one of the few rivers that's listed. Anyhow, the Chester River, which clearly is listed as a site on this paper, is not tested or data collected as a major spawning area, which is one of the problems I'm trying to correct with this legislation. You know, we've got changes in the Bay, and we had a briefing last Friday, and the Secretary of DNR himself said, we are having considerable major changes in the Bay right now, something like that was his language. And I think everybody up here would agree to that. Some of these survey sites that have been going on in the exact same place, the exact same time, exact same way for 71 years, conditions have changed. We didn't have blue catfish, the invasive blue catfish, the invasive Chesapeake China. We didn't have the kind of wingo effect in 71 years ago that we have today. We have shifts in the bottom. We have shifts in habitat. We have shifts in plankton. We have much more competitive fishery with all these additional species fighting for this plankton when they hatch. Therefore, there's a change. What I'm asking for is more data. Simple as that. I don't know why anybody would be fighting data, better collection of data. As you remember, we had a briefing on the Charter Boat Association, from the Charter Boat Association a few weeks ago, talking about the conditions of decisions that were made that cut the fish from 2 to 1 per person on charter boat industry. The net effect this year is a 75% reduction in the business overall. It's been catastrophic to the industry in 1 year. I think in another year, it's going to even get worse. Additionally, this past year, there's about 11.5% cut to the commercial quota. Now, I've got some guys up here that have been fishing. I hate to say it, but I've known them a long time. And a couple of them are major fishermen. These are not like fly-by-night 10-year fishermen. I'm talking about 50 years. And they've gone from one end of the bay to the other. They know this bay inside and out. And I do talk with them on a regular basis about the conditions and the fish that are being caught and whatnot. So I brought these guys in as what I would call experts in the fishery. So my concern and the reason for this bill, the reason for this bill last year, the reason for this bill this year, we continue to get radical cuts to the fishery. All we're asking for is better data. The center of the bay, we get very little information. And all we're asking for is additional data, good science to make good decisions. And when you make radical changes to the business model that cuts 11.5% for the commercial quota and almost puts an industry out of business, I think we owe it to the fishermen and the fishers of this state a complete data package. So I'm going to end my testimony there. Like I said, I have some expert witnesses here, took the time to come here today. They've been fishing every day up until a couple days ago when the wind blew 50 miles an hour, and they've got some interesting information that I think would bear some value to this particular hearing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Don, you want to go first?
Oh, I can.
All right. Wait a minute.
Victoria. I need you here.
Do I?
Robert T., hold on. You're
go
coming.
ahead. Go ahead. He's muted now.
All right, go ahead.
Name's Tom Pierce. I've been a commercial waterman since 1971. The only years I've missed commercial gill net rock fishing was the moratorium. We've got about 140 miles of Chesapeake Bay in the state of Maryland. We've got 40 miles in the middle of the Chesapeake Bay from Tillman's Island to the mouth of Cyrus River, where there is no striped bass surveys. In my crab pots last year, I caught 27 2 to 3 year old baby rockfish. Also, in that same time period, from June till August, when the Conowingo Dam had a precious incident, we caught several hundred little white perch. We caught 9 or 10 yearling rockfish in the bait boxes. They were in there eating the shrimp heads. That's what we've seen. Like I say, I do surveys every day. When we're in the bay, I'm doing a survey. And I've been doing this for 50-some years. The very last survey that I done last Thursday, because of rockfish prices and didn't want to sell my quota for so cheap, I caught 71 oversized rockfish. I caught 142 rockfish I could sell. Out of the 71 were all released back, safe and sound. And I know it was probably 70 more that ripped holes in my net that we did not see. And I just think, yes, for our industry,
I think our DNR should give us back some of these sites we had previously, and they done away with them. Thank you very much.
Rick?
Thank you, Rick.
Ladies and gentlemen, how you doing? My name is Rick Morlock. My home port is Rockhall, Maryland. I'm here today in support of the bill 889. I've pound netted in the summertime for the past 31 years and gill netted in the wintertime for the past 34 years. I think that it's imperative that we re-examine the research that is being done on the young of the year. I see a very clear picture of the striped bass population between fishing in both fisheries. And what I see and other fishermen are seeing is a thriving, healthy fishery. Pound netting, I will see a healthy and abundant amount of all year classes, the year classes that the state people can't seem to find. These fish exist in abundance. I urge you to update the research that's being done. The state is not getting an accurate view of the striped bass population in the bay. As far as winter gill netting fishery, we're using less and less equipment and catching more and more fish. They are so plentiful. They are very plentiful. I ask everyone involved to take a hard look at the data collection and adapt it to an ever-changing fishery and bay environment. The year classes of fish exist in abundance, and I and many other fishermen see them daily. Maybe it's time to hire an independent research company devoid of political motivations. You're going to find that the harsh cutbacks to commercial, charter, and recreational fisheries were never needed. Thank you.
My name is Tim Mortis. I'm president of the Cecil Harford Watermen's Association and second vice president of the Maryland Watermen's Association. Everything that's been said here today hits it right on the head. And I'm going to go a little different route. A lot of things are changing, and our area is the spawning grounds up there. There's some places on Jay's map here that are dark blue that thousands and thousands, well, not thousands of pounds, hundreds of thousands of pounds of blue cats have been taken out of these spawning areas. When those blue cats get there, everything else disappears. They're gone. So when they go there to do the surveys in these places, if the blue cats have been there, they're not going to find the rockfish. Those rockfish will get out of there and go other places that they're being found that things just aren't being surveyed. It's not going to hurt anything to do some more surveys in different areas. That's it.
Great, thank you. Delegate Jacobs, is James Mullen on your panel as well?
James Mullins? Yeah. And Robert T's virtual, I think.
We'll get to him in a second.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Jim Mullen with the Maryland Oystermen's Association. We're in support of this legislation. I think if you collect more data in various spots, it equals better science and it equals better decision-making. And so with that, we are in favor of this.
Great, thank you very much. We can turn to Robert T., Maryland Watermen's Association, if you can hear me.
He was on there a couple of minutes ago.
Yeah, I think he was having some connectivity problems, we were told, so.
There he is.
Yep.
There he was.
There he was.
See you, Robert T.
There he is.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay. Chair and members of this committee, my name is Robert T. Brown, president of the Maryland Watermen's Association. This comes down to fishery management. And to have good fishery management, you got to have accurate data to come in. And that's what all this is about, is getting new data. This Young of the Year Index survey, it started 70 years ago. And since then, we've had many changes in the bay. I mean, we've had just storm water the way it comes in. We've had the warming temperature. But the most detrimental thing I think we've had is these big influx of these blue catfish, which is an invasive species. And when they come in there and they go to do that survey and they pull that little seine around, and in an area where there's so many of those catfish, these fish are not staying in these places. They have to flee these areas for their life. They got to go to where they got a place where it's safe. And up to head these places when these blue catfish come from, they've got to move. We need to check the middle part of this bay to find them. I tell you, I've got a lot of people who are baiting their trot lines, and they're throwing the old clams overboard today, and they see small rockfish all upside the boat eating them as they come off. We got some people who are eel potting talking about the times how many rockfish, these small rockfish they see in their eel pots. Also, I'm a pound hunter, and a number of times this summer I've seen rockfish from 10 to about 12 and a half inches, which is about a 3-year-old fish, and they're saying we haven't had no good young of the year class for the past 6 years. I mean, this is not adding up. During the spring of the year or this past winter, some of them trying to catch white perch, which is a small gillnet, 3-inch mash or 3 1/4. They had a large number of rockfish in them, and they could not let it sit no more than about a couple hours. I just want to say that we need to have more surveys to get better data so we can have better fishery management on this, and thank you very much for your time.
Great, thank you. We have a question from Delegate Terrazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Delegate Jacobs and whoever on your panel, I'm just trying to, I don't know anything about fishing, so I'm just really trying to understand, because I don't understand the significance of you're finding a lot of the adults and a lot of the juvenile. I don't understand what it tells you that there's juveniles versus adults, or I don't understand what that significance is.
The nature of this bill is every year we do a juvenile index survey, and they do it in the same place, 4 locations. There's 22 spots in 4 major rivers. They've been doing it same way, same time, same everything, same for 71 years. But they don't do data collection in the center of the bay where we know there's a lot of fish. There's no question. And I pointed out earlier in the Chester River on this map, it shows the major spawning areas. They do none there. So they missed that river. How do we know that it's not, they're not, really thick there? Who knows? The point is that these decisions that are made by the department, by Atlantic States Marine Fishery, based on this juvenile index survey that's done the same way, same time every year. In the past year, it's pretty much put the charter boat industry out of business, and it's reduced the quota of the commercial guys from 11.5%. So 11.5% of the total quota is a big number.
Right.
Millions of dollars.
I understand, yeah.
So that's the point of the bill, is additional data collection.
Okay.
So we can say.
And what does looking at adults versus juveniles tell you?
Don, why don't you talk about
What's
that? The adults versus juveniles.
Like, what does it tell you to look at
the adult fish, we never used to see them until March, 15 years ago.
I got it, yeah.
Now, they showed up for the last 3 or 4 years. They've been showing up second week in December.
And what's the size of an adult?
Anything that's oversized, 36 inches or bigger.
Okay.
And then this year, when they showed up, every day it seemed like you could catch 4 or 5 more, 4 or 5 more, 4 or 5.
I got you.
And
okay.
With the last Thursday.
So you think looking at those, Delegate Jacobs, looking at those would
So
bring you
they're
better
here
information.
early to do their little yearly deal.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Delegate Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Delegate Jacobs, you said they've been doing the same survey at the same place for 70-some years. And in some cases, when we hear about the survey, we hear the survey saying there's just no fish out there. Yet the fishermen are saying there are fish out there. So the purpose, if I'm hearing you correctly, is that if we change our sights around and get that 40-mile swatch going up and down the bay, it may reveal a different set of statistics contrary to what has been being said for years. There's just no fish out there. Is that fair or is that unfair?
That's a good question. And First of all, I'm not trying to change the sites that they've done for 71 years. That's a benchmark they've done, and I don't want to change that. I'm asking for additional information. And I've said this a couple times this year, but I'll say it again because it's important. This year, at the ordinary point, when they drug the seine for the survey, which is they do same place every year, same time, there was a guy catfishing close enough to the seine survey that he could identify the people. When they did their seine survey, at the same time he was catfishing. That day he caught 9,000 pounds of blue catfish close enough to the seine survey that he could identify the people visually. He knew who they were. So when you got that many blue catfish, you've heard this testimony from several up here. When those blue catfish come in like that, everything scatters because they're going to get eaten. So that's part of the reason for additional information.
Thank you.
We need a complete picture.
Okay, Delegate Baylor.
Thank you. Hey, Delegate Jacobs. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have two questions. One is more specific in just that, do you know if Atlantic State, and I genuinely don't know the answer, would Atlantic State's Marine Fisheries Commission accept additional data if we were to collect this and potentially present it or have this additional data? Would that be accepted by ASMFC to then be used in regulatory actions?
Well, I think that the department should feel better, or be able to say that this is a more complete data than we've been using. And in fact, I think, if I'm not mistaken, because I've been listening to all these Atlantic States hearings for the last few months, I believe that Mike Louise, who's coming up, even mentioned that one thing, that we're still trying to get all of our data together for a better picture. I think he said that, unless I am mistaken, in the October hearing, and one more. And he can mention that when he gets up here. But I think that anyone who's making decisions on a fishery, management of fishery, more complete data would be really important.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with that. I think, and I guess the second question I have is a little more philosophical, but it sounds like you agree that their bay is certainly changing, and I think it's a lot different than it was. Yeah. I think maybe this is more, isn't it so, but I think part of the way in which we can measure that the bay has been changing is that there has been a constant, and that this survey has been that constant, and that shows the change over time with regard to this survey and the impacts that it's having on the striped bass population. So I guess, isn't that so? But you're welcome to
Like I said, I'm not trying to change where they've done it the same place, same time, same station, same bat channel for 71 years. We're not trying to change that. We're just trying to add a more complete picture. When you miss the center of the bay, where clearly there's an enormous amount of fish, because that's where the boats are. Boats don't go where the fish aren't. They're going where they are, and that's where they've been fishing for years and years and years, center of the bay. And, just asking for a more complete picture, better data, so when you make these major decisions that are going to put fisheries out of business, and the moratorium, I lived through that. I mean, it's a tough thing when they shut everything down for 10 years. But, what's happened to the charter boat industry this year, it's off 75%. It's going to get worse. And the reductions in the commercial quota, again, I think we owe it to the people in the business and the people that fish in this bay on a regular basis a more complete data picture. When you agree. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have an unfavorable witness I'll bring up, Lynn Fagley from the Department of Natural Resources.
There you go.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you very much for the opportunity to provide comments in opposition to House Bill 889 on behalf of the Department of Natural Resources. My name is Mike Luisi. I am an Associate Director with the Department's Fishing and Boating Services, where I oversee our unit's Management and Science branch. The intent, we talked a little bit about intent today. The intent of the Juvenile Index Survey is to collect the small, young fish that were just recently hatched in the spring. So we're not talking about the largest of fish. We're talking about the small fish that are present in the bay after spawning occurs in the spring. The JI is not focused on those other parts of the resource that were discussed earlier. The main focus and the main goal is to figure out which of the eggs that were fertilized and hatched survived the period of time between the spring and the summer, which is a very critical time for striped bass. We determine how many of those survived, and we create an index of relative abundance that we can compare year to year with the work that we do in this survey. The sponsors of this bill and others that support it today have identified what they believe to be problems with the department's assessment of the results of our JI survey, that we must be missing something. Sampling would be better if we did it in more places and we expanded the scope of the work that we do. And I'm here today to tell you and to assure you that we are confident that we are not missing anything and that sampling in more locations is going to be difficult. The other thing that I wanted to talk about was a recent workshop that was conducted last week, where we, based on this work from last year, we convened a group of scientists to provide recommendations to the department on our surveys. Their surveys were in line with what it was that we were talking about today and the unfavorable position of the department. And I'm happy and willing to take any questions that anyone may have.
Thank you, Delegate Foley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here and for outlining your position for the department. So my question is, I mean, you would agree, right, that the bay is changing, right?
Absolutely.
Yes. So do you make adjustments in the survey to account for the changes in the bay? Because it sounds like, for example, and I don't live on the bay, I don't fish on the bay, so I don't know. But it sounds to me like from the testimony from the watermen that there are changes in the fish population, that they're seeing that. And I just wondered if are you making any changes in the survey to account for changes in the bay, the influx of blue cats and all that's happening there?
Specifically to the survey we're discussing here today, we have not made any significant changes to the survey in those 71 years. We are, and the purpose of that, there's a reason for it. It's a fixed survey design. So when it was originally established back in the 50s, the design of the survey was intended to be a fixed location for a long period of time, so that each year, the value that we produce, the index of spawning success, if you want to call it that value can be compared from one year to the next for the entirety of the time series. Yes, we are experiencing some significant changes to our environment and even the species that reside in the bay. We are learning more about that. It's only been the last 10 years, I think, we've seen the biggest shifts. We are modifying our surveys, not just this juvenile index survey, but other surveys that the department works with, especially on striped bass, to try to start understanding the time series changes. The fisherman that spoke earlier referenced that fish are showing up here earlier in the year. Well, they're showing up here earlier in the year because the temperatures are conducive to them being here. Which is why they're here earlier in the year. And so we're starting our surveys a little bit sooner so that we can, with data, we can support the claims that fish are here sooner than they had been in the past. So we are continually modifying, and and kind of sliding our time around when we conduct the surveys to make sure that we're presenting to the public the best available science and the best available information that we use to make decisions with the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission.
Thank you. I appreciate that, but I guess I just don't understand why, if you're making adjustments for the time based, I mean, that's based on the temperature of the bay and, you know, the changing climate, why you wouldn't also want to take a look at other areas perhaps that you hadn't looked. I do appreciate that over time, it's important to have a continuum, but I guess I'm having a hard time, resources notwithstanding, I'm having a hard time sort of figuring out why you wouldn't want to also take a look at other parts of the bay to see if maybe those conditions have changed for the spawning and for the juveniles.
I'm really excited you asked that question because as part of my testimony, I had something that I was thinking about. And so let me couch it to you this way. We are collecting information on 96% of where we believe spawning is occurring so when adult striped bass come to Maryland, they go into our rivers and spawn, release eggs. The eggs are fertilized and they produce young fish. We are sampling 96% of the state of Maryland's habitat that is conducive to that type of activity. We don't believe that adding the extra site, so if we were to add extra places in the middle of the bay, the reason why the middle of the bay wasn't selected in the first place is because of those areas, the Severn River, the Magathie River, the Miles River, these river systems do not have the qualities that places like the Potomac, the Nanticoke, the Upper Bay do, where there's a good river flow, the nutrients are there, there's food available. All of the things that fish need, they're not in the places where we're being asked to sample. And so I was thinking about the grocery store earlier, and I thought, if you went, and I'll bring eggs since we talked about eggs earlier. So if you went to the grocery store to buy eggs, you wouldn't go to the canned food section of the grocery store and looking for eggs. They're not there because the canned food section doesn't provide what eggs need as far as a cooler environment to be in the store. So may there be could somebody have left a carton of eggs in that aisle? Sure, but you're not going to go there looking for them. And so we have other surveys, and I hope this may hopefully paint a better picture for the group here. We have ongoing surveys that are being conducted by other teams of our biologists all throughout the state. And some of those other surveys, those complementary surveys, are happening in the places that we're being asked to put this juvenile index work into. And so one of the things that we do is we take the data that's been collected from these other teams and we cross-compare to determine whether or not we missed something. If there are ever a lot of striped bass that are this big in the Severn River, it means that the entire bay is probably full of them because those fish didn't go to the Severn River for any particular reason to spawn or to live because the environment isn't right for them. They were there as a place, as a refuge because there's nowhere else to be, because it's full everywhere else, if that makes any sense. Not every river is the same and they all have different qualities, and certain qualities are better, certain qualities are worse for striped bass. The big problem is all of the rivers have qualities that are good for blue catfish. Yeah. And blue catfish is a major, major concern of ours that we're trying to address on it, obviously.
Thank you very much for that very thorough answer. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Delegate Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm trying to understand also, but what I think I understand is my colleague is trying to address is that you're making, or somebody is regulating the number of fish they can catch, all right, based on old data, and they made it apparent that they see lots and lots more fish that they don't believe is being accounted for, and it's affecting their business and their livelihood. Mm-hmm. You understand that?
I do.
And you said that the survey would be difficult, but not impossible, correct?
The survey, I don't know that I,
The
the middle area of the bay?
what this bill asks for.
What this bill asks us to
Yes.
do, it's an added strain on our already taxed staff and financial resources to
understand.
conduct this type of work.
I understand.
So for every site, if we added 3 new areas to this survey to account for the extra 4% to make 100% of what we're already doing.
I understand.
Yeah, okay.
It's difficult, but it's not
Yeah,
impossible.
it's not impossible,
All
no.
right. And this started 71 years ago, you mentioned. Did your data or did your study imagine the influx of the blue catfish?
It could not have.
No. So that data alone would change what's happening in the bay, right?
Blue catfish abundance in the bay is changing what our resident, the natural, the species that have been here for 71 years. It's changing the dynamic of what those species are in the bay because they're eating a lot of what we have here.
I do understand research, and I understand that you have to have a static pool to base your research on. But when you have an interfering cause or some intervening cause, isn't that the time to reassess what's going on?
Yes.
Okay.
And what I'm trying to get to with the answers to the questions is that we are, instead of conducting our business as this bill would describe, we already are collecting information that is not part of the juvenile index survey, which this bill refers to. We're collecting other information and it's all pulled together from our full fisheries and boating service team for our understanding of what's occurring in the bay. So to add to this one survey is duplicative in some cases because we're already collecting that information from other teams around the state in those areas.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Delegado.
Chair. Mr. Leasy, I think you made reference to keeping the protocol for this study, and I think the integrity of it over time is important. But you're able to do that still. But you also said you changed the protocol also with the timing of when you did it and things like that. So it's not a static situation. So can we not add additional sites of sampling or to add to the information we have and still maintain the integrity of the existing program?
The answer is yes. We can add more sites to the survey. My reference earlier was in 2 different surveys. One was on adults that we shifted, and the JI, which is referenced in this bill, hasn't changed. That is the same as it's been for 71 years.
Is the Chester River part of this sampling?
No.
In this study?
It is not.
Is that a good spawning area in the Chester River?
There might be some spawning that occurs, but to develop a relative index of abundance, it's not that we're counting we're not trying to come up with an estimate of how many small fish are in the bay. We're trying to figure out, was it a good spawn, was it a mediocre spawn, or was it a poor spawn? And we don't need to sample everywhere to be able to do that. We're able to pick up the signal from the work we're already doing. Yes, we could add more sites. It'll be more expensive, and it may start to change the way that the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission can accept our information that goes into their stock assessment.
So how is this time frame changed when you're doing this sampling? Is that changed in this particular study, the juvenile index?
It's July, August, and September of every year. That is a fixed, it's the first 2 weeks of July, August, and September every year. that doesn't change.
Well, I know my crop production has changed and the growing season has changed over time. Well, it fluctuates.
And so what we look at is we look at when do the fish spawn, because they grow at a rate from when they hatch, and they only hatch when water temperatures are conducive to that.
Also,
So
you
it's-
mentioned a panel of scientists that reviewed the study or whatever. Do you have credentials on them that we could make available to us? And,
Absolutely.
And what are their qualifications? And
Yeah, as I mentioned, that just happened last week. So we had a workshop hosted by the Chesapeake Bay program.
Are they local group or?
It's academics from the University of Maryland system and elsewhere. We had managers and scientists from the region and along the East Coast participate in this workshop. A report will be available. I don't know when, but the report will be available. And an actual fact sheet from the results of that workshop should be available very soon that we can make sure to make the committee aware.
Well, I'd be interested to know the makeup and the qualifications of those scientists. Okay. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Delegate Lewis.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Delegate Jacobs, for the bill, and to your panel. DNR, thank you for your testimony. So I was born and raised in Indiana, and I never ate an oyster or a rockfish till I moved to Maryland when I was a fully grown, fully formed adult. And I have a great appreciation for the agriculture and fisheries industries that make our state great. I know a little bit about scientific research and survey design and logistic regression, all that stuff. I have that background. But I also know that sometimes really valuable insights and observations come anecdotally. And it just seems to me that guys who spend their lives on the bay might know something that's worth attending to. So my question for you is, with all of the surveys that you conduct and the depth of data that you have access to, how do you explain the watermen's observation that there are more fish at the center of the bay now than there were before?
I think that the fish they're referring to, the fish that the fishermen are referring to, are the ones that are larger. They've lived here a few. They're 3 or 4 or 5 years old and larger. The gentleman here earlier was talking about 36 inches and greater. They are in really high abundance. The population of fish outside older than 6 years old, which can start to be about 30 inches or more, they are healthy. There are plenty of them. What's occurred in the last 10 years is that when those fish come from the ocean and lay their eggs here in Chesapeake Bay, we're not seeing the results of that spawning activity. So the fishermen are seeing their nets full of fish, which we have no argument against. We are of the understanding that the population of fish greater than 18 inches, let's say, it's pretty healthy. It's the small ones, that's the first signal that goes up in our minds as managers. If we don't have any small, young striped bass born in a particular year, as they grow up, we're gonna see that effect throughout time. And what's happened is now we have 6 years of pretty poor recruitment, we call it, or spawning success. But the fish that are out in the ocean, they were born here 10, 15 years ago when there were no problems. So there's a compounding effect of predation, environmental changes, our understanding of the science at the lowest level, or the smallest level of the life history of striped bass. Our understanding of those small fish doesn't match with what the watermen tell us, because they're talking about the larger fish. And so there's a miscommunication or a misstep, I think, in how we, the department and the industry, what we refer to when we talk about when we're engaged in discussions about these surveys.
Thank you. If I may, Mr. Chair. So I believe the watermen when they tell us that they're seeing big fish at the center of the bay. I also understand what you're saying, which is that big fish in the center of the bay are a signal of spawning activity from 10 or 15 years ago, or 6, 8, however many years ago. How many is it now, 6 or 8 or 10?
It's a big wide range of adults that
Should we
come
just say
back.
10 years
So
ago?
if they're in the center if they're in the middle of the bay, they're getting ready to spawn. And those are fish from 10 years ago.
Yeah, they're 18 inches long. They're about 10 years old. Okay. So which is really interesting. I mean, isn't nature amazing? Okay, so they come home to spawn. Okay, so given that, we're looking at kind of time machine in the center of the bay that doesn't reflect current reality. It's telling a story of something that happened 10 years ago. That's how I'm thinking of it. You can agree or disagree.
Yeah, it's a snapshot of what happened that year that fish was born.
Exactly.
And all of his and her buddies that came with her or him to spawn.
Right.
That's the snapshot for that 1 year.
Okay. And I also understand that in addition to this juvenile survey that's taken in certain rivers in the early summer every year, the department is also conducting, I think you referred to other teams conducting surveys that are cross-compared with the juvenile survey. So those other teams conducting additional surveys, are they looking at fish populations in the center of the
So
bay?
Delegate Lewis, I'm going to relay to you a lesson that Speaker Jones taught me when I was on her subcommittee, which is this man works at the Department of Natural Resources. He'll take a meeting with you. I would strongly encourage you to take a meeting with Delegate Lewis to answer all her questions, which are, I think, valuable to this bill. So I would encourage you to do that quickly.
Thank you.
And that concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 889. We're going to move on to House Bill 892. Delegate Jacobs, Natural Resources, Canada geese bag limits. If you have a panelist, please bring them up.
All right, guys. Bill Miles, I think you may be it. All right, Mike. Just us? I think so. Ready? All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. I'm here today to present House Bill 892, which is has to do with Canada geese bag limits. Currently, there are two different zones in the state of Maryland. One's called the Atlantic population. It's traditionally on the eastern shore, and the resident population, which you refer to those, I call them country club geese. They're the ones usually in the way when you're trying to play golf and make putting very difficult. They're typically on the west side of the Chesapeake Bay. As far as if you look at this map that was included in your information, it's blue and yellow. And the top map that's blue and yellow, the blue is the Atlantic population, the yellow is the resident population. One of the things that occurs is you go down 301 Charles County and south and you cross the nice bridge. All the Atlantic population, according to the map, is on one side of the bridge. And geese fly back and forth across the river. Let's put it that way. You don't know whether they're Atlantic population or the resident geese. But anyhow, the problem is on one side of the river, they consider them Atlantic. And the other side of the river, they consider them resident. So what this bill's trying to do is say that during the 30-day, which is now 30-day hunting season, that the limit should be the same in the entire state during the hunting season. So that when they fly across the river, right now in Charles County, they can kill 5 because they consider them resident geese. The same geese fly back across the river, they can only kill 2 because they consider them Atlantic population geese. So it's pretty confusing as far as, you know, what you're allowed to kill. So this is actually a conservation bill. And, you know, I've talked about this in previous legislation we've done about how the population is down. So this is only affects the goose population, the hunting population during the normal hunting season, which is 30 days. There's 2 geese this year. I think it's going to be 1 next year. But, you know, we've got a population problem. There's no question about it. What this bill seeks to do is to make it all the same for all over, you know, the hunting season. As long as the Atlantic hunting season's in effect, everyone has the same limit. But it doesn't affect the resident goose season, which is different before, like in the fall when the golf club geese are all over the place. There's a season starts in September, and then there's one that starts again right after the normal hunting season. So there's plenty, ample opportunity for to eradicate some of these resident geese. But what this bill seeks to do is say during the hunting season, we're going to call them all Atlantic population, and you can kill whatever the limit is, 1, 2, be done. There is also, on this same map, you'll see in the middle, there's like a little dog leg in the center, and that's in purple. And that's sort of the area that I'm talking about, where that's happening. So in Western Maryland, there is a resident goose population, which is typically not part of the Atlantic flyway or the Atlantic population. So there's an amendment included that does not apply to Allegheny County, Frederick County, Garrett County, or Washington County, or a portion of Carroll. And that you can see in the bottom map, which has the yellow kind of far left portion of the state. That would stay as resident geese because that's what they typically are. So the whole center where it's blue and that purple dogleg is for the 30-day season would be the same limit, whether it be 2 this year, be 1 next year, but it wouldn't be a 5 on one side of the river and a 2 on the other. So it's a conservation bill trying to address that issue. So that's all I have, Mr. Chairman. Bill Miles.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Bill Miles on behalf of the Hunters of Maryland. You should have a copy of our written testimony, which has lots of data in it, lots of statistics. I'll try to be quick because I know the hour is late. Right now in Maryland, you basically have the difference between a resident goose and a migratory bird. And we're trying to talk about trying to protect the migratory bird. These resident birds are defined in COMAR as geese that nest and reside here from April through August. Okay, that's an important point to please keep in mind. April through August, it's not a statutory definition, it's a regulatory definition. But that's what DNR says these resident birds are. The existing season this year, it's 24-25. There were a 3-way split for the resident birds. 2 weeks in September, 1 week in November, and then from December through March the 10th. Alarm bells went off because we had 30 days with 2 birds, which were the migratory birds. But alarms went off. Atlantic Flyway, Fish and Wildlife Service, DNR, the breeding pairs and the overall population of the migratory birds that propagate in Ungava Peninsula. It's a 97,000-acre tract of land up there by the Hudson River, northwest Quebec. The breeding pairs and the overall population numbers were precipitously low in comparison from 23 to 24. This is all in your packet. So as a result, It was like these groups have all recommended that for next season, that we have a restrictive season, which means that on the migratory birds, you're only going to be able to have 30 days in one bird. Hunters aren't going to object to this. When we had the 6-year moratorium on the Canada geese back in 95 to 2001, we didn't complain about it. We're conservation sportsmen. We even actually asked DNR to, oh my gosh, is my 2 minutes up?
You've been talking.
We have a question from Delegate Davis.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Really quick question. Charles County is located right between those two areas, so this is going to significantly affect them, correct? I've been getting emails. So they're going to go from 5 and 2 to 1?
No, this year, I think Charles was killing 5, is that right?
No, they were killing 8 in September, and then 5 in November, and then 5 between December and March. We're concerned there's migratory birds in there. When you define the definition of resident birds from April through August, when you're hunting resident birds purportedly in November, December, January, and February, it stands common sense that you're going to be killing some of these migratory birds that we must send back north. That's why there's a restrictive season next year of 30 days in one bird for the migratory compared to 30 days in 2 birds for this year for the migratory. All we're trying to do is safeguard the breeding stock of AP geese that come to Maryland and go back so they can produce more birds to come back here. The resident birds, when you're killing these birds in the middle of the winter, you're killing migratory birds. And no hunters can tell you, oh, I can tell the difference in a resident and a migratory, because you can't. Biologists can't. But we know for a fact, these people killing these resident birds.
I think we're veering from your actual question. Delegate, you getting your question answered?
Okay. Just one moment. Jay, could you just clear up, Delegate Jacobs, could you just clear up that it's going to go from whatever Charles County was getting down to 1?
No.
Next year.
Yes.
Next year down to 1.
I think it's projected, right?
It's going to be, next year it's going to be 30 days in one because it's restricted because the population numbers and breeding pairs are down.
Thank you.
Okay, I want to help a little bit here, Delegate. What does this bill do to the catch in Charles County? Does this bill change what you can hunt in Charles County?
Yes.
It changes the number because one side of the river, I think it's Charles County side, they consider resident geese, right? Same geese fly back and forth across the river. One side, they could kill 5 during this past hunting season, and the other side, they could kill 2. So what this bill is trying to do is say, we don't think there's 2 different kinds of birds here. We think we're going to consider them all Atlantic population, and we're going to adhere to the Maryland law, which is saying 2 per day per hunter.
Okay. Thank you.
Rather than having 2 different standards.
Got it. I just would have thought you would have gone the other way on which standard to use, but that's just me. Delegate Otto?
Well, thank you. Mr. Miles, I was interested. You were talking about when we didn't have a limit, we didn't have a season. And you had some thoughts there. I wasn't interested in where you were going with that.
Thank you, Delegate. That 2 minutes goes by pretty quick. If you look at my testimony, it'll be in detail. The reason why the concern here is, and we compliment Delegate Jacobs for putting the bill in, you all remember the moratorium, okay? And that crippled the shore in a lot of ways. If the biologists in Fish and Wildlife and Atlantic Flyway and DNR are saying that the number of breeding pairs and population are down big time in 2024 or 23, they're trying to limit the number of migratory birds we can kill, which is going to be 30 in 1. However, when you look at the resident season for next year, it overlaps with the migratory bird season. You are going to kill migratory birds, and we have to send them back north, or we're going to have another moratorium.
I'm having a challenge to be able to take care of the resident geese that become a issue of nuisance and things like that.
It's only the 30.
But I don't want to bother the migratory.
The state right now has a depredation permit. You're allowed to kill, if you're a farmer with resident birds, no matter where you are in the state, you're allowed to kill, with a permit, resident birds from March all the way until August, okay? So there's no
migratory in that.
No, there's no migratory. There's no migratory. The migratory birds are here in the wintertime. They're not here in the summer, and they're not here in the early fall.
And that's what we want.
And we want to be able to only kill migratory birds during the winter and let the resident birds, which are defined by DNR, is April through August, fair game.
Thank you.
Delegate Ruth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And actually, I think Mr. Miles answered a lot of my question in his answer to Delegate Davis's question. But just to clarify, are the resident birds and the migratory birds the same species, or are they different species?
Different species.
Different species, but they look the same too?
Yes. To the naked eye, they look the same.
To the naked eye, they look the same. Okay. I think you've answered the rest of my questions. And the other thing, though, is I don't see the map that Delegate Jacobs is referring to, so if that could be sent out, I would appreciate it.
It should have been uploaded, but if
Oh, it's on the amendment.
Oh, okay.
if it's not, I'll get you a color copy.
Thank you so much.
Sorry about that.
Any further questions on this bill? Okay, that concludes Bill on House Bill 892. We will turn to House Bill 893. Delegate Jacobs.
All right.
Title fish licenses, oyster authorizations, administrative penalties. And if you have a panelist or panel, bring them up.
I do. Jim and Hey, Dave. How you doing? I'm all right, sir. How you had a long day? Yeah, I've had a long day. All right, Mr. Chairman, here we go. Mr. Chairman and members of our Environment and Transportation, I'm here to present House Bill 893. This is title fish licenses, oyster authorizations, administrative penalties, commonly known as the revocation bill, which we've discussed several times. First of all, I want to thank the chairman, the vice chair, and the DNR for their cooperation in drafting this legislation that we met in the off season to try to come up with a solution. You know, that's the product that you see, the draft that you see now. We have two oystermen here today that lost their license from one offense. I think both of them were 2017, both different parts of the state. But they have had a pretty devastating effect on their life as a waterman from that point on. Mike Hayden's going to, I think he's virtual. He's going to talk about, you know, his incident that happened down in southern Maryland. And Mr. Wheatley here was I think, from Deal, and you were on the Eastern Shore when your event happened. You were not the captain of the boat. You were also, you were a mate on the boat. But after the incident, you lost your license for a lifetime.
Yes, sir.
So anyhow, and neither one can get an aquaculture license. So anyhow, you know, and we know that through the article 4-1210, you know, it lists the 5 ways, the 5 offenses that you can do that leads to a lifetime revocation. At the same time, with we have a disparity going on with aquaculture, where people in the aquaculture business have done huge, I'll call them offenses there, where they've stolen oysters, and this is more than one person, but I'll refer to one in Dorchester County a couple of years ago. His second offense, stole $66,000 worth of oysters. It was his second case. He got 1 year probation and a $1,000 fine. So that's, if you're in the aquaculture business, you're certainly treated different than if you're a full-time waterman with an oyster authorization. That's one of the problems, and the reason for the bill is that we have a huge disparity. What this bill does is create a pathway back for people that have had a revocation with one offense would be after a 2-year term of suspension, and if you had more than one, if you had 2 or more, it would be a 10-year. After that, if you're, the bill passes, it gets to that point, then you have to get to the back of the line of the waiting list on Oyster authorizations. So it's not like they don't get their license back immediately. It's a process. It's a pathway. There are currently 65 or 68 names on that list, and they move very slow. So I don't know that maybe DNR can tell you how many per year are removed from that list. But what we're trying to do with this bill is create a pathway that these people that have made a mistake, paid their time, their debt, and should be given a second chance. I mean, here in the legislature, we deal with expungements, we deal with second chances, we deal with all that all the time for all kinds of people in this state. And I'm not saying it's a bad thing, I'm just saying that's the way it is. But this group of people is singled out in such a way that it's hard to compare it to anything else for one offense, conceivably. Now, when this bill was passed, I was sitting in Delegate Addison's seat in 2011. That was my first year in this committee. That's when this bill passed. And back then, we had a real scarcity of natural oysters in this state. We were struggling in this state. And aquaculture was a big deal. But we didn't have a sustainable fishery the way we have today. We also didn't have M-line radar surveillance, which we have today, that has its eyes on every sanctuary in this state. So you go out there now, somebody's got you. It's on your own radar. That didn't exist in 2011. Also, we didn't have the point system. We have a point system now. If you're caught for various number of possible offenses, you get points just like you get on a driver's license. And watermen can lose their privileges based on that as well. So those things didn't exist in 2011. The number of people that's being arrested, I think, is in the 30s, 33, something like that, over this whole period of time. And in these cases, there's been a due process, because in one case, I'll let the person say it himself, but he was found, the state's attorney dismissed the case, and later on, the administrative judge issued the lifetime revocation. So there's a due process issue, but more importantly in all this, I'm going to wrap this up and talk about the entitlements that you lose when you're arrested. And it's in the legislation. So not only can you not oyster, you can't be involved anywhere where there is an oyster. You can't drive an oyster truck, can't work in a shucking house. You can't do anything that has anything to do with oysters. And also, we have this compact, this wildlife compact, that is the same thing applies now, 48 states, plus the Potomac River. So there's 2 states you can go to work in. Now you can go to Massachusetts or Hawaii and oyster. Other than that, you lose your entitlement, which is much more than just the privilege to go oyster. It's anything that has anything to do with oysters for the rest of your life. So imagine that, growing up in the business and then being told you can't even drive a truck that's got oysters in the back of it. So it's a harsh penalty. It's harsher than anything I can think of for one mistake. Now, I think everybody deserves a second chance. That's the reason for this bill. And I have several witnesses here, including Mr. Wheatley, who was one of those arrested that I'd like to have present their case now. You want to go first?
Yes, sir. My name's David Wheatley. I'm from Deal Island, Maryland. I've been a waterman my whole life. I got an oyster sanctuary ticket on a boat that I was not the captain of. I went to court. I got null processed, and DNR gave me an administrative hearing, and they took my license for life. This has been such a hardship on me because I depend on oystering in certain months of the years when crabbing season is closed to make ends meet in the wintertime, and this has been since 2017. I understand that conservation of our oysters, our crabs, our rockfish, everything is important, because without those things, my heritage and my way of life dies doing the job that I enjoy doing, that I grew up doing. I'm just asking for a second chance, and thank you all very much for giving me the opportunity to say that today.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Jim Mullen with the Maryland Oystermen's Association, and I support this bill with regard to updating the law and ordinance of this. The state has established a sustainable oyster fishery as was required by law. It's a falsehood that the state's oyster stocks are at a historic low or in current environmental distress. In 2023 and 2024, there's been a substantial spat set geographically spread out throughout the bay in areas that historically have not seen or experienced these spat sets. This was a remarkable chain of events. I'm trying to give you some history here on the establishment of a sustainable fishery. The public oyster bottom is producing market-sized oysters where the state's sanctuary networks have had no production compared to the public bottom. So there's no temptation that exists to sail into an oyster sanctuary and to harvest illegally. There is no need or temptation to deliberately enter a state sanctuary network with the establishment of a sustainable oyster fishery. So the state's oyster sanctuary network does not possess productive oyster bottom now because they have sat vacant over time and have had no cultivation or investment, whereas the public fisheries sustainable oyster fishery is constantly worked, cultivated, and has investment. So in closing, there is no temptation to sail into an oyster sanctuary network. And so with that, we would look for a favorable report on this. I think it's important. You folks as legislators are always updating laws and ordinances, and this is one that just needs to be updated. Thank you for your time.
Chairman, delegates, I'm Tim Mortis. I'm second vice president, Maryland Watermen's Association. We've been here several years on this bill now, and I'd like to thank the Department of Natural Resources for actually writing the bill this year to hopefully get this done. We've been through this multiple years, and you read into it more and more. This, consequences of this, you don't find anywhere in any other state professional license. Mr. Wheatley wasn't even driving the boat and lost everything. This was all put in at a time back in 2011 where we didn't have the greatest working relationship with natural resources, and I don't know, this was kind of thrown in a little one-sided, I think. And hopefully this year we get that worked out. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. I'm going to take your virtual witnesses, if that's okay.
Robert T. Brown, I think, is virtual.
Yep, Robert T. and Teeny or Mike Hayden. Yep. Mr. Teeny Hayden, are you ready? Mr. Hayden?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Please go ahead.
Yes, my name is Teeny Hayden, and I am here today to testify because my husband, George Hayden, lost his oyster license 8 years ago, which was 2017. These 8 years have been a tremendous hardship on us, but not only on us, our son as well. He has had to make a lot of sacrifices in these 8 years as well to make things work for us so we can continue to make a living. To take a waterman's oyster license away for life is a very stiff penalty, especially when they have been a waterman all their life, over 45 years. My husband holds a Maryland, Potomac, and Virginia license with never having any infractions prior to this in 2017. and to this day, 8 years ago, still has no infractions, no criminal record, never had a criminal record. So therefore, I am asking that if you would please consider and find in favor of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll turn to Robert T.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay, my name is Robert T. Brown, President of the Maryland Watermen's Association, and we are in favor of this bill, Chair and members of this good committee. This comes down to simply, does the penalty fit the crime? I mean, it's you're taking a person's livelihood for life with no chances of parole. I mean, some of these people are first-time offenders. Some of them are not even captain of the boat. Not only that, when after crab season and stuff is overboard, they're not even allowed to get on a boat working in Oyster, and they're not allowed to drive a truck like Delegate Jacob said, or shucking an oyster house. This, you know, there's such a thing as a right to work. And once you go to court and you get a sentence and before the judge, and you pay the fine and do your sentence, and then they come back with administrative court and say, look, you were found guilty, and it's written into the book that if you are found guilty in administrative court, it says you shall be revoked. That doesn't even give that judge the opportunity to say, well, since this was your first case, you know, we'll just suspend your license for some time. It says shall revoke, and that is wrong. And it's time to have this repealed. I want to thank the Department of Natural Resources for wording this bill and helping us try to get this to make an injustice right on these things. Remember, Lady Justice, she's got a blindfold on. She's got to weigh the scales in her hand. She's got a sword which is drawn out of the sheath to protect her balance of scales and her blindfold, so that everybody would have a fair and impartial trial. And they should have a fair and impartial sentencing also. And this is not fair now. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. First question is from Delegate Ruth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm a little torn on this because I certainly have some sympathy to the harshness of a lifetime revocation, particularly when in other areas we talk a lot about second chances. But when I look at this, it basically is based on a knowingly standard. It says in there knowingly, and I'm not a lawyer, but I believe that's a pretty high bar. So it would seem like it's not that you just accidentally strayed into these areas. You had to know you were doing it, and I just wondered if somebody could address that.
Well, one thing I'll say, there's the administrative judge hearing is much different than in civil court, because the judge in the administrative court, they can use any hearsay, any kind of evidence whatsoever to determine that it was knowingly. Or in some cases, I think they try to get that, make some kind of deal to get it out of them. I don't know, but you know, whether it was knowingly or not, at this point, it's a lifetime revocation. So I don't know if, maybe there's a few in here, Mr. Chairman, a few others that never made a mistake in their life, but you know, I think that everyone deserves a second chance. If they did it again, then they deserve, that's it. But I think everybody deserves a second chance, and I can't think of anything in this state as harsh as this for a working person. It's a very harsh penalty, and it's like I said, conditions then are not like they are today. What was going on in 2011 versus 2025. So times have changed, and so is the time that we need to readdress this issue.
Thank you. One more question, Mr. Chair. I know it's getting late. So I remember last year when we had this bill, and I think I remember that you're given a book of information and maps, but I remember some testimony about it not being very user-friendly or easy to use. Is that true? Or what is the information on that?
Well, can I answer that one?
I might be remembering wrong, but.
All right, well, as far as the book goes, if you go back to 2011, and you know, right around those years where the sanctuaries first came in, we'd never had those, and there was a lot of misconception, a lot of, you know, it was hard to tell who knew what and where and all that at that point. You know, GPSs were first coming around and stuff like that. That, at that point in time, made things more difficult than it is now. Where, I mean, your boat will tell you don't go there, and, it didn't then and whatnot.
Okay, so with GPS now, it's easier to.
Oh, definitely.
Okay, thank you.
Doug Jacobs, you actually said something pretty important there when you were responding to Delegate Ruth. You believe in second chances, so do I. You said, though, if they do it again, that should be it. That's not how the bill's drafted, though. The bill's drafted 2 years and then 10 years, and 10 years again and 10 years again, and I think after that, the person's probably going to be aged out. So are you open to amendment that says, yeah, it's a few-year penalty the first time, and then the second time, that's it?
I think that part of our discussion we had was that, this would be an opportunity for a second chance. If they, if they knowingly make that mistake again, then I think that's a whole different creature.
Okay, thank you. Delegate Otto.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Wheatley, I wanted to know a little more about your circumstance.
Yes, sir.
Were you just a mate on the boat, or?
Yes, sir. I was actually working with my father that day.
And your authorization?
I had an Oyster license that was in my name.
Okay. Did he had the authorization also?
He had the authorization also.
Did that increase your catch, or?
If we had both a license aboard the boat, we're allowed 2 limits. At the time, if you were dredging, you were allowed 12 bushel per license. And if you were tonging, you were allowed 15 bushel a license. But we were power dredging that day.
Okay. And this was, what year was this?
I believe 2017 is the exact year.
Okay. But still, the distinctions of the sanctuaries were still difficult at that time.
Yes, matter of fact, the DNR even testified that the buoys had been moved to ice. It was a big ice up that year. There was no markers for me. I wasn't running the boat. I'm not allowed to go in the cabin. I mean, that sounds stupid, but I'm not the captain of the boat, and I have to work or I could get fired if I'm not working when I'm supposed to be working, just like any other job. So I had my head down culling oysters. I was doing my job. And then that's when DNR approached and I got a license, or I got a ticket, and my dad also got a ticket.
And that has now limited you, by taking that oyster authorization, from other jobs doing anything with an oyster?
Yes, I'm not allowed to be, we'll use a skipjack for instance, the state boat pretty much. You don't have to have a license to get aboard that boat to go to work. You can just show up with your boots and gloves on. But me, where I have this revocation, I can't even step foot aboard that boat. If there's an oyster shell aboard that boat, I can't. Now, I'm not going to say if I was helping my buddy fix his motor while he was tied up to the dock that the DNR is going to lock me up. But I'm not allowed to go participate in the wild-caught oyster harvest is what I'm not allowed to do. I can crab, I can do anything else in the bay, but everything has a season, and oystering is a big part of a waterman's livelihood.
And the job opportunities in DL Island is not?
No.
It's sort of limited to the seafood business.
It's sort of limited to the seafood business, and the closest store or town, big town's 12, 15 miles away. I mean, that's we work on the water. That's what I've always known.
Thank you for
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. We're going to turn to our unfavorable testimony. We're going to start with our virtual witness, former Attorney General Brian Frosch.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. It's a pleasure to be here with you. I have to say my I've shared your experiences. I'm an alumnus of this committee. And I was the sponsor of the original bill. And the reason was we went to the Thorn lab where they're growing the oysters, the Chesapeake Bay Commission did. And we were told by the person, Don Merritt, who ran that operation, that the greatest source of loss for oysters was not pollution, it was theft. It was theft. They lost more oysters to theft than anything else. They grew them, put them out there and in sanctuaries, and people stole them. I think maybe there's room for some leniency for the first offense, but as Delegate Ruth pointed out, these offenses are knowing offenses. You have to have a significant deterrent, or people are going to go back to stealing oysters. It used to be you go to court on a criminal complaint, and there's no judge on the Eastern Shore of Southern Maryland who's going to give anybody a serious issue. It has to be DNR, and DNR only pursues those folks who have committed knowing violations, and they're stealing oysters. They're taking oysters from a sanctuary where DNR has grown and planted the oysters. They're taking oysters from oyster beds that have been polluted by sewage or whatever, and bringing them in and serving them to people who can get seriously sick from them, or they're knowingly stealing oysters from somebody else who has an aquaculture operation going. There has to be a significant deterrent. I don't think 2-year suspension is sufficient to do the job. I see that I'm out of time. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you so much. We have in-person testimony, Allison Colden and Emily Rudo, and I guess some surprise guests, so please go ahead.
Yes, I'm Don Bosch, and I was signed up as virtual, but I'm here in person. I was the president of University of Maryland Center for Environmental Science for 27 years until about 7.5 years ago, and was very much involved in all aspects of the oyster restoration effort, including building the hatchery at Horn Point, the setting pier, and providing like 8 billion oysters for the restoration effort. One of the big things that's changed since 2001 is we, meaning the American people, Maryland and the national government, have made huge investments, something like $88 million in restoring oysters within our oyster sanctuaries here in Maryland. And so as Attorney General Frosch mentioned, we had initially significant damage, not only removal of oysters, but damage of the reefs that the oysters were building during this time. This has been a remarkable success in our Chesapeake Bay restoration efforts. All 5 of our sanctuaries with restoration efforts have grown oysters, have grown reefs. They're in no small part responsible for this resurgence in oyster setting, which has taken place because that's where a lot of the reproduction is taking place. So it's incredibly valuable and needs the utmost protection. So my concern is that, changing this as a deterrent from serious, really serious, if you're going to go into an area where we've made that much public investment and nature's done wondrous things, should have a strong deterrent. And lowering that to a slap on the wrist is not a good thing to do. There may be other circumstances. This has to be, there's discretion involved in DNR about pursuing this, and as mentioned earlier, there has to be demonstration that there's no knowingly violation. So thanks very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chairwoman, and other members of the committee. For the record, I'm Emily Rudo, testifying in opposition to HB 893, which would loosen administrative penalties for violations of Maryland's fishery laws. This testimony is submitted on behalf of the Environmental Law Clinic at the University of Maryland Law School, not on behalf of the School of Law at the University of Maryland, Baltimore, or the University of Maryland system. Maryland's current framework is fair and effective in deterring poaching while ensuring due process. Maryland goes to great lengths to educate fishermen about where, when, and how they can responsibly harvest oysters. Each year, DNR provides fishermen with an updated rulebook with maps to ensure they are fully informed of the regulations. They must sign an affidavit acknowledging that they understand these materials upon receiving them. From the start, Maryland gives fishermen the tools for success. They're not left unequipped. Maryland is committed to protecting its natural resources, particularly its oyster populations, which are at a historical low. Maryland is not an outlier in its enforcement of fishery laws. It's in line with other Bay states. Notably, Virginia's poaching penalties are harsher, requiring mandatory license revocations and issuing multi-year bans. Maryland's framework is equitable in addressing violations. Currently, recipients of citation can either pay a fine and admit guilt or argue their case in district court. Separately, DNR also has the discretion to seek further penalties for a violation that they consider egregious enough to warrant revocation. The poacher then must be notified within 90 days that they have to go before an administrative judge for a hearing. These hearings mimic any other judicial proceeding, ensuring fairness and due process. The department must prove the violations were committing knowingly before imposing any penalties, preventing punishments of honest mistakes. The process protects due process and complies with the Administrative Procedure Act, ensuring transparency like any other administrative proceeding. Maryland has built an effective system that deters poaching while remaining fair. Watermen are given the resources to comply, enforcement is not arbitrary, and due process is protected firmly, and it's in place. Changing the system would not strengthen fishery management, it would weaken it. For those reasons and those stated by others on the panel, the University of Maryland Environmental Law Clinic opposes HB 893.
All right. Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Allison Colden, the Maryland Executive Director at the Chesapeake Bay Foundation, and please excuse my voice. As you've heard today, the department's authority to revoke an authorization to harvest oysters is one that no waterman wants to invoke, and that's precisely its purpose. The role of the strong deterrent to illegal harvest is not to have to wield it, but to prevent the illegal activity in the first place. But for those who do knowingly and willingly violate the law, following through with the revocation is the only means the department has to remove bad actors from our oyster fishery. We believe that maintaining this strong deterrent to poaching is critical to protecting the environment, public health, and personal property. Unfortunately, HB 893 would remove the deterrent by implementing a suspension of up to only 2 years following a first violation. For many part-time participants in our oyster fishery who only harvest during good years, this would be simply business as usual with no deterrent effect whatsoever. For the reinstatement of licenses, the bill provides no criteria beyond the length of the revocation served to date, opening the door for individuals who have continued to accrue criminal violations while revoked to re-enter the fishery, again, allowing the truly bad actors to re-enter, the ones that this legislation was intended to address. We understand the interest of the committee in addressing individuals who have a singular violation or who have made an honest mistake, but we believe that House Bill 893 goes too far and places public health and long-term sustainability of our oyster resource at risk. We urge your unfavorable report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a question from Delegate Healy.
Yeah, just to the person who, thank you, Mr. Chair, the person who just spoke. Would you support something along these lines if there were an amendment to say that there was some discretion so that when, instead of it just an automatic revocation, that the whoever's doing the hearing can exercise some actual judgment on the situation and maybe say, for you, it's a suspension for a certain number of years, and then maybe some kind of probation so that if you don't re-offend, then you can be reinstated?
Thank you for the question, Delegate Healy. What I would say is I do believe that that discretion has been afforded to the department. So in 2018, this committee actually passed legislation altering this part of the code to provide DNR additional discretion as to whether or not to take a revocation case in front of an administrative law judge. And since that change to the law, they have only revoked 4 licenses over the past 6 years. So they have been using that discretion to take into account past violation history and egregiousness of the offense to reduce those numbers of revocations that have happened since they've been given that discretion.
Okay, thank you very much. That concludes the bill here on House Bill 893. We'll turn to our final bill of the day, House Bill 894, Delegate Jacobs. By land, by sea, and by air, endangered and threatened species, incidental taking, bats.
Something new and different. All right, Joe, you ready? Sure. You didn't fall asleep back there, did you?
Well, passed up there for a minute.
There you go. I thank you for hanging in there.
Appreciate you.
All right. Everybody ready?
Yep. So.
Oh, my God, look at all this mess. Wait a minute. I think we're hanging in there. All right, everybody ready?
Yep. So.
Oh, my God, look at. Oh, we got feedback now, huh? All right. Mr. Chairman, Vice Chairman Boyce, members of the Environment Transportation Committee, I'm here to present HB 894, Endangered and Threatened Species, Incidental Taking of Bats. This legislation is for the purpose of authorizing the Secretary of Natural Resources to issue an incidental taking permit for certain species of bats if the applicant submits a conservation plan. Currently, Maryland's law authorizes conservation plans and incidental take permits for only 2 species, Delmarva fox squirrels and tiger beetles. This legislation is straightforward. It adds northern long-eared bat, tricolor bat, and Indiana bat as other species for which HCPs can be developed in an incidental take permit. Without such a plan and permit, taking one of these 3 bat species would be prohibited and unlawful. So we've got plenty of good witnesses. I don't need to get into the nuts and bolts too much. I did want to say that there 4 other states have finalized their conservation plans developed with U.S. Fish and Wildlife. Those states are Michigan, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. Habitat conservation plans have been drafted and by now may be finalized in New York and West Virginia, and 15 other states already have best management plans that they are following but are now formal HCPs. So in total, 21 states have some type of bat management plan in place. So with that, I do have an order here. First, Joe Henson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Joe Henson. I'm a consulting forester with many years of Endangered Species Act experience throughout my career. The northern long-eared bat has been listed as endangered by the federal government, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, which automatically means that it's listed under the State Endangered Species Act. Under both laws, any type of taking is prohibited. Taking is very broadly defined, goes far beyond just killing a species. It includes disruptions of life cycles or modifications of their habitat. The Fish and Wildlife Service has issued a guidance document that if people follow that, they don't have to worry about being accused of a take. However, it's pretty punitive. For our industry, the logging industry, we would be hard-pressed to deal with it. So the way that folks address that is to negotiate a habitat conservation plan for their specific activity and hopefully negotiate something that's a little more reasonable and still protects the species. In Maryland, there are only 2 species where such a plan is authorized: fox squirrels, Delmarva fox squirrels, and Asian tiger beetles. This bill simply adds bat species that either are endangered or might become endangered to the list. And if that happens, then we will explore the options of developing a habitat conservation plan for bats. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee, for allowing me the opportunity to voice my support for authorizing the Secretary of DNR to issue incidental take permits for several bat species. For the record, I'm Beth Hill, Executive Director of the Maryland Forest Association, representing the forest supply chain statewide. As a private forest landowner, I understand firsthand the challenges of balancing conservation with responsible management. I first learned of the seasonal restrictions in 2023 when my 3.5-acre NRCS-funded tree planting was due for its required mid-contract management. The work was simple: trimming invasive vines that were choking out young trees and creating brush piles for wildlife. But because of the recent listing of the northern long-eared bat, I was told I couldn't do this work during this summer roosting season. This was alarming, not just for my small tree planting, but for the broader implications that I could foresee on logging, forest health, and land management across Maryland. Now, nearly 2 years later, the uncertainty remains, and our members are feeling the effects. So foresters lack clear guidance to be able to advise their clients, and timber buyers hesitate to invest. This uncertainty threatens Maryland's entire $3 billion forestry sector. While federal guidance has been issued, Maryland's endangered species law creates further complications. HB 894 does not change protections for the bat. It simply creates a predictable pathway for landowners and foresters to responsibly manage forest while complying with conservation requirements. Bats are known to exist in every county of the state, and we do understand that there will be restrictions. We stand ready to work with DNR to develop a conservation plan that ensures that forests aren't left to suffer from benign neglect. Maryland's 150,000 plus private forest landowners need clear options with defined timeframes to manage their diverse forests effectively. This bill ensures that sustainable forestry benefits our land, wildlife, and rural economies, and we urge your support. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Charlotte Davis. I'm the Executive Director of the Rural Maryland Council here in support of House Bill 894. We're here to support the forest industry and its impact on our local rural economies. Forest land is the second largest land use in our state with almost 2.5 million acres, almost 40% of our land. The industry provides, it supports almost 9,000 jobs, and as you just heard Ms. Hill say, it produces about $3 billion in economic output. We believe that strong local markets for wood will result in forest landowners investing in better management of their forests, and that we're concerned that if our forests lose their economic value, we're going to lose our forests. So we please ask for your favorable support of House Bill 894. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, Matt Defoe, I'm here on behalf of Chop Tank Electric Cooperative. For those who don't know, Chop Tank Electric Cooperative is a local co-op on the Eastern Shore of Maryland where we provide reliable and affordable energy to our 56,000 members. Part of this piece of reliability and safety prides on our vegetation management, tree trimming, and replanting of trees. In 2023, we trimmed 1,407 miles of line, removed 2,700 trees, and replanted hundreds more. We are also proud of our converting 724 acres into habitat and other mixed-use sources throughout the Eastern Shore. Lastly, we work very closely with our federal and state partners at the Blackwater Refuge. We supply the energy to those facilities in the entire parks. We see this bill as a good way of being able to continue our work and good stewards of the land. And with that, we ask for a favorable report for House Bill 894. Thank you.
I'll bring up Mr. Miles, delegate.
Bill Miles once again, this time on behalf of Maryland's forest products industry by way of the Association of Forest Industries here in support of the bill. What this amounts to is since the feds have basically declared the bat endangered, to be able to have what they call take, which means you don't close the economy down, you allow the taking of the species. However, to take the species, which means to kill the species, you have to develop basically a plan that minimizes and mitigates the take of that species. And that's what this bill is all about. It authorizes the state to work with industry, in this case the forest industry, to be able to come up with a plan so we can continue to do business, as has been well said here. I will say this, our group, AFI, spent over 10 years, back in the early 2000s, working on an HCP to delist the Delmarva fox squirrel. And the Delmarva fox squirrel is today delisted. It's threatened. It's no longer endangered. And we'd like to think that a lot of the efforts we went in getting to that was we were at the table for 10 years with the Fish and Wildlife Service. It was the 10 most miserable years of my life These HCPs take anywhere from 10 to 12 years to prepare. So what you're authorizing today, by the time this thing gets completed, you all may be long gone. However, if we're going to protect the forest industry, at the same time protect this endangered bat now, we have to have this authorization, enabling the authority to develop the plan, and it's going to take forever, and it's going to cost a small fortune, and maybe, just maybe, the bat will be delisted by the time this HCP is, before it's completed, because if not, it can be very, very detrimental to the forest products industry.
Great, thank you. We'll also bring up Gary Allen, virtual favorable for the Maryland Forestry Foundation.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. It's my hope that all of you can hear us.
We can hear you.
My
Please go
name
ahead.
is Gary Allen. I'm the president of the Maryland Forestry Foundation. And as Mr. Miles just alluded to, it was my privilege to be involved in the development of the Habitat Protection Plan for the Delmarva fox squirrel over a decade ago. That plan took many years to unfold and to plan. Actually, I thought the secretary already had the authority to develop habitat plans for endangered and threatened species, as evidenced by the work that we carried out at that time. The fact that this new species can be added to that list is a good step forward. I expect stakeholders to step forward and to participate enthusiastically and openly in this process, because we believe that any plan that helps preserve the habitat values of good forest land, that helps landowners manage their property more successfully, and ultimately preserves the economic benefits of the industry for all those involved with it, is a significant and positive step forward. Mr. Chairman, the foundation is very pleased to support the addition of this capacity to the department to develop a responsible habitat protection plan for the forest industry and for the protection of the species and wildlife that lives there. Thank you very much for your opportunity to testify today.
Thank you. We have a question from Delegate Otto.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Hill, I think you mentioned it, and part of it is how are we learning about these bats? This is a recent occurrence that it's been listed on.
Yeah, it's been federally listed, and the federal guidance was just released this fall. It's been federally listed since 2022, I believe, but their federal guidance just came out this fall. DNR is working right now on their own guidance, so they're already working on preparing and figuring out where their species exist, where the critical habitat is. This is just authorizing them to issue the incidental take permits once we have a plan in place specific to Maryland.
Are they allowing the Forestry Association to be a part of that development? Are they engaging you in creating these plans? Or?
Well, they were supportive of this bill, and we certainly hope that they're supportive of our input as well.
That's a good sign. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions, that concludes the bill hearing and all the bill hearings for today. Subcommittee announcements, Chair Holmes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Housing and Real Property will meet at 7 p.m. 7 p.m. Housing and Real Property. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chair Stein.
Mr. Chair, the Environment Subcommittee will meet at 7:30 virtually.
Great. I don't see any other announcements, so thank you all so much. Talk to you later.